was like the old days. People actually were on the same page. There were good bipartisan work has already been done. The leaders of this operation, the House and Senate, already have done great work, and I want to thank them for their leadership. We're here to build on that, and the bottom line is simple. The American people should never face shortages in the goods and services they rely on, whether that's their car, or the prescription medicines, or the food at the local grocery store. And remember, the shortages in PPE during the pandemic, that meant we didn't have masks. They didn't have gowns or gloves to protect our frontline healthcare workers. We heard horror stories of doctors and nurses wearing trash bags over their gown, over their dress, in order so they wouldn't be in trouble. Because they had no gowns, and they were rewashing and reusing their mask over and over again in the OR. That should have never happened, and this will never happen again in the United States. Period. We shouldn't have to rely on a foreign country, especially one that doesn't share our interests or our values, in order to protect and provide our people during a national emergency. That's why one of the first executive orders I signed, as some may remember, was to ensure that we're manufacturing more protective equipment for healthcare workers here at home. And today I'm shortly going to be signing another executive order that will help address the vulnerabilities in our supply chains across additional critical sectors of our economy, so that the American people are prepared to withstand any crisis and rely on ourselves. This is about making sure the United States can meet every challenge we face in this new era, pandemics, but also in defense, cybersecurity, climate change, and so much more. And the best way to do that is by protecting and sharpening America's competitive edge by investing here at home. As I've said from the beginning while I was running, we're going to invest in America. We're going to invest in American workers, and then we can be in a much better position to even compete beyond what we're doing now. Resilient, diverse, and secure supply chains are going to help revitalize our domestic manufacturing capacity and create good paying jobs. Not $15 an hour, which is we need to do someday, and soon as a better in my view, but jobs that are at the prevailing wage. We're going to spur new opportunities for small businesses, communities of color, and economically distressed areas. And I will drive new investment in research and innovation and our workforce, investing in training and university partnerships that are going to lead to new technologies and new solutions. And all of this won't just strengthen our domestic capacity, it will help unleash new markets around the world and grow opportunities for American businesses to export their goods that we're going to be making. These are the kinds of common sense solutions that all Americans can get behind. Workers and corporate leaders, Republicans and Democrats. It's about resilience, identifying possible points of vulnerabilities in our supply chains, and making sure we have the backup alternatives or workarounds in place. Remember that old proverb, for want of a nail, the shoe was lost. For want of a shoe, the horse was lost. And it goes on and on until the kingdom was lost. All for the want of a horseshoe nail. Even small failures at one point in the supply chain can cause outside impacts further up the chain. Recently, we've seen how a shortage of computer chips, like the one I have here, you can hardly see it, I imagine. It's called a semiconductor. It's caused delays in production of automobiles that has resulted in reduced hours for American workers. A 21st century horseshoe nail. This semiconductor is smaller than a postage stamp, but it has more than 8 billion transistors. 8 billion transistors, 10,000 times thinner than a single human hair in this one chip. These chips are a wonder of innovation and design that power so much of our country, enables so much of our modern lives to go on. Not just our cars, but our smartphones, televisions, radios, medical diagnostic equipment, and so much more. We need to make sure these supply chains are secure and reliable. I'm directing senior officials in my administration to work with industrial leaders to identify solutions to this semiconductor shortfall and work very hard with the House and Senate. They've authorized the bill, but they need roughly $37 billion short term to make sure we have this capacity. We'll push for that as well, but we all recognize that the particular problem won't be solved immediately. In the meantime, we're reaching out to our allies, semiconductor companies and others in the supply chain to ramp up production to help us resolve the bottlenecks we face now. We need help to stop, we need to stop playing catch up after the supply chain crisis hit. We need to prevent the supply chain crisis from hitting in the first place. And in some cases, building resilience will mean increasing our production of certain types of elements here at home. In others, it will mean working more closely with our trusted friends and partners, nations that share our values so that our supply chains can't be used against us as leverage. It will mean identifying and building surge capacity that can quickly be turned into and ramped up production in times of emergency. And it will mean investing in research and development, like we did in the 60s, to ensure long-term competitiveness in our manufacturing base in the decades ahead. The order I'm about to sign does two things. First, it orders a 100-day review of 4 vital products: semiconductors, 1, key minerals and materials like rare earths that are used to make everything from harder steel to airplanes, 3, pharmaceuticals and their ingredients, 4, advanced batteries like the ones used in electric vehicles. There's strong bipartisan support for fast reviews of these 4 areas because they're essential to protecting and strengthening American competitiveness. Second, this order initiates a long-term review of the industry bases of 6 sectors of our overall economy over the next year. These reviews will identify policy recommendations to 40 of our supply chain, to fortify our supply chains at every step, and critically to start implementing those recommendations right away. We're not going to wait for a review to be completed before we start closing the existing gaps. And as we implement this work, my administration will draw on a full range of American talent, including labor and industry leaders, policy experts, scientists, farmers, engineers, to get their input. I'm grateful for the members of Congress who came to see me, Republican leaders as well as Democrats. They're leading the way. We're going to stay in close contact with members of both sides of the aisle and keep advancing our shared goals. Everyone has a role to play to strengthen our supply chains and our country. This is the United States of America. We are better prepared to meet the challenges of the 21st century than any country in the world. There's nothing we've ever failed to achieve if we work together. And that's what we decided to do today. And that's what we're going to do, work together. So I thank you all. I'm very optimistic about the meeting we had today with our congressional colleagues. And now I'm going to walk over and sign that executive order. Thank you all very much.
Mr. President, are you disappointed that more of your cabinet nominees have not yet been confirmed by the Senate?
I am, but I don't so much blame it on the Senate. I blame it on the failure to have a transition that was rational. As you know, previous administrations had a significant number of their cabinet confirmed before they even were sworn in. That's the tradition. But we're doing fine. I think we're going to be in good shape.
What about you?
Thank you.
Are you going to talk to President Saudi Arabia?
I'm going to be talking to him. I have not spoken to him yet.
Are you going to speak to him?
Are you going to say you've read the Khashoggi report yet?
Am I going to take what? I'm sorry?
Have you read the Jamal Khashoggi report yet from the ODNI?
Yes, I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
President Biden wrapping up right there, leaving the room where he just signed that executive order. Now I want to bring to you something I was bringing to you at the top of the hour, everybody. Remember how I said GameStop today closed at about $92. Well, since the market continues in the after hours, right now it has gone up times 2 once again. So we're up now 200% here for the day. 184, I can't even keep up. 185 right now a share that is being in the after hours right now. Hey, I got another live event to go to. I'm going to take another quick 2-minute break, but when you come back here on News Now from Fox, looks like we have the Illinois Governor, J.B. Pritzker, live right now. Let's go to that 2-minute for some of you. When you see it, you know you'll be in a commercial break.
Election like that, or a system where there's a selection process. Now, we could all argue about how that selection process should be run, and I've seen them run well, and I've seen them run not well. So I don't think we should be talking about the character of the people who are necessarily on that committee. I do think that making sure that we're picking good representatives and good senators, that is very important. So I think it's worthy of review by everybody that's standing here that's in the General Assembly to make sure that the choices are being made well.
That election process is part of the vetting clearly missed here. What does Eddie Kadot's resignation say about judgment? How much of the story do they need to come forward and tell us?
I don't know enough about the background of the reasoning behind why he was chosen and why he stepped down, so I really can't answer that question.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, well, look at that. We got the last 2 minutes of that. So if you wanted to hear some of those last comments, that's what you got right here on News Now from Fox. Let's continue on. Looks like we got live Senate floor right now in the midst. Let's listen in.
Liberties and constitutional freedoms that every American should hold sacred and should never take for granted. Responsible digital citizenship is more important now than ever, particularly with this censoring that's going on. Consumers must be mindful about their digital footprint. Anything typed into a search engine is effectively a digital diary saved in the cloud for some rainy day. Consumers must be mindful about what's posted, what's downloaded, what's shared, and what's liked on the social media platforms. The road to responsible and accountable digital citizenship isn't solely the consumer's responsibility. Social media companies, as well as content and internet providers, aren't exempt from ethical corporate stewardship, especially when the welfare of the next generation is at stake. Keep in mind that human trafficking is a pervasive crime that grooms and blackmails young people on Main Street, but also in online communications. However, having said all those question marks about big tech, I think we all realize that big tech isn't all bad. Technology companies have revolutionized our way of life and how we connect with friends and family. During the pandemic, and we're still in that pandemic, technology delivered invaluable connections for e-commerce, for digital learning, for teleworking, and for telehealth. However, that doesn't give big tech and big data companies license to undermine constitutional protections or disregard harmful impacts their products and services have on civic life and public trust in our American democracy. Titans of technology need to take responsibility for the products they build, sell, and profit from fellow Americans. Policymakers and regulators have a duty to shape and enforce the rules of the road. Big tech and all of its stakeholders, from content makers, social media platforms, and internet service providers, All bear responsibility to understand how their business model puts freedom at risk. Red flags are popping up all over the digital frontier, from recruiting data breaches to online censorship, misuse of user profiles, and the recent mess with the online brokerage app. In the last two presidential elections, big tech has had a big influence on information that appeared or didn't appear in America's social media feeds. Big tech can't hide behind its business model when its revenue streams cash in on an infrastructure which sows division and distrust among Americans. This ecosystem has been exploited to radicalize political extremism and mobilize civil unrest. Social media companies have reaped the benefits of their enterprise. So these companies bear some responsibility to help repair cracks in the architecture of our civic institutions and also to heal the wounds festering in American life. Our economic freedom allows social media companies to create a business model that grows their bottom line. Americans need to understand their personal data is harvested for profit. Advertisers buy the data to influence consumer and voter behavior. The bottom line for every American ought to be ensuring constitutional protections aren't archived, out of sight, out of mind in the annals of history. I'm not saying big tech is a bad actor, but I am calling on big tech to be a good actor. Take responsibility for the online ecosystem you created. Congress also must take a good, hard look at this famous Section 230 we all talk about that has given these platforms great protection, more protection than they probably deserve. And whether, in regard to Section 230, whether there's a need to reform immunity laws on the books, and I think there's great reason to do that. We've seen what happens when conversations take place online versus in person. Take it from me, the tone of conversation is neighborly and civil. When I talked with these Iowans last week in Forest City, Iowa, or Ogden, Iowa, to answer their questions. However civil that is, it's sure offset by the incivility on these platforms. Incivility outflanks kindness tenfold in the responses posted on my Twitter account. We need to work together to heal the unholy civil divide that's taken root online. It's bleeding into our way of life, pitting neighbor against neighbor, and harming the ability of elected leaders to build bipartisan consensus for the public good. I'm here to put social platforms.
All right, folks, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox. When we come back, we're going to listen into a little bit from the hearing earlier today for the Biden's pick for CIA chief, who highlighted the big threat coming from China.
The threat from the Chinese Communist Party is the most significant facing our nation, perhaps in its history. We cannot, in my view, just be the orderly caretakers of our nation's decline. We must confront, and I hope frustrate, the ambitions of the Chinese Communist Party, not just to upend norms, amend boundaries, but to replace the United States. Their goal is to replace the United States as the world's most powerful and influential nation. And achieving the goal of not letting that happen is going to involve strengthening and expanding alliances, but I think it's also going to involve increased capability and a stronger resolve to meet this challenge. This is not the same system of crisis that past CIA leaders were called upon to defend against. The threats today are sudden, unpredictable, and they're happening with greater frequency, often occurring in a gray space that embraces the objectives of conflict without quite crossing the line into outright warfare. What I think is plain to me and should be to all is that the world has changed how it chooses to engage the United States. What I'd like to hear from you today, and if confirmed in the weeks and months to come, is whether the CIA needs to change how it engages the world. I hope that over the course of our open and closed sessions today, you'll take the opportunity to explain not only your understanding of the agency's unique role in America and in our government, but your vision for how that role needs to evolve in the coming years, so that the agency is positioned to defend against those emerging national security threats that have not yet even materialized. There is no disputing the speed and unrivaled capability that the agency can bring to bear in responding to a fully realized national security threat. But what I'm driving at, however, is at an intelligence apparatus oriented towards the technological advances and the global interconnectivity that will be at the core of the next generation of threats to this nation's security. Artificial intelligence, advanced data analytics, biotechnology, disinformation, deepfakes, social network manipulation. America's adversaries have used this and all of these things and will use these instruments, and they'll use other new instruments of power and technologies, some who aren't even been named yet, don't even have a name yet, to close the capability gap that has advantaged us as a nation for decades. The refashioning of the national security threat picture by these technological and methodological advances calls into question whether the traditional constructs of espionage need to be refashioned and redesigned along with it. So I'd welcome your thoughts on this subject both today and going forward, and add that this is exactly the kind of undertaking that has benefited by CIA's working partnership with this committee and with its members. So it's my hope and frankly my expectation that you will look at this committee as a partner for the CIA's work as our nation's first line of defense. The relationship between the agency and this committee is premised obviously on oversight, but it is most effective and most constructive when we are candid, fulsome, and talking to one another. Ambassador, as the chairman indicated, you have a lengthy and distinguished career of service to our country, and I thank you for your willingness to resume that service, and I certainly look forward to your testimony and your answers here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Rubio. Bill, I understand you have two of America's most distinguished public servants, former Secretary of State James Baker and former Defense and CIA Director Leon Panetta, that will present brief introductions for you. They'll be speaking remotely on your behalf.
And when we come back here on News Now from Fox in just 2 minutes, we're going to get a fresh update on the very latest with Tiger Woods. It was a story that rocked the country and the world yesterday. We'll be bringing you that update next here in just 2 minutes.
And that our nation faces an increasingly complex set of challenges and threats. I think in my lifetime, I've never seen as many flashpoints in the world as we have today, whether it's Russia or China or Iran or North Korea, whether it's cyber attacks, whether it's what challenges that we face in the Middle East, in Afghanistan. All of these challenges demand good intelligence. No president can make the right decisions for our nation in protecting our national security without intelligence. This is what the CIA does. By collecting and analyzing and presenting intelligence to policymakers so that they can make the best security decisions for the country and provide intelligence that can be trusted and is credible. The challenge of President Biden and a new director is to restore the trust and credibility of the CIA. Having worked with President Biden, I believe that he understands that intelligence must be grounded in facts and never be politicized. He knows our selfless and brave intelligence professionals, and they deserve nothing less than our full support. It's these reasons that he chose Bill Burns to be the CIA director. And I'm confident that both will work.
And welcome back, everyone, here to News Now from Fox, as we are now going to be getting you a fresh update on the very latest with the whole Tiger Woods situation. This was a story that not only rocked the country, but the world yesterday when it came out yesterday afternoon about what happened to one of the most famous golfers in the world yesterday morning. So now we are going to go out to Fox News' Matt Finn with the very latest that he has been seeing with this story. And Matt, this is something to see as one of the top known golfers in the world, where now their career is on the line. Matt, thank you so much for joining us.
Of course, thanks for having me. Well, this is the hospital, the UCLA Harbor Medical Center, where Tiger Woods is believed to be recovering right now. The chief medical officer here released many more details about Tiger Woods' injuries and his treatment, saying that he suffered significant orthopedic injuries to his right lower extremity, that lower portions of the tibia and fibula bones were stabilized with a rod, and that screws and pins were used on his foot and ankle. So some pretty gruesome injuries, although considered non-life-threatening. And the emergency crews that were first to respond to the horrific accident here in Los Angeles are really emphasizing that Tiger Woods is likely lucky to be alive. They say the fact that he had his seatbelt on, and they cited all of the car's safety features for helping keep him alive. And the LA County Sheriff is insisting that Tiger Woods did not show signs of impairment, that he does not face any charges, perhaps maybe aside from a small infraction if it's determined that he was using his cell phone. And now there's also the big question of what happens next, if Tiger Woods will be removed or released from this hospital, any potential transfers. We will be here and keep you updated. Back to you.
Yeah, Matt, it's truly remarkable that he is still alive when we're taking a look at those images from yesterday. And boy, when you saw it, you thought maybe the worst had happened, but really goes to show you just how great our first responders are, and all the medical teams as well.
Yeah, they had to extricate him from the vehicle, and you know, it was really surprising when the LA County Sheriff's Office announced that Tiger Woods was conscious and able to speak to them. So he was, you know, potentially able to walk away from a situation that could have been way, way worse. And now, of course, there's a lot of questions surrounding his immediate and long-term outcome. Back to you.
Yeah, that will be the next phase of it all. Fox News' Matt Finn, thank you so much for that update. We appreciate it. Let's continue on right here on News Now from Fox, always bringing you the very latest. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break while we have the time here. Stay right here with us as we bring you more of the day's news next on News Now.
Personnel and others become victims of mysterious attacks. It was for a while called the Havana Syndrome. And a number of us have been quite concerned that we still don't know the source of those attacks. We still don't potentially have a full medical diagnosis. And even though we have put into law in the last 3 Intel authorization bills the ability for the CIA director to provide enhanced benefits to those individuals, you know, the kind of first-rate quality health care and compensation they need and deserve, we're not sure that's really taken place. So I want you to speak to that. I want to also get a commitment from you that that CIA personnel who may have suffered brain injury have the option of treatment at our nation's premier TBI facilities, including Walter Reed and other facilities of highest caliber. To date, unfortunately, that has not been the case.
Well, Mr. Chairman, the first thing I'd say is I very much admire your leadership, the leadership of the Vice Chairman and Senator Collins, as well as other members of the committee on these issues. Not only do I admire and appreciate it, but I know it's deeply appreciated by the women and men of CIA. If I'm confirmed as director of CIA, I will have no higher priority than taking care of people, of colleagues and their families. And I do commit to you that if I'm confirmed, I will make it an extraordinarily high priority to get to the bottom of who's responsible for the attacks that you just described, and to ensure that colleagues and their families get the care that they deserve, including at the National Institutes of Health and at Walter Reed. And I look forward very much to working with all of you to ensure that that's the case.
My last question is, this committee, under the leadership of Senator Burr and Senator Rubio, in many ways, I think, carved out the role as the technology committee on the Hill. And we really were the group that first raised the concerns about China's technological advances. We were the committee that called into question and then tried to formulate across government a 5G response. This issue of technology advancement, and as Senator Rubio pointed out, China doesn't have the goal of competing with, they have the goal of beating us in technological advancement. And I just want to, you may want to comment on this briefly, but continuing CIA's role to monitor China's advancement in all these technology fields, not simply a CIA directive, but we really do think the intelligence community has a broader view on this issue than any other part of our government.
No, it's hugely important, Mr. Chairman, and as I tried to emphasize in my opening statement, that connection between dealing with an adversarial China and ensuring that we can continue to compete effectively in technology is right at the top of my list of priorities if I'm confirmed. And I do respect the role of this committee. I watched the open hearing yesterday on SolarWinds, and it seemed to me to be a classic illustration of the value of a serious committee in looking at these issues. And I look forward very much to working with all of you on that.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ambassador, let me, in your written questions, you acknowledge that China uses cultural and educational programs, things like the Confucius Institutes and others, to try to influence U.S. policy-based debates to spread pro-China propaganda. So given this acknowledgement, I wanted to focus a little bit on your time as the president of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Now, Carnegie is involved with the China-United States Exchange Foundation, an organization that you acknowledged in your written questions or answers. It's part of China's United Front system, which is an effort to co-opt and neutralize sources of potential opposition, and part of their efforts to encourage foreign countries to adopt positions and narratives supportive of Beijing's preferred policies. And in this work at the endowment, it's reported that in 2019, you invited 11 congressional staffers on a trip to China. They met with a professor who works for the Communist Party Central Committee. They met with the president of another front group for the Chinese Communist Party, a group that was designated last October by the State Department as a group that seeks to directly influence, actually the quote is sought to directly and malignly influence state and local leaders in the United States. And this group that you partner with, the China-United States Exchange Foundation, a congressionally appointed commission in August of 2018 said that they showed a clear intent to influence policy towards China in the United States. So given your stated concerns about Chinese soft power influence efforts, why, while you were at the helm, did Carnegie Endowment for International Peace establish a relationship with and accept funding from this group, this China-United States Exchange Foundation?
Well, thanks, Senator Rubio, for the question. I mean, the first thing I'd emphasize is the Carnegie Endowment is a proudly independent and transparent organization and scrupulous about ensuring that whatever financial support it receives, whether it's from trustees or foundations, doesn't in any way shape the content or the conclusions of scholarly work at Carnegie. That's first. Second, on the China-U.S. Exchange Foundation, this is a relationship that I inherited when I became president of Carnegie and that I ended not long after I became president, precisely for the concerns that you just described, because we were increasingly worried about the expansion of Chinese influence operations. Shortly after I ended that relationship, we began a program at the Carnegie Endowment on countering foreign influence operations, which was aimed mostly at China and Russia, and was supported in part from a grant from the Global Engagement Center at the State Department in the last administration. On the second issue, Senator Rubio, that you raised on the congressional staff delegation, in 2019, we did partner with the Aspen Institute, which, as you know, for decades under the leadership of Dan Glickman, former Congressman Dan Glickman, has managed both member and staff delegations to many different parts of the world. This was a trip that included senior staff members, both Republicans and Democrats, both from the House and the Senate. It was fully approved in advance by the House Ethics Committee, and in my view is an illustration of what an institution like Carnegie should do, which is to provide congressional staff members with an opportunity to engage directly with Chinese counterparts and to express their concerns about Chinese actions and malign behavior quite directly. So in that sense, I think, it was a good illustration of what a non-governmental institution like Carnegie working with the Aspen Institute can do. But I share your concerns about foreign influence operations, and as I said, we've tried to demonstrate in our work at Carnegie over the time that I was president our appreciation of that threat.
My second and final question is about, Tsinghua University has been designated by the Australian Strategic Policy Institute as a very high risk for its level of defense research and alleged involvement in cyber attacks. At Carnegie, while you were there, worked with Tsinghua University to set up the Carnegie Tsinghua Center in Beijing, a center that features 7 individuals who work at the university as its guiding scholars, who have ties to the Communist Party. 2 of the center's senior fellows serve in senior Chinese Communist Party roles. And the center partnered with the Center for China and Globalization, a Beijing think tank associated and linked to the Communist Party's, whose president is linked to the Communist Party's efforts via the, he plays a prominent role with the United Front, which is a group that Xi Jinping has called China's secret weapon. I'm curious, what conditions, restrictions did the Chinese impose in order for this center to be set up?
Well, Senator Rubio, you're right. I mean, the center that Carnegie operates in Beijing and has for more than a decade is a partnership with Tsinghua University. During my time as president, I was extraordinarily careful to ensure that the arrangements that we had as a non-governmental organization operating there allowed us to continue to do independent work. And that has been the case over the last 6 years. I've also made clear to my colleagues at Carnegie that the moment we were constrained in doing that independent work, we would cease operations, because our point is not simply to exist. Carnegie's point is not to exist in centers in different parts of the world. It's to do high-quality, independent work. When that becomes impossible, or our scholars are self-censoring, then that's the moment at which it becomes no longer feasible to operate there.
Thank you.
Senator Feinstein.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. As you know, excuse me, over a decade ago, Mr. Burns, the CIA engaged in the use of waterboarding and other so-called enhanced interrogation techniques during interrogations. You provided straightforward answers in the pre-hearing questions, and I appreciate that. But I want to cover this topic because I believe it remains a priority to ensure that we never return to this. So let me ask you the same types of questions that I asked Director Coates, Pompeo, and Haspel when they were before us. Do you agree that current law prohibits any interrogation techniques not allowed by the United States Army Field Manual on Interrogation?
Senator Feinstein, it's good to see you. I believe that waterboarding does constitute torture under the law. As you well know, the issue of the enhanced interrogation techniques has been a settled matter for more than a decade. They were prohibited by President Obama in 2009, and then under the leadership of Senator McCain, the Congress enshrined this in legislation to ensure that the only permissible interrogation methods were those allowed in the Army Field Manual. I think it's fair to say we all learned some very hard lessons in the period after 9/11. It is very important. It's crucial to be mindful of those lessons and to move forward. And so it's in that spirit that I also share Director Haynes's view that we should not take actions against or prejudice the careers of officers who may have worked in those programs at a time when they were operating under Department of Justice guidelines and at the direction of the President. So to answer your question specifically, again, I am certainly committed to what the law provides right now and to ensuring that those enhanced interrogation methods are never again used by CIA. They certainly will not be under my leadership if I'm confirmed.
Well, thank you very much for that answer. It certainly was fulsome, and I greatly respect the fact that you came forward with it in the way in which you did. As noted in the intelligence community statement for the record in 2019 and our most recent worldwide threats assessment hearing, China has the ability to launch cyber attacks that cause localized, temporary, disruptive effects on critical infrastructure, natural gas pipelines for days or weeks, and Russia has the ability to execute cyber attacks in the United States that generate localized, temporary, disruptive effects on critical infrastructure, electrical distribution network for at least a few hours, and so on. I am concerned by this and want to know how we address this threat. So here's the question. What do you believe is the appropriate role for the CIA in diminishing these types of cyber threats to our critical infrastructure? And what else could the CIA be doing to help ensure the integrity of national cyber security?
Well, thanks, Senator. As the hearing that this committee conducted yesterday underscored, the SolarWinds attack, that cyber attack, was a very harsh wake-up call, I think, for all of us about the vulnerabilities of supply chains and critical infrastructure in both the private sector and the public sector in this country. And we've seen in recent years how both the Chinese leadership as well as the Russian leadership have an aggressive determination to take advantage of those vulnerabilities. I first saw this when I was ambassador in Moscow in 2007, and the Russians staged, Vladimir Putin's Russia staged a very determined cyber attack on Estonia, a small NATO ally of the United States. So if this is a harsh wake-up call, then I think it's essential for the CIA in particular to work even harder to develop our capabilities to help detect these kind of attacks when they come from external players, from foreign players, which is the responsibility of the CIA, to help attribute those, because without attribution, it's very difficult to deter future attacks. Continue to develop our own technological and cyber capabilities as a part of that potential deterrence. And then at the same time, to deepen partnerships across the intelligence community with domestic agencies like FBI and the Department of Homeland Security, with the private sector, where there's a shared interest in helping to shore up these vulnerabilities in critical infrastructure, and then finally, and not least, with foreign partners as well, many of whom, as I mentioned in the case of Estonia, have faced these same kind of threats, where we can learn from their experience and working together not only build better defenses, but also begin to build leverage against adversaries. And over time, I've been convinced, work with like-minded countries, allies, and partners, not only to build leverage, but to build rules of the road that help protect critical infrastructure, that help make clear international understandings that certain kinds of critical infrastructure are off limits for those kind of cyber attacks. That'll take time, it'll take enormous effort, but I think the CIA and intelligence can be an important part of that effort.
Thank you very
Senator
much.
Burr.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, welcome.
Good to see you, sir.
Hard to believe that we have known each other for over a quarter century. And I'm sure as you drove to the Hill today, it reminded you of some of the battle zones you've served in. You've not been given vacation spots at your time at the State Department. And I think this committee is grateful to you for your service up till now, and more importantly, for what you're about to embark on. Bill, as you know, it's difficult for federal agencies to recruit talent today. It's particularly difficult at an agency that requires security clearances. Do you have any idea today how you might want to restructure the recruitment process so that you can begin to onboard people earlier? It's difficult to recruit out of a university a graduate and say, we've got a job for you, but in a year after you've cleared security clearance. Do you see a need to revamp that in a way that allows you to bring that talent in?
Senator Burr, yes, I do, and I've seen this through my own experience at another agency at the State Department. The price that you pay when security clearance processes drag on and on, you lose good people. It becomes very difficult to recruit the kind of workforce, particularly a diverse workforce, that CIA requires to be effective. And so one of my high priorities, if I'm confirmed, will be to take a hard look at that issue. I know work has gone on in the past on this. I know previous directors have worked hard at this issue, but I agree with you on its significance. And you can't hope to have effective recruitment processes unless we find a way to streamline that process.
Well, the chairman's been outspoken on it, and I'm sure he will be dogged as it relates to the way forward. Ambassador, you speak 3 languages. Talk to us about how you see language requirements within the agency going forward. Is it a priority?
It has to be a priority, Senator. I know it was a priority for Gina Haspel as well, and I greatly respect that. Human intelligence cuts right to the core of CIA's unique role and responsibilities, and a part of gathering that human intelligence, which complements technical means that CIA and other parts of the intelligence community have made enormous progress on in recent years, but they're not a substitute for human intelligence. A part of that collection effort does require a facility in foreign languages. And so, as I discussed when I was talking about the high priority that I would attach to China if I'm confirmed as director, a part of that intelligence, a part of that priority requires expanding the number of Mandarin language speakers at CIA and making that a priority, and continuing to work to expand other hard language facility at the agency. It's crucially important.
You've heard and you will hear members on this committee all talk about technology. And I think most of us would agree that the United States is retarded as it relates to our ability to adapt new technologies. We're slow, we fight it. The reason that many of our adversaries have made the gains that they have is because of their willingness to accept technology, to use technology, to leverage that against what we've built. How do you intend to use technology both in the workforce and in the tradecraft to make sure that we fully take advantage of what I think is the greatest innovative country in the world?
Well, Senator, I think you're exactly right. I mean, CIA has a rich history of innovation and agility and technology, but if I'm confirmed, I recognize that we're going to have to work even harder to be innovative and to be agile. You mentioned tradecraft. One of the big challenges today in operational tradecraft is ubiquitous technical surveillance, the capacity of a number of our adversaries to make it much more complicated to conduct traditional tradecraft. And so the agency, like so many other parts of the U.S. government, is going to have to adapt to that kind of a challenge. I'm entirely confident that the women and men of CIA are capable of that. It's also going to require, Senator, this is the one point I would add, a greater effort to work with the private sector as well, so that we can not only keep pace with technological progress, but get out ahead of it. That's exactly what our adversaries are doing, and that's what I think we need to put even greater effort into as well.
Ambassador, let me remind you that the 2 introductions that were made for you, one thing they both highlighted, the need for the partnership with this committee and with the CIA. I know you embrace that fully, and for that, we're grateful. I look forward to your confirmation.
Thank you, sir. I look forward to it as well.
Senator Wyden.
With you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ambassador, at the risk of this becoming a full-fledged bouquet tossing contest, I want to just register a couple of areas that you've been involved in that are especially important to me. Your track record on human rights is, I think, a real attribute for this job, and of course your experience at the State Department. It is rare that we see people with that kind of background. So we're very appreciative of having you here. Let me start, and I think we touched on it, with respect to this matter of correcting false statements. If you or any other CIA official says something publicly that is inaccurate, will you correct the public record?
Well, Senator, as we discussed, I believe it's a serious responsibility if I'm confirmed as CIA director if in the case of a policymaker making a statement that I judge later to be at variance with intelligence that we've provided, to work with that policymaker to try to correct that statement and to get it right. I think, as you well know, Senator, that cuts right to the core of building credibility and building trust, which are the foundations, I think, for sound policy choices as well. So I would certainly take that very seriously in doing everything I can to correct the record.
Very good. My second question deals with this question of technology, and I'm glad that you've staked out the ground that'll be a priority for you. A major technology challenge will be to protect sources and methods while not hiding the legal interpretations that are used to conduct operations. And I'm especially troubled by situations in which the government goes around the courts and buys Americans' private records from data brokers, people who are basically unregulated. It's one of the sleaziest operations I know of, and I'm actually introducing legislation. The Fourth Amendment is not for sale here very shortly. We talked about this with Director Haynes at her confirmation process, and I would like to ask you whether you would make public the circumstances under which the intelligence community, under which the CIA, as part of the intelligence community, purchases commercially available information and the legal basis for doing so.
Yes, Senator, I share Director Haynes's view that it would be very valuable to lay out a framework that makes clear to the American people the guidelines and the legal boundaries within which we would undertake those activities. So I'm a strong believer in transparency, and I share Director Haynes's commitment.
Now, with respect to accountability, in 2013, the CIA acknowledged that it had fallen short in holding people accountable for failures associated with the management of the torture program. And I want to use my words carefully here because this has been a subject of some debate. So my question is, the CIA then recommended, and I believe what the discussion was about was going forward, that it broaden accountability reviews to consider systemic problems and officers responsible for those systemic problems, as well as management failures. So this was a recommendation of a long time ago, 2013. Do you agree with the CIA's 2013 recommendation, and will you implement it so that going forward, everybody is clear about the fact that it will be followed?
I will, Senator. I attach great importance to accountability. I will certainly follow through on that if I'm confirmed as director. And I do think it's important in conducting accountability review processes to also look at ways in which you can address systemic problems as well.
I think that's constructive, and I want to work with you on the timeline because, and this will be something we'll talk about on another occasion, but since it was recommended in 2013, that's been a long time. We've got to get it done. Last question is, over the years, the CIA has at times impeded congressional oversight by limiting briefings to the so-called Gang of Eight, limiting staff access to important programs and operations, and failing to inform the committee at all. Will you conduct a thorough review of where the CIA has engaged in any of these practices and report back to the full committee so that all of us, every member, will know how access can be expanded?
Well, Senator, if I'm confirmed, I certainly will be committed to trying to provide as much information as possible to the broader Committee on Sensitive Operations and Collection. And I do commit to reviewing the practices of my predecessors with regard to what information was restricted to Gang of Eight, and to working with all of you on this committee on that issue.
Good. I just want to tell my colleagues I'll be supporting Ambassador Burns and look forward to working with him.
Senator Collins.
I'm sorry, did you call?
Senator, we were going by order of arrival at the gavel.
Thank you. Ambassador Burns, welcome.
Thank you.
I first want to express my appreciation to you for engaging in an extensive conversation with me about the CIA officials who have been the subject of these terrible attacks that have left them with, in some cases, permanent traumatic brain injuries. And I was very glad that both the chairman and the vice chairman brought up this issue to you. I know that we have your firm commitment to ensure that those who have been injured receive the best possible medical care without going through hassles and roadblocks. And I hope we also have your commitment to focus on identifying the perpetrator of these heinous attacks.
Senator, I very much appreciated our earlier conversation on these issues as well, and I just reemphasize my commitment on both of those counts to doing everything I can, if I'm confirmed as director, to help get to the bottom of who's responsible for those attacks. And
Ambassador Burns, could you get your mic a little bit closer?
Sure, is that better?
Yes.
And commit not only to trying to get to the bottom of who's responsible, but also to ensure that my future colleagues get the care that they and their families deserve, whether it's at Walter Reed or National Institute of Health or elsewhere. And I look forward very much to working with you on those issues. And I know there are a range of other issues affecting the care and well-being of my future colleagues, those who, for example, have served as paramilitary officers over the course of recent years and have made enormous sacrifices in the last 2 decades, who also face genuine health challenges. And I also commit to trying to ensure that they get the best care possible as well.
Thank you. In the questions for the record, you were asked about the Confucius Institutes that are on some of our college campuses. And I was pleased to see that you agree that the Chinese
You're watching News Now from Fox. We are taking this U.S. Senate hearing for the CIA director, but coming up here in just about 2 minutes, we're going to be talking about a sticky topic right now, student loan relief and the debate between Democrats and President Biden. We have Fox Business's Jerry Willis. She'll be with us 2 minutes. We'll see you after the break.
Advice to any college campus that is still hosting a Confucius Institute?
Senator, thanks for the question. I mean, I think, what the Confucius Institutes do, and I'm no expert on them, but is to promote a narrative of Xi Jinping's China, which is designed to build sympathy for, what is, in my view, a quite aggressive leadership which is engaged in conduct and conducted, an adversarial approach to relations with the United States. So in that sense, that particular dimension of foreign influence operations constitutes a genuine risk. And so, my advice for any institutions in the United States, including academic institutions, is to be extraordinarily careful of, what the motives are for a variety of institutions like that, and to be very careful in engaging them.
Would you recommend that they shut them down?
I mean, if I were president of, a college or university and had a Confucius Institute, that's certainly what I would do.
Thank you.
Senator Heinrich.
Thank you, Chairman. Welcome, Ambassador.
Hi, Senator.
Thanks for the time that we were able to connect earlier. You've been a customer of the CIA's intelligence for many years in your various roles.
And welcome back to News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Going to carry you through this next hour here. And we have a conversation, a live report coming up with Fox Business, Jerry Willis. She's here to talk about student loans and that debt forgiveness, but it's not being met without any controversy. Democrats actually coming up against President Biden on this right here. Jerry, thanks for being with us on News Now from Fox. We appreciate you taking the time out of your day.
Thank you.
So let's get started.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a fascinating story, right? Yeah, so $1.56 trillion in outstanding student loan debt. The left wants to have this debt forgiven as much as $50,000 on an individual basis. I mean, imagine that. Pretty dramatic. It appears that the president is not going to do that. He doesn't want to do that. But he may end up forgiving $10,000, which would still be, a very large amount of money in student loan debts. But we talk to people who have student loan debt, who are having a hard time paying it, and people who have paid it off to find out what's going on out there. Matthew Burr is the author of the book, Slay the Student Debt Dragon. And he told us, hey, it is possible to pay off this debt. He had, get this, $191,000 worth of student loan debt from 2 different degrees, and he paid it off in less than 5 years. I believe we have the sound from him. Listen to this.
Jerry, unfortunately, we don't have that sound from that, but can you explain kind of what he said? This is an issue that tons of college students who couldn't even go to school this year are dealing with, right?
That's absolutely right. And Matthew told me that he cut his monthly costs to the bone. He didn't have cable. He didn't have Wi-Fi. He was carrying a BlackBerry around until it was practically a museum piece. And then what he did was he used what he called a snowflake method for paying off the debt, which is to say he made multiple payments every single week. He would send out 10, 20, $50, $100 to his creditors, trying to drive down those numbers and make sure that he kept his interest rates lower and what he was paying in interest very, very low. So he made extreme sacrifices. And then on top of that, he started a business. He got 5 jobs and put all that money towards paying off his bills. By the way, he's gotten 1 more degree, this one an advanced degree. He still owes $17,000, but he says, hey, I'll have that behind me in just a few more months.
It's so amazing to hear that there is some light at the end of the tunnel. But as far as debt forgiveness, what's next for President Biden and his administration?
Well, it's a great question, and it is a huge debate. And we still hear people like Senator Chuck Schumer pressuring the president to forgive as much as $50,000 for individuals in student loan debt. I think it's more likely that he might forgive a smaller amount of money, and he's looking very seriously at making some degrees free. So if you make $125,000 as a family and your child goes to a state school, you might be able to do that with no debt whatsoever. So there's going to be some big changes coming, and it's going to have to be hammered out. I'm sure it will be a very contentious conversation in Washington, but then what isn't these days?
Yeah, totally. You emphasize the word public universities. So what about private, all those students who are there?
That's where the big debts really are. We talked to another young man who had gotten a doctoral degree at a private school and run up $600,000 worth of debt. He's a doctor. and he is unable to pay it back. And now he's so angry, he's joined this movement called the Debt Collective. And together, all these folks are not paying their college debt because they say it's unfair. So you're going to have to watch out here. There's going to be some interesting protests going on as we get into this big public debate over what is really, a difficult problem for so many Americans right now.
Yeah, and an unfortunate story right there, as we really need those medical providers right now, those doctors and nurses and everything along those lines. Anything that you're going to be watching, Jerry, moving forward?
So I will be watching to find out if the universities are going to step up and do anything. Look, the universities have been raising prices for quite some time, right? Do you see tuitions come down? Not very often.
Yeah.
And I think there's a certain amount of responsibility that falls to these colleges, these universities. They really need to pick up the pace on what they're willing to do now. And so we'll see if they make some kind of offer, if they try to make things easier for students out there.
Yeah. Honestly, it'll be interesting to see what happens with attendance in general. I mean, a lot of people are just saying, you know what, I'm going to go into my first job instead of going to school, having to reap all of that debt. Attendance will be interesting too, and then how universities respond to that if it looks different going into these next few years here, right?
And why not do it all remotely? Because you can do it at a fraction of the cost at a number of different players. So I think they're getting more practical about this. You used to think of college as this thing that you had to have that was super special and you had to do it in a certain kind of way, be on campus. People are reevaluating all of that right now, and it's only partly because of COVID.
Yeah, I know. Look at us right now, virtually next to each other on the screen. Well, I'm happy that we could touch on like 20 different topics here. Jerry, thanks for joining us here on News Now from Fox. We hope to speak to you again soon.
Thank you.
And great information right there from our very own Jerry Willis with Fox Business. We bring some of their segments here on News Now, and we'll continue to do that. I'm going to send all of y'all to another 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we're going to stay with that hearing with William Burns, who is Biden's pick for CIA director. That more after the break. See you in 2 minutes.
In the way in which you did. As noted in the intelligence community statement for the record in 2019 and our most recent worldwide threats assessment hearing, China has the ability to launch cyber attacks that cause localized temporary disruptive effects on critical infrastructure, natural gas pipelines for days or weeks, and Russia has the ability to execute cyber attacks in the United States that generate localized temporary disruptive effects on critical infrastructure, electrical distribution network for at least a few hours, and so on. I am concerned by this and want to know how we address this threat. So here's the question. What do you believe is the appropriate role for the CIA in diminishing these types of cyber threats to our critical infrastructure? And what else could the CIA be doing to help ensure the integrity of national cyber security?
Well, thanks, Senator. As the hearing that this committee conducted yesterday underscored, the SolarWinds attack, that cyber attack, was a very harsh wake-up call, I think, for all of us about the vulnerabilities of supply chains and critical infrastructure in both the private sector and the public sector in this country. And we've seen in recent years how both the Chinese leadership as well as the Russian leadership have an aggressive determination to take advantage of those vulnerabilities. I first saw this when I was ambassador in Moscow in 2007, and the Russians staged, Vladimir Putin's Russia staged a very determined cyber attack on Estonia, a small NATO ally of the United States. So if this is a harsh wake-up call, then I think it's essential for the CIA in particular to work even harder to develop our capabilities to help detect these kind of attacks when they come from external players, from foreign players, which is the responsibility of the CIA, to help attribute those, because without attribution, it's very difficult to deter future attacks. Continue to develop our own technological and cyber capabilities as a part of that potential deterrence. And then at the same time, to deepen partnerships across the intelligence community with domestic agencies like FBI and the Department of Homeland Security, with the private sector, where there's a shared interest in helping to shore up these vulnerabilities in critical infrastructure, and then finally, and not least, with foreign partners as well, many of whom, as I mentioned in the case of Estonia, have faced these same kind of threats, where we can learn from their experience and working together not only build better defenses, but also begin to build leverage against adversaries. And over time, I've been convinced, work with like-minded countries, allies, and partners, not only to build leverage, but to build rules of the road that help protect critical infrastructure, that help make clear international understandings that certain kinds of critical infrastructure are off limits for those kind of cyber attacks. That'll take time, it'll take enormous effort, but I think the CIA and intelligence can be an important part of that effort.
Thank you very
Senator
much.
Burke.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, welcome.
Good to see you, sir.
Hard to believe that we have known each other for over a quarter century. And I'm sure as you drove to the Hill today, it reminded you of some of the battle zones you've served in. You've not been given vacation spots at your time at the State Department. And I think this committee is grateful to you for your service up till now, and more importantly, for what you're about to embark on. Bill, as you know, it's difficult for federal agencies to recruit talent today. It's particularly difficult at an agency that requires security clearances. Do you have any idea today how you might want to restructure the recruitment process so that you can begin to onboard people earlier? It's difficult to recruit out of a university a graduate and say, we've got a job for you, but in a year after you've cleared security clearance, do you see a need to revamp that in a way that allows you to bring that talent in?
Senator Burr, yes, I do, and I've seen this through my own experience at another agency at the State Department. The price that you pay when security clearance processes drag on and on, you lose good people. It becomes very difficult to recruit the kind of workforce, particularly a diverse workforce, that CIA requires to be effective. And so one of my high priorities, if I'm confirmed, will be to take a hard look at that issue. I know work has gone on in the past on this. I know previous directors have worked hard at this issue, but I agree with you on its significance. And you can't hope to have effective recruitment processes unless we find a way to streamline that process.
Well, the chairman's been outspoken on it, and I'm sure he will be dogged as it relates to the way forward. Ambassador, you speak 3 languages. Talk to us about how you see language requirements within the agency going forward. Is it a priority?
It has to be a priority, Senator. I know it was a priority for Gina Haspel as well, and I greatly respect that. Human intelligence cuts right to the core of CIA's unique role and responsibilities, and a part of gathering that human intelligence, which complements technical means that CIA and other parts of the intelligence community have made enormous progress on in recent years, but they're not a substitute for human intelligence. A part of that collection effort does require a facility in foreign languages. And so as I discussed when I was talking about the high priority that I would attach to China if I'm confirmed as director, a part of that intelligence, a part of that priority requires expanding the number of Mandarin language speakers at CIA and making that a priority, and continuing to work to expand other hard language facility at the agency. It's crucially important.
You've heard and you will hear members on this committee all talk about technology. And I think most of us would agree that the United States is retarded as it relates to our ability to adapt new technologies. We're slow, we fight it. The reason that many of our adversaries have made the gains that they have is because of their willingness to accept technology, to use technology, to leverage that against what we've built. How do you intend to use technology both in the workforce and in the tradecraft to make sure that we fully take advantage of what I think is the greatest innovative country in the world?
Well, Senator, I think you're exactly right. I mean, you know, CIA has a rich history of innovation and agility and technology, but if I'm confirmed, I recognize that we're going to have to work even harder to be innovative and to be agile. You mentioned tradecraft. One of the big challenges today in operational tradecraft is ubiquitous technical surveillance, the capacity of a number of our adversaries to make it much more complicated to conduct traditional tradecraft. And so the agency, like so many other parts of the US government, is going to have to adapt to that kind of a challenge. I'm entirely confident that the women and men of CIA are capable of that. It's also going to require, Senator, this is the one point I would add, you know, a greater effort to work with the private sector as well, so that we can not only keep pace with technological progress, but get out ahead of it. That's exactly what our adversaries are doing, and that's what I think we need to put even greater effort into as well.
Ambassador, let me remind you that the two introductions that were made for you, one thing they both highlighted, the need for the partnership with this committee and with the CIA. I know you embrace that fully, and for that, we're grateful. I look forward to your confirmation.
Thank you, sir. I look forward to it as well.
Senator Wyden.
With you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ambassador, at the risk of this becoming a full-fledged bouquet tossing contest, I want to just register a couple of areas that you've been involved in that are especially important to me. Your track record on human rights is, I think, a real attribute for this job, and of course your experience at the State Department. It is rare that we see people with that kind of background. So we're very appreciative of having you here. Let me start, and I think we touched on it, with respect to this matter of correcting false statements. If you or any other CIA official says something publicly that is inaccurate, will you correct the public record?
Well, Senator, as we discussed, I believe it's a serious responsibility if I'm confirmed as CIA director if in the case of a policymaker making a statement that I judge later to be at variance with intelligence that we've provided, to work with that policymaker to try to correct that statement and to get it right. I think, as you well know, Senator, that cuts right to the core of building credibility and building trust, which are the foundations, I think, for sound policy choices as well. So I would certainly take that very seriously and doing everything I can to correct the record.
Very good. My second question deals with this question of technology, and I'm glad that you've staked out the ground that'll be a priority for you. A major technology challenge will be to protect sources and methods while not hiding the legal interpretations that are used to conduct operations. And I'm especially troubled by situations in which the government goes around the courts and buys Americans' private records from data brokers, people who are basically unregulated. It's one of the sleaziest operations I know of, and I'm actually introducing legislation. The Fourth Amendment is not for sale here very shortly. We talked about this with Director Haynes at her confirmation process, and I would like to ask you whether you would make public the circumstances under which the intelligence community, under which the CIA, as part of the intelligence community, purchases commercially available information and the legal basis for doing so.
Yes, Senator, I share Director Haynes's view that it would be very valuable to lay out a framework that makes clear to the American people the guidelines and the legal boundaries within which we would undertake those activities. So I'm a strong believer in transparency, and I share Director Haynes's commitment.
Now, with respect to accountability, in 2013, the CIA acknowledged that it had fallen short in holding people accountable for failures associated with the management of the torture program. And I want to use my words carefully here because this has been a subject of some debate. So my question is, the CIA then recommended, and I believe what the discussion was about was going forward, that it broaden accountability reviews to consider systemic problems and officers responsible for those systemic problems, as well as management failures. So this was a recommendation of a long time ago, 2013. Do you agree with the CIA's 2013 recommendation, and will you implement it so that going forward, everybody is clear about the fact that it will be followed?
I will, Senator. I attach great importance to accountability. I will certainly follow through on that if I'm confirmed as director. And I do think it's important in conducting accountability review processes to also look at ways in which you can address systemic problems as well.
I think that's constructive, and I want to work with you on the timeline because, and this will be something we'll talk about on another occasion, but since it was recommended in 2013, that's been a long time, we've got to get it done. Last question is, over the years, the CIA has at times impeded congressional oversight by limiting briefings to the so-called Gang of Eight, limiting staff access to important programs and operations, and failing to inform the committee at all. Will you conduct a thorough review of where the CIA has engaged in any of these practices and report back to the full committee so that all of us, every member, will know how access can be expanded?
Well, Senator, if I'm confirmed, I certainly will be committed to trying to provide as much information as possible to the broader Committee on Sensitive Operations and Collection. And I do commit to reviewing the practices of my predecessors with regard to what information was restricted to Gang of Eight, and to working with all of you on this committee on that issue.
Good. I just want to tell my colleagues I'll be supporting Ambassador Burns and look forward to working with him.
Senator Collins.
I'm sorry, did you call?
Senator, we were going by order of arrival at the gavel.
Thank you. Ambassador Burns, welcome.
Thank you.
I first want to express my appreciation to you for engaging in an extensive conversation with me about the CIA officials who have been the subject of these terrible attacks that have left them with, in some cases, permanent traumatic brain injuries. And I was very glad that both the chairman and the the vice chairman brought up this issue to you. I know that we have your firm commitment to ensure that those who have been injured receive the best possible medical care without going through hassles and roadblocks. And I hope we also have your commitment to focus on identifying the perpetrator of these heinous attacks.
Senator, I very much appreciated our earlier conversation on these issues as well, and I just reemphasize my commitment on both of those counts to doing everything I can, if I'm confirmed as director, to help get to the bottom of who's responsible for those attacks. And
Ambassador Burns, could you get your mic a little bit closer?
Sure, is that better?
Yes.
And commit not only to trying to get to the bottom of who's responsible, but also to ensure that my future colleagues get the care that they and their families deserve, whether it's at Walter Reed or National Institute of Health or elsewhere. And I look forward very much to working with you on those issues. And I know there are a range of other issues affecting the care and well-being of my future colleagues, those who, for example, have served as paramilitary officers over the course of recent years and have made enormous sacrifices in the last 2 decades, who also face genuine health challenges, and I also commit to trying to ensure that they get the best care possible as well.
Thank you. In the questions for the record, you were asked about the Confucius Institutes that are on some of our college campuses, and I was pleased to see that you agree that the Chinese Communist Party uses these institutes as an instrument for propaganda.
And welcome back here to News Now from Fox. We're going to cut into this hearing here for CIA director, because that was from earlier today. We want to bring you a live feed. Check this out. This is a subcommittee, House Judiciary Subcommittee hearing regarding the rise of domestic terrorism. There's quite a few people who are on this virtual Zoom call, including Black Lives Matter. So we'll listen in to this and then head out to any of the other live feeds from across the country today. We're pretty much focused on the Capitol, it seems, but that's great. We'll move forward here on News Now. I'm going to send some of you off to a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, live news on the rise of domestic terrorism. That's what they're talking about here.
Can't say this following simple, truthful statement: the election was not stolen. Because it's that big lie that fueled the rage that caused domestic terrorists to attack our Capitol on January 6th. It is that same big lie that results in National Guard troops still being deployed outside our Capitol in body armor. I hope my Republican colleagues will tell the truth and reduce the risk of further political violence. I also note that at the beginning of this hearing, the Republicans played a video of the former president saying that there were very fine people on both sides in Charlottesville. I found that video deeply offensive. And the reason is because if you attended that rally of white supremacists and participated, you are no longer a very fine person. I don't care if you love puppies or if you give to charities. If you go participate in a rally where people are holding Nazi flags, wearing swastikas, and waving Confederate flags, you are no longer a very fine person. And it is wrong for my Republican colleagues to somehow whitewash that statement. The former president was wrong then, he is wrong now. It's that same false equivalence that we see again today in other aspects of this hearing. We know in domestic terrorists, if we look at the data, that white supremacist groups simply are far more lethal. You don't have to trust me, you can trust Ken Cuccinelli, the former acting deputy director of the Department of Homeland Security, who basically said if you look at the data, per people incidents of violence, white supremacist groups are far more lethal. Chad Wolf, the former acting Secretary of Homeland Security, basically said the same exact thing. And then Christopher Wray, the FBI director, also said that when you look at extremist motivated domestic terrorist incidents, it is the white supremacist ideology that forms the largest portion of that. So stop with the false equivalences. There is one group or groups, it's white supremacist ideology that's causing the major problems across America. And unfortunately, we've seen the former president use statements such as there are very fine people on both sides. He told the Proud Boys to stand by. He uses racist phrases like Kung Flu that's resulted in increased attacks against Asian Americans during this pandemic. And so my question is to Mr. Nance. What happens when the leader of the free world uses racist phrases? Does that give these white supremacist groups more license to go do their violent acts?
Well, absolutely. And it's very simple reason why. Because, you know, a lot of people like to say that what we're seeing here is in the white supremacist movement is really an act of, you know, patriotism or politics. No, this is tribalism at its rawest form. President Trump pretty much promised in nebulous terms, of course, that he was their tribal leader and that he would not allow, you know, for the e pluribus unum component of our government from many one to take place. He was really promising unum tribus dominus. One tribe will dominate the rest. He led for only 45% of the country and almost ignored 65% of the country. They think he is their lord. They, in groups that support him, they actually refer to him as God Emperor of the United States. I wish I was making that up, but that's true. They view him as a person befitting of being the first dictator of the United States. One of the reasons why we have a lot of heartburn with what happened with the insurrection on the Capitol and why it is not equivalent to the protest in Portland or Black Lives Matter, which was civil disturbance, was the fact that they came to overthrow the government and to install a president as a monarch, as a dictator. That is the difference here. It has never happened in American history. Even the South attempted to use the tenets of the Constitution for secession, not here. So they believe they're tribal chieftain.
Thank you. I also note that in the last 4 years, we've seen a disturbing rise in anti-Semitic attacks and attacks on the Jewish American community. So I'll just close, Mr. Henderson, if you could give your thoughts on how we can start mitigating those attacks.
The gentleman's time has expired. I'll let the gentleman answer just very briefly, please. The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Lieu. Anti-Semitism is a huge problem in this country and globally, and we need to address it as we address other serious hate crime activity. I hope the Department of Justice will explore expanding its hate crime related education programs and enforcement. I think that's the best way to address anti-Semitism.
I thank the gentleman very much. The time has expired on Mr. Lieu, and I'm delighted to recognize Ms. Sparks, the gentlelady from Indiana, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a quick couple questions. I first wanted to make a quick comment. You know, it's important discussions what we have, but we also want to make sure that we also have a freedom of people to exercise their First Amendment rights and the rights of protest, of peaceful protest. We have to be careful when we create rules where some people might be just afraid to go to have for a peaceful protest to say something there because there could be some violent people out there. And I think it's important as part of a free society that our freedom for peaceful protest is not infringed. I know several of my constituents called me and they were very surprised when they had the FBI call in their houses. They were not even here on January 6th. Some people showed up in their houses and people literally afraid. So I grew up in a very bad country with strong communist government and people were afraid to protest. So we can never forget that. But we want to make sure that we have a right framework, legal framework. If people truly create crimes, cause crimes, then they will be properly punished. So my question is for Mr. German. You know, we're discussing about domestic terrorism, and a lot of this, you know, a lot of things, you know, people just really criminals and thugs that, you know, create harm. So we have a criminal code, and I'm not an attorney, so I'm a common person, right? But our laws should be written the way that common individuals should understand. So my first question is there is anything in the code, any type of crimes that are not addressed by already crimes existing in the code? We have hate crimes, we have murders, we have people creating different type of violence and assault. So is there any type of crimes that are not there? Or if the crimes are there, but we want to have some enhanced penalties, potentially if there is some domestic terrorism, then it goes to the question, is our definition of domestic terrorism should be revisited, or you believe it really reflects what it needs to be? So I have 3 questions. Are there any crimes, about the penalties, and the third question about the definition?
Thank you very much for that question, and I'll try to keep them in order. Yes, there are plenty of crimes on the books that the domestic terrorism prosecutors at the Justice Department actually use. What our report looked at were the instances where these multitude of statutes were actually used in domestic terrorism prosecutions. So there are plenty of federal laws. Plus, the way that the Justice Department has established its counterterrorism program is through joint terrorism task forces, where they also take advantage of state and local laws. So if there was any gap because of the circumstances of a particular crime, state and local law enforcement prosecution could follow through. So there are more than enough laws on the books. And you're right, I want to make sure that law enforcement is focused on the violent acts and not on speech or attendance at a protest or association. With the white supremacist and far-right militant groups, there is a lot of violence these groups commit that falls through the cracks because the Justice Department's policy of deferring hate crimes to state and local investigators who may not have hate crime laws that can be effectively applied, or just treating it as violent crime, which is a local law enforcement problem rather than a federal problem, and therefore the data about those crimes isn't collected. So it's a matter of holding these agencies accountable, and we want to make sure that we have enough public accountability over the way the FBI uses these authorities to hold it responsible when it does use them to target people who are just expressing themselves or associating with people we might find odious.
So just to follow up, so what are the better, because a lot of enforcement tools are really in the local jurisdictions that exist. So what are kind of things you can have and ideas, because it's really a matter not of us really doing something with the code, but enforcement issues. Do you have some ideas to make sure people do enforce the law, because it's important for us for public safety? And we had that discussion this summer. A lot of mayors were not, a lot of businesses were destroyed and nothing was done. And then, a lot of mayors, they hire the police. It's a local jurisdiction issues. And we as a state even look what we can do as a state. I was a state senator, but what ideas do you have?
So number one, at many of those protests, there were literally hundreds of people arrested. So it's not as if there wasn't enforcement action being taken. It's just that what those prosecutions showed was that there was no organized effort to engage in those acts. So according to what the charges that were actually prosecuted. But to your question, again, these agencies work hand in glove with the Joint Terrorism Task Forces. There are law enforcement intelligence fusion centers that are supposed to be sharing this information, but too often they're focused on issues that don't have to do with actual acts of violence. And that's the problem, is there's so much false information and misinformation going through these networks that when a real warning passes through, it's not paid attention to because
Ladies, time is up. The witness wrap up his statement. Thank you very much. And let me be very clear, Ms. Bartz, that we are all committed to civil liberties and civil rights and to not have anyone's First Amendment rights violated. So thank you for your comments. I'm now pleased to yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank you very much for holding this most important committee hearing, and the topic is very, very important. I remember 3 years ago after the Charlottesville, Virginia incident, hate crime incident, Heather Heyer was killed, 34 people were injured. I called on the House Homeland Security Committee to hold hearings on this growing threat. My words, my request fell on deaf ears. And I'm glad that Congress is finally figuring out these issues, the dangers of domestic terrorism and white nationalism. And I say this because I think back to my weekends at home on Main Street. I do a lot of work with our veterans. I go to the VFW American Legion halls. I look at our veterans, some that are dreamers that just came back from serving, our World War II veterans. And, these World War II veterans are looking at me and saying, we fought against Nazi Germany, against the swastika, and now I see them on TV. And they ask me, Lou, what are you doing? What's happening to our country? And I would propose to you this white supremacist, this hate, is a cancer on our nation. Why? Because our armed services today are so diverse. You have people from all over the world defending and serving our country. Just last year, we had a couple of Vietnamese Americans promoted to generals in our nation. And yesterday I co-authored a resolution speaking out against recent increases in hate crimes against Asian Americans. We're a country made up of people from all over the world. This is why white nationalism, racism is a cancer in our society. And Mr. German, I'm gonna ask you, 9/11, after 9/11, our focus of this country was against foreign terrorists. For almost 20 years, we looked the other way. We focused all our efforts on there, not here. We wake up today, and we've lost more lives now to domestic terrorism than to foreign terrorism. You said that the FBI has chosen not to prioritize domestic terrorism. January 6th, you said a complete intelligence failure. Silos in our backyards. We have our county governments, our local police departments operating in silos. Therefore, we don't have the data we need to paint a complete and accurate picture of domestic terrorism. Sir, Mr. German, what do we do? Where do we go from here? You keep saying we have the laws that we need to prosecute, to put a stop to white nationalism, to this kind of hate and hate crimes. Where do we go from here, sir?
Thank you very much for the question. I think first we have to get the data. Congress had passed the National Defense Authorization Act. This data is well overdue. And without data about how the FBI and the Justice Department are actually using
Does it take that long to get that data, or is there a systematic denial that that situation exists and therefore the data is not presented to us?
It's a systematic denial. In the case of the Justice Department prosecutions, the docket numbers are public information, but they take them off their prosecutive reports so that you can't match up a case they're claiming as a terrorism statistic to an actual case. With the FBI, yes, this is information that they have in their files that they could put out at any time, right? This is just basic data about how many investigations they open against in these categories. So it's data that is easily available.
So, Mr. German, is it time that we police the FBI to be looking at independent research and data collection to get a solid picture of what's going on out there?
Absolutely. And whether it's through the Government Accountability Office or other means, if the FBI is refusing to provide data that Congress needs in order to serve its policymaking function, then Congress has robust tools to compel that information. And I think we have to get tough with these agencies now because
Mr. German, thank you very much. I'm running out of time, but I just wanted to say that I want to go back to Main Street, want to go meet with our veterans, both Democrats and Republicans, independents. And when they ask me, Lou, can you bring back the country I fought for, that I laid it all on the line for? I want to have a good answer for them. Thank you very much. And Madam Chair, I'm out of time. I yield.
I thank the gentleman from California, and we join him in wanting to tell those veterans that our America is back. With that, I want to yield 5 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar. 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I want to express my gratitude to you for having this very important hearing. I'd like to thank our panelists as well for being with us today. I also want to express my gratitude, Madam Chair, to you and Chairman Nadler for recognizing the attack on El Paso on August 3rd, 2019 in your opening remarks, and for understanding the pain and trauma that my community has gone through as a result of that horrific attack. My interest is in preventing the kind of pain and trauma my community is still enduring and ensuring that no other American community has to live through what we lived through, which was horrific violence at the hands of a domestic terrorist. And I think in order to do that, in order to prevent this from happening, we've got to understand, number one, the root causes that fuel the violence. Number two, the tools that are used by domestic terrorists in order to inflict that violence. When it comes to El Paso, we know what the root causes were. The root causes were anti-immigrant, racist, xenophobic hatred that the domestic terrorist confessed fueled his 10-hour drive to El Paso. He drove to my community because he confessed to wanting to slaughter Mexicans and immigrants. He published a screed online shortly before walking into that Walmart, and that screed used the same language, anti-immigrant, hateful, dehumanizing language that Donald Trump had used from the loudest bully pulpit in the world, from the office of the presidency. I wish I could say that with the election, we no longer have to deal with that kind of xenophobic, awful hate, but unfortunately, it is being invited back into Washington, D.C. My Republican colleagues have invited Stephen Miller, who is a white nationalist, to come brief them. They have also invited Mark Morgan, who is a member of a hate group, an anti-immigrant organization recognized as a hate group. He's being asked to brief them as well. And this is because we, on the House Democratic side, would like to pass immigration reform. And so unfortunately, while I wish I could say that the attack on El Paso had provided a lesson, a profound lesson against the use of anti-immigrant hate and a playbook rooted in xenophobia, I wish that a lesson had been learned. Unfortunately, it has not. And I would call on my colleagues to repudiate that hate and to disinvite Stephen Miller, Mark Morgan, Tom Homan, and others who perpetuate that hate. I would ask them to please rescind their invitations or to not show up. But in addition to understanding root causes, we've got to understand the tools. Mr. Henderson, Ms. Scanlon had asked you to talk about prevention, but she ran out of time. And so you were in the middle of talking to us about what we in Congress or we in the federal government can do to prevent more of these attacks. I'm going to ask you to finish your thoughts. And then, Mr. German, among the tools also are guns, frankly, and would love for you to comment quickly after Mr. Henderson finishes his thoughts on what background checks can do to help combat domestic terrorism. Mr. Henderson.
Ms. Escobar, thanks for the question. Our hearts go out to you and your constituents for their losses in August of 2019. I think one of the first things and one of the best things that can be done is for our country to really take an inward look at where we are and how we got there. There is a resolution under consideration in the House sponsored by Congresswoman Barbara Lee to establish a national commission on truth, racial healing, and transformation. I think that that would be one of the most important steps that might be undertaken to look at the totality of circumstances that brought us to the point today. I'll stop with that.
Thank you so much, Mr. German. Background checks.
So as I stated earlier, illegal weapons trafficking is one of the routine crimes that these organized militant groups engage in. So background checks are very helpful, both to identify people who are prohibited from owning weapons and prevent them from getting it, but also because it shows where these groups will go in order to obtain the weapons they want, but can't go through legitimate processes. So it's very effective.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady from Texas. Her time has expired. It's now my pleasure to yield to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. It's been a very interesting hearing, and the sad part of it is some people still don't recognize that we went through the most horrific experience that the United States of America has ever been the victim of from within, an attempt to overturn our Constitution and our government. And yes, while a majority, 57-43, felt Donald Trump incited that, in public opinion, that's pretty astonishing, including 7 Republicans. when he went out on the ellipse and he said, if you don't fight hard, you're not strong, you won't have a country. Mr. Henderson, you heard people in the 60s and 70s and whenever Ku Klux Klan's people encouraged their people to go and do violence. Did you take Mr. Trump's words, you won't have a country, to be racial in nature and to be a dog whistle?
I thought it was certainly a dog whistle, Mr. Cohen. I thought it was beyond a dog whistle. I thought it was a foghorn. I thought that the effort to inflame passions on January 6th that ultimately led to the insurrection at the Capitol, the failed coup d'etat, as I saw it, indeed had been inflamed by those words. And yes, I agree completely with your observations.
Mr. Nance, did that ever, I tell you, it didn't come to me until really I watched a couple of movies that were Chadwick Boseman, the Jackie Robinson and the Thurgood Marshall. And while they were movies, they depicted the society of the 40s and the hate and the enmity that white racist Southerners had towards integration, and troublemakers like Thurgood Marshall. Good troublemakers, but they weren't seen that way. And it hit me that that was racial when Trump said, you won't have a country. Mr. Nance, did you see that as well?
Yes, and it's disturbing mainly in the sense that the bully pulpit of the President of the United States was used as a cudgel, and a cudgel which was essentially handed off to a mob with near explicit instructions to go up and stop the constitutional process of certifying an election. This is why I took issue with what Mr. No said earlier. For whatever you want to say about what happened in Portland, in Seattle, in Kenosha, those were not acts of terrorism. They were not domestic terrorists. They were acts of civil disobedience and protest. We've seen equal vigor at Super Bowl protests. We've seen fire and fights, and I'm from Philadelphia. But what we saw on the 6th of January was literally an organized attempt, which was backed by 40,000 protesters and as many as 3,000 to 5,000, according to the Park Service's estimates, smashing in to destroy your building to stop the democratic process, to literally stop democracy in its tracks. They were willing to kill. As Officer Fanone said, when he was being beaten and his pistol belt was being grabbed, someone said, kill him with his own gun. It was only the fact that he begged them that he had children that protesters got in between them. They fully intended to commit this violence. They thought they were taking back a country from what it is. They don't believe in e pluribus unum. They really wanted to create their own imaginary state with Donald Trump as leader.
It was a sad, sad day, the saddest day in the history of our country, and some people aren't accepting it. Now, I want to say I didn't approve of some of the Antifa actions of coming to Washington and breaking windows and doing some of the things they did after Trump was inaugurated. And I said that, and some of the things, but that's not the issue. It doesn't compare. It's like comparing a forest fire to somebody with a match or setting it's just, there's no comparison. And the fact is, what we experienced was horrific, and people need to accept it and not try to defend it. Somebody here said there were only 200 people that went into the Capitol. That's absurd. There were way more than 200 policemen, and they were overrun. 200 people would not have overrun our Capitol Police. That's just false. And when we had hearings, I told the committee, try to say boogaloo. Can you say boogaloo? And nobody could say boogaloo. I went on the floor and I said, can anybody here say boogaloo? They couldn't say it. Their lips were locked. And yet it was boogaloo that killed the officer in Oakland, who they tried to claim was part of the unrest. And they even brought the
gentleman's time has expired.
The officer to Fort McHenry and make her look like it was somebody else. Get real. We've got to fight against the white extremists and make our country safe again. I yield back the balance.
Gentleman's time has expired. Very much to members. We have a few points that we'd like to clarify, and so I'm going to yield 5 minutes at this time to Mr. Biggs, the ranking member of the subcommittee. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. German, you wrote a book called Disrupt, Discredit, and Divide, How the New FBI Damages Democracy, right?
Yes.
And if I can, I haven't read your book, just read some summaries of it. But one of the things that it chronicles how the FBI transformed itself after 9/11 from a law enforcement agency famous for prosecuting organized crime and corruption to arguably the most secretive domestic intelligence agency the country has ever seen. Is that a fair statement?
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that premise. I'm actually, I don't know if I'm going to buy your book, but I might check it out in the library to read it because I agree with that premise. And that leads me to a couple of things that I think I'd like you and Mr. No to each respond to, if you would, please. Do you think the FBI has the necessary tools to investigate domestic terrorism while ensuring constitutional rights are protected, especially in light of the abuse of FISA authority, which we've seen over the last couple of years? So I'll go first to Mr. No, then to you, Mr. German. Mr. No.
Thank you for the question. I'm not an expert on FBI and federal capabilities to investigate, so I'll have to defer to my co-panelists for the answer. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Thank you, Mr. German.
So thank you very much for the question. Part of the problem after 9/11 was the reduction of criminal predicates. So after the Church Committee investigation, the Attorney General guidelines were issued to create a requirement that an agent have a reasonable indication based on articulable facts that the person they want to investigate is engaged in a federal crime or will engage in a federal crime. This is a very low standard. Most FBI agents I knew woke up pretty suspicious. The problem is removing those standards allow the FBI to investigate people not based on any evidence of wrongdoing, but rather based upon the agent's own bias or the agent's own belief that something might happen in the future. And that's a big part of the problem, both in the way the electronic surveillance authorities were changed with the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act and the Patriot Act, and with the way the Attorney General guidelines were changed. So if we can restore those criminal predicates, that will require the FBI agents to actually be working from articulable facts rather than bias.
Sure, and so with that, dozens of states from New York to Nevada have their own anti-terrorism laws. Can you comment on whether these state laws have been effective to investigate and prosecute domestic terrorism?
I haven't done any kind of comprehensive study of those. I am concerned about the use of terrorism in the law, in federal law as well as state and local law. The way we worked when I was undercover in the early 90s was we were investigating the criminal activities some of the people within these groups were engaged in, and that separated it from the ideology. And terrorism is a politicized term, so it's not surprising that when we talk about it, there's a political element to how we interpret it. So my advice is to focus on the violent crimes and the actual violations of the criminal statutes.
All right, guys, just want to give you a heads up. Some of you are going to head into a quick 2-minute break as we continue to listen in here to this House Judiciary Subcommittee on Domestic Terrorism. And for those of you not in a break, let's jump into more live events that are happening here across our country. Looks like Kamala Harris is doing a virtual swear-in.
And domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office upon which I am about to enter.
the duties of the office upon which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Secretary. Congratulations, and to the whole family. Congratulations to everybody. Congratulations. And I will see you guys soon. The president is so excited. So to the whole family, congratulations. And we've got a lot of work to do, and we'll do it together. And Christy, again, it's great to see you as well.
Thank you.
Okay, enjoy. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye.
All right, so we caught the tail end there as we did see Vice President. Ooh, apologies for that, everyone. All right, sorry about that. We were watching Vice President Kamala Harris as she was doing a virtual swear-in. Obviously, coronavirus puts a lot of restrictions in place for people. So this was of Tom Vilsack. He's the Secretary of Agriculture. And once again, we continue to bring you all these news items from across the country live for you. And don't forget, News Now, as you just saw, as we got that annoying beep in our ears, is live, raw, and unfiltered. So News Now from Fox is going to continue to go back into that hearing. We'll have even more news for you coming up shortly. Coming up in about a half hour, I do have a reporter who's going to be joining me. And if you're into UFOs, if you're into are we the only ones out there in space, you might want to stick around for that. So once again, going to head back out to this hearing on domestic terrorism. All right, and it seems like we are having audio issues there. So what we're going to do is jump away from this hearing. We are taking a live look at the White House as we just saw Vice President Kamala Harris swear in another member here to their cabinet. But let's continue to move things along. We're going to jump into some of our Fox 2 news coverage. Going to hear a little bit more about heart health. February is a month where they really put emphasis on taking care of your heart. So let's listen in from the doctors.
Oh, the doctor's in this morning. You know, it's Heart Health Month, and doctors always telling us the best way to get there is with a good diet, although we hate the word diet, and regular exercise. Maybe we'll ask the doctor what other word we can use. We know both of those things can be challenging, especially as we get older, especially right now during everything we're going through. So where do we start? What do we do? This morning, the doctor's in, Dr. Javier Valle. Doctor, good morning, cardiologist at St. Joseph, Ann Arbor. Good morning.
Good morning, Tina. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. First of all, do you hate the word diet as much as the rest of us do? Is there another word that you use with your patients?
Yeah, no, I think diet kind of has a little bit of a negative connotation with it. So I think just sort of, healthy changes, sort of eating healthier, those kinds of things. Just diet kind of suggests that there's a temporary thing. You're going to do it for a little while and then probably go back to your old ways. On the whole, we're really kind of talking about behavioral change and change as far as the lifestyle that you live that really needs to be long-lasting if you're really going to impact your cardiovascular health.
All right, doctor, I like what you're saying. So let me just ask you about COVID real quick. What are you seeing? We see everything through the lens of COVID these days, it seems. What are you seeing? We know heart disease is still our #1 killer. Are you seeing that, and are you seeing COVID affecting people's cardiovascular systems?
Yeah, it's interesting. So when, COVID first started, first of all, we're still, even though it's been around for a year now, we're still learning a lot about the virus and the way that it impacts the heart and overall cardiovascular health. When it first came around, what we started to see was people were actually ignoring a lot of, not ignoring, but kind of avoiding hospitals, even though they were having cardiovascular disease symptoms and concerns. So heart attacks, strokes, people were just avoiding the hospitals entirely. I think, professional societies, the American Heart Association, local healthcare systems have really done a good job of saying you really can't ignore these things because they can kill you just as well as any other time in history. And so we're seeing people come back really kind of listening to their bodies and listening to their cardiovascular health. But yeah, COVID definitely does impact the heart. You know, we see it in different ways. It can cause a lot of different sort of ill effects for the heart. And so that is something that we're seeing, and we're still kind of evaluating and determining the overall effects of it. But it is something that's factoring into our decision making now.
One thing that you have told me is that one of the biggest issues is blockages when we talk about heart disease, because that's a big umbrella term. And I want to show everybody what it looks like when you start to get blockages in these tiny little passageways. So explain what we're seeing right now with cholesterol and plaque.
Sure, yeah, so I'm an interventional cardiologist, and the way to kind of think about it, you know, the heart is kind of a house. It has 4 chambers in it, it has a plumbing system, it has an electrical system, just like your house does. The plumbing of the house is really the arteries that feed the heart, and that brings blood to the muscle of the heart tissue. When those basically pipes start to clog up, that's cholesterol plaque buildup. And kind of a simple analogy, you cook bacon fat, you pour it down the sink, it starts basically clogging up the pipes. Same idea here, you can think about it, you're eating bacon, clogging up those pipes. Now, never to say you shouldn't ever eat bacon, but the more that you do it, the more that those pipes will clog up. As those pipes start to clog up, that cuts off blood supply to the heart, and that cuts off blood supply to the heart muscle. And overall, that time, that amount of clog that builds up can overall increase your risk of heart disease and heart attacks moving forward. And so that's the thing that we really kind of want to talk about is as you kind of live your life and make your process moving forward, the things that you put in your body really can impact the amount of clogging that your pipes can have.
So diet is one of the #1 factors. Any foods that you're going to tell us not to eat or to avoid?
You know, I think if you could wave a magic wand and say, you know, don't ever eat, you know, things that are high in fat, high in cholesterol, that's probably, you know, what you would do, but that's just really hard to do. I think, you know, we talked about what diet means to people. Those are temporary things. I think making incremental changes that are going to be sustainable are really the things that I really encourage patients to do. And so really looking at the things, we all know what's bad for us, right? I mean, potato chips, French fries, fried foods, all those things. It's not rocket science anymore. But, you know, when you look at it and look at how often you're doing it, there are ways that you can cut back without completely taking away some of the things that we really enjoy in life. So, you know, while it'd be great to never have French fry ever again from your cardiovascular perspective, there's some joy in having it. So having it every once in a while is probably reasonable. Having it every day, probably not. Finding a way to cut back on those things, 20, 30%, you know, 40%, 50%, whatever it might be, pick a thing that's going to be sustainable for you, and that will really impact the chances of you know, you developing heart disease in the future.
Good information, Doctor. Thank you so much. We appreciate your very even approach to this, and we're going to continue the conversation. Dr. Javier Valle, I love saying your name, Doctor. Thank you. We appreciate you. Coming up in our next hour, a St. Joe's dietitian joins us live. She's going to be making a heart-healthy soup. It sounds delicious, and it's going to fill you up, keep you warm, all those good things. So we'll continue in our next hour. In the meantime, we'll take a quick break. But you know February is Heart Health Month, and what you put into your body, just as important, probably one of the most important things, decisions you make about foods you're eating, even more so than exercise. Let's turn now to St. Joseph Mercy Ann Arbor dietitian Chantel Singer. Good morning, Chantel.
Good morning. We're here live at Michigan Heart and Vascular Institute, and we're going to be making this hearty red lentil chili today. So I'm going to show you how we do it every day here in clinic for heart disease reversal. We've got multiple parts of our program that's focused on lifestyle medicine. So we've got exercise that focuses on cardio, strength training. We've also got yoga, healthy mindset workshops that focuses on stress reduction. And of course, we've got our nutrition education and cooking school workshops. So we're going to show you how it's done today, making a delicious hearty red lentil chili that is very heart healthy.
You know what,
so I've got my pan on.
Oh, I just want to say one statistic, and then I'll let you keep talking because we want to get to the recipe. But I know that about 80% of heart disease is avoidable. I believe that's the statistic with good lifestyle choices, which is kind of what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So the World Health Organization states that up to 80%, you're correct, 80% of chronic diseases can be avoided through lifestyle medicine, thinking of all those different pillars.
Good. All right, let's get to our recipe. So I want to know more about these lentils.
Yeah. Yes, we got some red lentils, the star of the show, but we're doing a water saute here. You could use vegetable broth or a cooking oil spray. We've got some, about a cup of red pepper here, high in vitamin C, good for the immune system. And we've also got some yellow onion here, about 1 cup. So gonna get our base for the veggies. And then we've got some garlic here as well, about 2 tablespoons. This is that pre-minced garlic. Super convenient and easy. And then we've got a poblano pepper, which is a pretty mild pepper. So we're gonna throw that in there. And then we've got jalapeno as well. So you can make this chili as mild or as spicy as you'd like. We de-seeded the jalapeno today, so it's not gonna be quite as spicy, but if you like the heat, definitely throw that in there.
That's good. And by putting all that in, and you're just using water, so no oil, but there's so much flavor.
Yep.
That's the one thing about eating healthy is that there is so much flavor in these vegetables and in these spices and that's what you need to do to keep the food tasting good.
Exactly. So we bump up a lot of the herbs and spices here in clinic, and we're going to be using today, I'm not going to throw them in quite yet, but we've got here typical, like a traditional chili recipe. We've got paprika, we've got cumin, we've got chili powder, and we've got a touch of cayenne as well. So again, if you're going for a spicier chili, add more of that cayenne, and if you don't like it, then maybe leave it out. But all right, so we do want to saute this originally for like 5 to 10 minutes, but with our time today, we're going to go ahead and add in the rest of our ingredients. I've got 2 cans of no salt added diced tomatoes, so we're doing low sodium here as well, healthy for the heart. And tomatoes are high in vitamin C and an antioxidant called lycopene, which is really helpful for reducing inflammation and helpful for heart health.
All right, good.
Got some tomato paste here as well, a couple tablespoons.
And I think, Chantel, eating tomatoes, even the canned, jarred, however you're getting them, it doesn't have to be a fresh tomato, because to be honest, sometimes these fresh tomatoes, when they're not in season, are not delish.
Yeah, exactly. So we're also going to be adding, you could use fresh or canned, and we're going to be having low sodium vegetable broth here. So we've got about 3 cups. I'm going to go ahead and add that in. And this is really just a one-pot wonder. It doesn't get better than throwing everything all in one pot. Really make it easy. And finally, we'll add the heartiness. So it's called a hearty lentil chili for a reason. So we've got classic dark red kidney beans. We go for low sodium here in clinic to help that blood pressure. And we got black beans here as well, about 1 can of each. And then of course the star, we've got these red lentils. Now you could use any type of lentil that you want, green, brown. Green and brown is gonna stay a little bit more intact than the red lentils, but it makes for a good texture of the chili. So we're gonna go ahead and add that in there. A lot of plant protein, a lot of fiber. And then finally, more of our seasoning. So we have a teaspoon of liquid smoke here, and this is gonna add that real smoky flavor.
The lentils, do you have to soak them
that would work
first,
as well.
Chantel? The lentils, you have to soak them first, or you just throw them in there?
Good question. So no, you can actually just throw them in there. We've got them dried. You can buy canned lentils, but we've got dried lentils here today. And so we're just mixing them up with our broth, and they're gonna absorb that broth, that water, in the cooking process while it's simmering. And so they'll hydrate up, and in about 30 minutes, we'd have a hearty lentil chili all ready to go. So finally, I'm gonna add these seasonings here, and that's gonna smell really good. It's gonna have a lot of flavor.
I'm going to tell everybody,
give that a good stir,
where they can get the recipe. Do you want to just scoop out a quick bowl so we can see what it looks like and imagine that we're eating it?
Yeah, absolutely.
So the recipe
here
will be
we go.
posted on our website later this morning. Real easy one-pot dish, and that's what it looks like. Show us a little sample of that. Oh, that looks good. Very nice. And
yeah,
a
we
little
got
garnish on
avocado
there.
here,
Okay.
substitute for. And we got some corn tortilla chips, and I actually made these myself. So while we're trying to cut fat and salt here, regular corn tortilla chips have a lot of oil and salt. So I just put corn tortillas in the oven, cut them in strips, 400 degrees, 10 to 12 minutes, and you've got this nice, crispy, crunchy tortilla chip. And that's gonna be along with the recipe as well.
All right, Chantel, thank you. Well done over there in the test kitchen. We appreciate you.
And we'll do a little lime juice to top it on off.
That did look delicious, I'm not going to lie. Well, we're going to continue to give you more news updates that are happening across the country after a quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back here to News Now from Fox. We do have a news alert to bring to you here this evening, as we do have a reported shooting inside of a Target store. This is Antioch police investigating a shooting that occurred inside Target. Witnesses said a person was shot inside of the store on Lone Tree Way, and the suspect then fled on scene in a getaway car but crashed. The suspect reportedly exited the vehicle, took off on foot. He does remain at large at this time. So once again, we are reporting this breaking news, and this was some video from earlier today. Let's jump into our live video picture that we do have as Chopper is up in the air here above this Target. And again, reports are saying that there was one person who was shot inside of Target, as there was a suspect inside of this store on Lone Tree Way. The suspect then did flee the scene in a getaway car, but that car had crashed. And then the suspect exited the vehicle, took off on foot, and does remain at large at this time. And again, for those of you watching here on News Now from Fox, we are taking a live look above the Target here where this incident has been reported. Again, at this time, they do say that the suspect remains at large. Antioch police are investigating this shooting that occurred inside of the Target store, and witnesses said one person was shot. The suspect then fled on in a car, but that car crashed, then fled on foot. So once again, we are taking this live look thanks to our chopper up in the air. And it does look like Target has not closed its doors or shut down at all because of this situation that happened. And just earlier here, we had shown you some video previously of the crime scene tape being up, and I'm not seeing that on our screen at this time. So once again, we are giving you this live, raw, unfiltered look here at the Target store on Lone Tree Way in Antioch, California, as we continue to try to get more information on this one person who was reportedly shot inside of this Target. All right, guys, and until we learn more information, it does look like we do have our Texas Governor Abbott stepping up to the podium. Looks like he's getting ready to address some of his Texans. So let's continue to keep an eye on this for you here at our News Now from Fox desk. If there are any updates, of course, we'll be bringing it to you. But until that time, let's head on down to Texas and listen in to what Governor Abbott has to say. Again, they continue to try to clean up after this storm mess. They are trying to help everyone get back to somewhat of a normal pace as their temperatures have returned back to normal temperatures. They are out of that deep freeze, but they still have a lot of work ahead of them as they continue to address the situation that had happened last week when millions had lost power. They didn't have clean drinking water, and unfortunately, they did have many deaths due to either freezing to death or carbon monoxide poisoning or house fires that had burned. So once again, we are live here with our Texas governor.
My fellow Texans, good evening from the State Emergency Operations Center. Tragic does not even begin to describe the devastation and the suffering that you have endured over the past week. Too many of you were shivering in your own homes. No power, no heat, no water. I want to thank the countless Texans who stepped up to help those in need. As is often the case, the worst of events brings out the best in Texans. For those of you still hurting, I want you to know the state is using every possible resource to fix this problem. Many of you are angry, and you have a right to be. I'm angry too. At a time when essential services were needed the most, the system broke. You deserve answers. You will get those answers. The Electric Reliability Council of Texas, known as ERCOT, manages the flow of power in Texas. Before the storm hit, ERCOT repeatedly assured the state and the public that ERCOT was prepared. Those assurances turned out to be false. We now know that power generators of all sources were not prepared for this severe winter weather. We have also learned that ERCOT operators should have acted quicker to stabilize the grid and to prevent power generators from being knocked offline. Our task now is to take the lessons learned from the past week, as well as the anger that we all feel, and channel them into immediate action. I made responding to this storm an emergency item this legislative session. I am already working on solutions with the Lieutenant Governor, the Speaker of the House, and the state legislature. First is protecting you. It is outrageous for residents to be saddled with skyrocketing power bills. The state is already investigating multiple electric providers about these spikes. Also, we have ordered that Texans will not have their power shut off because of unpaid bills until the legislature has time to act on this. Second, ERCOT must be overhauled. 5 ERCOT board members have already resigned, including the chair and the vice chair. But more must be done. Tomorrow, the state legislature begins comprehensive investigations of ERCOT. And I am already working with the legislature on reforms to add more power to the grid and to ensure that we never run out of power again. Also, the Office of Attorney General has launched a formal investigation into ERCOT. Third, the fact is, power generation from all sources buckled under the harsh, freezing winter weather. That includes natural gas, coal, nuclear, as well as wind and solar. Each of these power sources failed to fully produce because of inadequate safeguards. That is why I have made it a legislative priority to mandate and to fund the winterization and stabilization of the Texas power infrastructure. This will protect our power grid from future winter weather events. No words can fix what happened or ease the pain that you have endured. But I assure you of this legislative session will not end until we fix these problems. And we will ensure that the tragic events of the past week are never repeated. Your safety is my top concern. And I pray that God continues to bless you all.
All right, so once again, we have been listening in live here to Governor Greg Abbott's address to Texans, saying he knows that people are still hurting as they try to recover from losing that power, losing clean drinking water, and he says that they are going to continue to push for more change to be made so this never happens again in the future. All right, some of you are going to go into a quick 2-minute break. More to come, including are we the only ones out there? You'll hear more on that after a quick break. All right, for those of you not in a break, we are going to be talking with one of our reporters at Fox 10 Phoenix. His name's Brian Webb. He is talking about a UFO story. You're going to want to stick around. We're about 30 seconds away. And welcome back here to News Now from Fox. There's always the question, are we the only ones out there? There's always those stories of seeing the flashing lights. Are there UFOs really in the sky? Well, now take a listen in to something that an American Airlines flight says that they encountered.
Have any targets up here? We just had something go right over the top of us that, I hate to say this, looked like a long cylindrical object. It almost looked like a cruise missile type of thing moving really fast that went right over the top of us. Have any targets up here? We just had something go right over the top of us that, I hate to say this, looked like a long cylindrical object. It almost looked like a cruise missile type of thing moving really fast that went right over the top of us.
All right, so once again, you were listening in there as American Airlines flight says, could they have encountered a UFO? So we are joined right now with Brian Webb. He's with Fox 10 Phoenix. And Brian, let's just talk about that audio clip. Obviously, this is something a lot of people, say, are there aliens out there?
And Phoenix is kind of famous for that with the Phoenix Lights almost 24 years ago, putting UFOs on the map in our area. This, of course, was from a pilot who, is kind of a trained sky watcher versus the regular public. So when he sends out that message, it gets our attention. This was a flight leaving Cincinnati on Sunday morning. It arrived here at 1:42 p.m. at Sky Harbor. But that recording comes from somewhere over New Mexico, where he saw something he couldn't explain and went looking for answers. And as you heard, some sort of cylinder-shaped object moving right over the top of their plane. They were at 37,000 feet at that point. He couldn't explain it, went looking for answers. And we went looking for some answers today, too. We reached out to the FBI. FBI is usually very tight-lipped about this kind of thing. They said they are aware of the reported incident, but as usual, cannot confirm nor deny any of their investigations, which only adds to the mystery of all of this, which happened back on Sunday.
Now, Brian, you said Phoenix is well known for this. I even was telling our people here that, one time I might have thought I saw something, but a lot of times there is a lot of explanation. So has there been any word on what this explanation could be to what these pilots possibly saw?
Absolutely none at this point. The FBI is tight-lipped as usual. We did speak to a woman who is one of the most outspoken voices on the Phoenix Lights phenomenon that happened all those years ago. And, she admits right up front, most of everything that is mysterious and seen up in the skies can be explained, whether it's space junk or maybe has something to do with the military or maybe someone just got it completely wrong. But she also leaves a little opening to say that we can't possibly know everything that's out there, and maybe we just don't have the proper technology to define it. She likened it to trying to find an FM radio station on the AM dial. So it remains a mystery tonight, and you never know.
That's right. A lot of eyes might be glued to the sky here tonight after hearing that. So Brian Webb, thanks again for joining us here with our Fox 10 Phoenix team. And it's definitely something that we'll all try to keep our eyes on, and we'll have our eyes up on the sky. We'll be right back after another quick 2-minute break. All right, thanks again for being here with us on News Now from Fox. We have even more news to get to here today for you. As always, we like to keep you informed on everything that's been happening across our country. And if we didn't get to it while it's live, we like to play for it out for you here on News Now from Fox. So what we're going to do is continue to go through some of these news stories, as I mentioned, that we haven't gotten to yet here today. One of them coming out of Chicago. This is coming from our governor of Chicago, J.B. Pritzker. He had signed into law a sweeping overhaul of policing and criminal justices that eliminates cash bail system. It requires police officers to be equipped with body cameras, and it does strictly defines the use of force rules, which we all know has been a huge topic a conversation, especially after George Floyd, with that upcoming trial of Derek Chauvin. I know it's still a hot topic here today. So what we're going to do is listen in to what he had to announce again about signing this reform bill into law here today. And if we do see other news events that pop up live, of course, we'll jump out to that right here for you on News Now from Fox.
Board of Trustees, I am honored to welcome Governor Pritzker to our historic Proctor Recreation Center. I'd like to thank Representative Jahan Gordon Booth, Senator Sims, Senator Peters, Representative Slaughter, Senator Kaler, and all other dignitaries, including our trustees, President Robert Johnson and Trustee Joyce Harrent, for joining us today to celebrate his visit. The oldest park district in the state of Illinois, the Peoria Park District, is a public steward of nearly 9,000 acres of park and open space and provides recreation and wellness opportunities to support our community across multiple recreation centers. None of that sounds particularly out of the ordinary, but we are here today to express our gratitude and celebrate a part of our work that is extraordinary. Through the work of dedicated staffers like Carl Cannon, who will speak later today in today's program, and Janelle McLeod, the general manager of the facility that we stand in here today, and others, the Peoria Park District works daily to prevent violence by engaging our youth and families in positive activity and skill building that encourages a safe and nonviolent lifestyle. Thanks to the generous advocacy and support of Leader Jahan Gordon Booth and the expert oversight of the Illinois Criminal Justice Information Authority, our district has been able to provide innovative responses to our youth violence-free activities in ways that have engaged and encouraged during times that have challenged the very core of what our park district does. With their help, the Peoria Park District has been able to provide the following: a series of outdoor movies in the park that safely engaged nearly 1,000 Peorians over the course of the summer when we couldn't hold indoor events. Virtual hip-hop dance classes that kept youth active and moving while our recreation centers were closed. Focused educational and behavioral support for dozens of our most at-risk students as they navigated the transition to virtual learning. Over 300 hours of creative and out-of-school programming that allows for safe social distancing and encourages healthy, violence-free lifestyles. Soft skills, job training, and employment for returning citizens when opportunities for these men and women in our community have long been too scarce. With the help of strong advocates like Governor Pritzker, Representative Gordon Booth, and others, the Peoria Park District has been able to do some pretty amazing things, and we are sincerely grateful for their generous support. On behalf of the children and families that we serve, I am honored to say thank you to Governor Pritzker and invite him to the podium today to speak with you. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. Thanks to Emily Cahill, of course, and to the Peoria Park District for hosting us today and for all the amazing programming that you make possible for people here across Peoria and really the entire region. I want to also express my pride in being here with leader Jahan Gordon Booth, who is truly a leader in so many ways. And Leader Dave Kaler from the State Senate, Senators L.G. Sims and Robert Peters, and Representative Justin Slaughter. I called you Jim. Where are you? Justin, they're all my friends. My apologies. Representative Justin Slaughter. And of course, the great Carl Cannon from the Elite Youth Outreach. I see many of your folks here today who have got their garb on to let everybody know who they work with. And I want to thank really everyone in the General Assembly who voted for this terrific criminal justice reform legislation, now law, in the state of Illinois. Illinois has taken substantial steps forward toward dismantling the systemic racism that plagues our communities, our state, and our nation. By becoming a national leader in pursuing a more just, safe, and fair criminal justice system, Illinois raises the bar for what's possible, while also acknowledging that there is more work to do. Before this new law goes fully into effect, pretrial detention is far more about how poor you are than about how dangerous you are. This law reverses that. What's more, it was written with survivors and victims of crime as an important focus of reform, providing supports for survivors and streamlining the victims' compensation system so that more families can know peace. This new law was written with the input of law enforcement agencies. So it invests in the mental wellness of our law enforcement so that our communities are safer and our police are healthier. And it strengthens crisis intervention training so that those officers in need can get the help that they deserve. It's essential to note that this effort also reflects the input of many, many organizations, grassroots organizations, advocates, and activists, including the Illinois Legislative Black Caucus from the General Assembly, the ACLU of Illinois, the Coalition to End Money Bond, the Illinois Justice Project, the Alliance for Safety and Justice, Noble, the Network Advocating Against Domestic Violence, and the People's Lobby. I'm proud to bear witness to their efforts to build a legal system that actually delivers justice, protects families, and supports communities. Early on in my administration, I established the Justice, Equity, and Opportunity Initiative, which Lieutenant Governor Stratton oversees, to centralize our criminal justice reform efforts. We've expunged 500,000 low-level cannabis arrest records, and we've pardoned over 20,000 more and awarded tens of millions of dollars to lift up communities harmed by the war on drugs. We've also reduced our state's prison population by about 25% since the beginning of the pandemic just 1 year ago. And today, I'm very proud to take another step forward in the march toward justice by announcing another $4 million expansion of career training opportunities for at-risk youth. Part of our broader... I think I should smile more broadly when I announce something like that. It is really part of our broader effort to invest more in all of our communities so that fewer people end up in the cycle of incarceration in the first place. Our Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity is now taking applications from organizations around the state interested in supporting this mission to give our young people a real opportunity to succeed. This is another action that I'm taking to drive toward a more just Illinois, one that actually reflects the fundamental goodness of our people in this state, where everyone can build a good life for themselves. This is part of our goal. We want everyone to build a good life for themselves and for their loved ones, for the people that they care about in their communities. And thanks to those standing with me today, we're one step closer to that Illinois today. With that, I'm proud to turn it over now to a person who really has laid the groundwork for this moment. She championing the Neighborhood Safety Act in 2017 and the Criminal Justice Best Practices Act of 2019, never giving up on building a better tomorrow for the people that she serves and for the entire state. She is a major voice for victims' rights. The ways in which she's made this transformative legislation possible are evident across the board, so much so that her colleagues named her recently Speaker Pro Tem of the House of Representatives. I want to introduce to you, and she really has earned this title, Leader Jahan Gordon Booth.
Good morning, P-Town. Good morning, P-Town. Good morning. It is so good to be here. I walked up those steps, as all of us did today, and I was brought back to some very fond memories. Many that some of you may have in here today. You know, I used to spend some of my summer days at the old Proctor pool that used to be behind that wall over there. I used to roller skate in this gym. Anybody used to roller skate in here? Yeah, very familiar, very familiar. Feels good to be back. I would also say that it felt so good walking in here today. Not so much the pit bull that was running around on the street that I screamed when I saw it, but the fact that I knew that I was okay because I saw my brothers and my sisters walking around with their elite hats on, our game changers in this community. I know that they weren't gonna let me get attacked by that dog. And when I said, hey, can somebody get that dog? About 6 people quickly pulled together to secure the dog. So I just thought that that was it was funny to me. But here's the reality. A lot of people talk about reforms in an incredibly ambiguous way, but reforms are real. Reforms are so very real. The reason why we're standing here in a Peoria Park District facility with game changers to our left, to our right, to our front, in a facility that Mr. Robert Johnson, president of the Peoria Park District, has championed for so many years. A phenomenal CEO like Emily Cahill and an incredible leader like Carl Cannon bringing forth this transformative idea and program with the Game Changers. The reason why this is even a possibility, the reason why this money is available is because of the reduction in the Illinois Department of the 20% reduction we have seen in the Illinois Department of Corrections in the last 3.5 years. That reduction then freed up money, $16 million, in which I was absolutely honored to lead that negotiation on behalf of the Illinois Legislative Black Caucus, which allows us to have the over $800,000 appropriation for the Park District, for the Game Changers, for this violence prevention initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, this money is available because of a reform. I'm saying that because there has been a lot of conversation about the reform that my brothers, Chairman Sims and Chairman Slaughter, shepherded through the Illinois House and Senate last month. The reality is that there are some, even in this community, that would say that the reform that we passed makes Illinois, maybe even makes Peoria less safe. That's simply not true. Let me say that again. That is simply not true. They will tell you that survivors, that there are victims out there that are now going to be in danger, families that are concerned because of the fact that this reform has passed. And that too, ladies and gentlemen, is not true. Let me tell you something about being a survivor. My son, Derek Booth Jr., lost his life 3 blocks from here. 3 blocks. I could walk here in these heels and my feet hurt. Okay? I could walk there from here. And I tell you that because my story, my family's story, is like so many families' story across this country. Families from communities like these that are the most harmed, they are the least served. And the fact of the matter of it is that victims' voices have been leveraged to create an industrialized prison system that does not make communities more safe. Those policies have actually made communities far less safe. So let me tell you something, this survivor's voice and so many other survivors' voices around this state, they stood up. And they said, not only are we gonna have reforms, we're gonna end the cash bail system, we're gonna divert low-level drug crimes to substance abuse and treatment programs. They demanded a modernized sentencing laws and streamlining victims' compensation acts. I know far too much about that than I should, trust me. They demanded that we require more investments in police officer training and mental health. Survivors demanded that we expanded training opportunities for officers for wellness so that when they go into communities that they actually have the ability to protect communities because they are seeing far too much violence day in and day out. They too suffer from trauma in the very same way that I may suffer from trauma or that you may suffer from trauma. Survivors demanded that we eliminate prison gerrymandering so that when a family member or somebody from the community goes downstate and they spend a few months or a few years in that town and they come back to your community. We all talked about the census for the last year and how important it was that we all got counted. Survivors demanded that we want those resources back in our own communities so that we're counting bodies where they actually reside. That's what they demanded. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, we will not allow the narrative that reform means that communities are less safe. That is far from the truth. Reform means that we have the opportunity to build back better communities, to build stronger communities. We have the opportunity to be far more innovative than we've ever been. And I have never been so proud to stand with my colleagues in the House, in the Senate, the Illinois Legislative Black Caucus, and all of my colleagues that have stood firm. And they listened to the cries of people all summer long that demanded that we do something different, that we actually reimagine a public safety system that works for all communities. I'd be remiss if I did not thank organizers like Peter Kobach, like Anthony Walraven, who worked to end cash money bond here locally, who kept stories alive about why it's so important that we take away this concept that being poor is a crime. I'm proud to stand here today, Peoria. You should be proud too. The Illinois General Assembly did something that's absolutely amazing, and it is a model for the country. And that would not have been possible without the steadfast leadership of my good friend, Chairman L.G. Sims. Chairman Sims, please come to the podium.
Give Leader Gordon Booth another round of applause, please. Because she has absolutely earned it. She has earned it for her leadership, not just in the Illinois House of Representatives, but right here in the city of Peoria. But I've also got to thank my seatmate, my good friend, who I consider one of my mentors, Leader Dave Kaler. Please give Leader Kaler a round of applause for his leadership. Let me thank Ms. Cahill and the entire Park District Board President for the warm hospitality here this morning and this afternoon. But also let me thank Governor Pritzker for his leadership, because a commitment to reform requires not just words, but it requires deeds. It requires action. Governor Pritzker has shown the desire to give that and have that action. So Governor Pritzker, thank you for signing the Safety Act. You know, but this moment really belongs to the people in the rafters. This moment is yours. This moment for change is all about you. Recognize that. Recognize that your advocacy, your steadfast commitment to improving the quality of life for individuals, but also lifting up your voices. This moment is yours. Seize this moment. The Safety Act would not be the reality that it is without you coming up, standing up, and being courageous enough to say, I matter. Being courageous enough to say that my experience matters. Being courageous enough to say, I am not just a statistic, but I am a person. So thank you for lifting up your voices. Thank you for being the example for us in the Illinois Legislative Black Caucus to make sure we make these kinds of policies reality. Because without you, we could not succeed. You know, the Safety Act is all about making, absolutely. The Safety Act is all about making our communities more safe. It's about making our law enforcement officers, holding them more accountable. But it's also about fairness and equity in our criminal justice system. The Safety Act requires us to move away from the vestiges of the past, to let go of this thinking that somehow the only way to imagine public safety is for us to lead by incarceration. That is false. We've tried the false narrative of the past, the strategies of mass incarceration. Now it's time to reimagine public safety. Now that's not just a slogan. Reimagining public safety is a mindset. It's an action. It requires that we reimagine our thinking. We have to move away from thinking that the only way that we are going to be safe is by having more and more harsh penalties. It requires us to think about things differently. The very definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. The Safety Act reimagines that. It moves us away from that. It moves us towards modernized criminal justice system. It moves us toward a more fair and equitable money bond system. It moves us toward investing in those individuals who have been traumatized. Because individuals who have been traumatized often becomes perpetrators of crime themselves. Now, reform also means that you can support good officers and at the same time support reform. Do not allow that narrative to be created, that by somehow supporting reform, you are somehow being anti-police. That is fear-mongering at its worst. So some have been trying to twist the Safety Act as somehow pro-criminal. It's not what it is. It reimagines what our safety system looks like. It reimagines our ability to be more safe. That's what the Safety Act does. Because the reality is the majority of Illinoisans, they want criminal justice reform. They want our law enforcement officers held accountable. They want their neighbors to have the same access to safety and justice that they have. You know, change can be difficult, but in the words of James Baldwin, not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced. We certainly cannot continue to do what we have always done and expect that things will somehow change. The Safety Act holds our law enforcement officers accountable. It creates safer communities. It creates a more fair and equitable criminal justice system. But that only happens because of the amazing people in this room and some of the ones who are not. So thank you for lifting up your voices. Thank you for seizing this moment. Thank you for being the example for us and the leadership and the advocacy that we needed in this moment.
All right, guys, just want to say a quick description of what you're watching here. Not only are we listening in here to an event that happened just a little bit earlier here today, but in that left-hand box, we are watching and keeping an eye on some winter weather that's making the way through the Denver, Colorado area. This is a driving shot coming from Longmont, Colorado. So we do have our reporters out on the roads, keeping us updated on some of those icy conditions that are impacting some drivers. They do have a weather alert there. Snow's continuing to cross Denver and the Front Range this evening into early Thursday. And so they're expecting slick roads, especially here after sunset and before sunrise on Thursday. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. But then again, in that right-hand box where we've briefly turned down the volume, but we are listening in as Illinois has signed into law. Governor Pritzker signed into law on Monday. Now he's been going around talking about it. New legislation. It's an overhaul of policing and criminal justice. It's going to eliminate the cash bail system. It's going to require police agencies to equip officers with body cameras, and it also strictly defines the use of force rules for law enforcement. So we're going to continue to listen into that press conference and keep an eye on the winter weather right here for you on News Now from Fox.
Doing that, a lot of people said, you think that you can actually get this done? And in 2023, money bond will be done in the state of Illinois. I want to thank the Illinois Legislative Black Caucus, leaders Booth and Kaler, and Governor Pritzker as we make history. And I want to say to everybody up here and everybody in this state, this wouldn't have happened without the organizers, the advocates, and the community members who are sick and tired of a failed status quo. The status quo isn't working. It just isn't. We're ending a system of cash bond that stands at the intersection of race, class, and gender. Cash bond says that if you are poor, you get a lower tier of public safety. If you're poor and black, you get an even lower tier of public safety. And if you're poor, black, and a woman, you get an even lower tier of public safety. The status quo is where someone like Kyle Rittenhouse, backed by his right-wing supporters, could bond out from jail and then go missing for a day. But a working-class black mom, like leaders like Levette Mays, who is struggling to get by, is stuck in jail guilty of being poor. The status quo was rejected by many domestic violence survivor advocacy organizations who played a vital role in ending cash bond and improving public safety for all. The Illinois Coalition Against Domestic Violence said this is criminal justice reform that puts survivor safety first. The failed system of wealth-based detention will be gone in 2023. We are moving towards safety and justice for all, not a few. The bill is a comprehensive improvement on the status quo overall. We've improved victim services and compensation, crime survivor trauma support services, use of standards, moved away from guilt by association policies, and improved police accountability. Whether you live in Peoria or Chicago, Illinois, real safety and justice for all means a good school in every neighborhood, a roof over our heads. It's our family and friends, especially on a birthday or a holiday, or maybe a park when you need to get away. When people think about their safest moments and they close their eyes, they have that special moment. You know, there's something that sits with them. For me, it's when I was struggling as a kid and it was a teacher and a principal that pulled me to the side. We know what that moment is. And our job is to build on top of that moment over and over and over again. It should not just be once. It should be something we try to make forever. Too often our state, I say this as a Chicagoan, is pitted against each other. Chicago versus everyone. This misses the fact that pain, violence, and struggle exists in every corner of Illinois. This misses the fact that no matter the zip code, we have people who just want to feel safe and haven't. We have police shootings all over our state. We have people turning toward addiction or to theft due to poverty and stress all over our state. See, the status quo is failing central and southern Illinois. For 40 years, we have watched as manufacturing has moved out, relentless attacks on our labor unions. We have watched as big ag has eaten up family farms or saddled them with crushing debt. We have watched as our education system struggled through a painful budget impasse. We have watched as a few benefited from tax breaks while the rest of us scraped by. While this has happened, too many people in leadership positions turn towards incarceration and away from the difficult decisions of community investment. We need to move from the prison industrial complex to investing in people, in the real industrial complex that puts food on our table. Safety and justice for all isn't locking up poor people, particularly poor people of color. No, safety and justice is looking at the last 40 years of tough on crime, failed policies, and saying enough is enough. It is investing in our people, our communities, and building grassroots self-determined power. Whether it is Chicago or Springfield, we all deserve better. We deserve dignity and justice for all. We're in the midst of three crises: a public health crisis, an economic crisis, and a crisis with systemic racism, particularly in law enforcement. These crises don't tell us anything new, but highlight long-term failures. Frederick Douglass said, "If there is no struggle, there is no progress. Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did, and it never will." He didn't just say this divorced from the world around him. It was a statement about the role of enslaved people in the emancipation of the Caribbean. He was saying that you must make bold demands, and you must be willing to struggle. And to struggle to win those demands will be a history-making act. Illinois' own Abraham Lincoln said, "A house divided against itself cannot stand." People often say this is a statement about unity, but it was actually a very divisive statement, because following those words, he said, "We as a country have a choice, either one that is slave or free." He was calling on people to make a choice, and that we can't avoid or ignore making those tough choices. We are in a similar period of time where we must make tough choices about who we are as a people. So we must make demands, and we must make tough choices. These aren't my words, but the words of leaders before me. Lastly, let us talk about Dr. King. The Dr. King we know today isn't the Dr. King who lived. Dr. King in the 1960s, as he fought for justice, polled at 17%. I repeat, 17%. He was an extremely divisive figure who organized demands and called on us to make a choice about who we are as a people. Today, very smart people who think they know polls would tell politicians like me, "You gotta avoid Dr. King. He just doesn't poll well," is what they would say. But this isn't about polls. But we as a people, as a state, what we need. It is about what is right. It is about history. It is about the world that we are going to build together. Safety and justice for all, no matter the zip code. It's about making the bold demands, making the tough choices, and fighting for what is right. We have moved from Black Lives Matter yard signs to legislative action. With the signing of HB 3653, the Safety Act, we have done that, and we, all of us, should be proud. So we stand on the right side of history, and this isn't the end of history. This is the beginning of our fight to make every community in Illinois whole. Thank you. Next up, my friend, Chairman Slaughter.
And just a heads up, some of you are going to go into a quick 2-minute break.
Afternoon. State Representative Justin Slaughter, 27th District, representing the far south side of Chicago, southwest Cook County suburbs, House sponsor of HB 3653, also known as the Safety Act. I want to thank Governor Pritzker and Lieutenant Governor Stratton for advancing criminal justice reform. You and your administration continue to serve our great state with distinction. And of course, it is so great to be here with our host, Madam Speaker of the House, State Representative Jahan Gordon Booth. She is a leader of leaders, the ultimate captain of the House Democrats. When you think about Peoria, Black history, the essence of not only what it means to be a Black caucus member, but to be a stateswoman, a champion of the people. You think of no other than State Representative Jahan Gordon Booth. This state is tremendously blessed to have her as a leader. Please join me in giving her another round of applause. When you think about this past summer, you think about the protests that were happening locally and nationally. This was a call for action, a call for change on social justice issues, not just coming from the Black community, folks of all different backgrounds wanting to bring fairness and equity to a criminal justice system rooted in racism. This movement is about the people. And this law represents, of course, you've heard me say it before, Illinois going from protest to progress. Many of you are hearing about what the bill is not. What the bill is a national model. Governor Pritzker becomes a national leader by signing this bill. This is a transformative, comprehensive, common sense approach to addressing policing and our mass incarceration crisis. Amongst all the back and forth, let's not lose sight of the fact that these reforms needed to happen. It's important to also note it's not just specific and germane to Illinois. This is happening all across the country. Caucuses, mainly the Democratic caucus, coming together to push criminal justice reform. What we've done, collaborating with the executive branch, we put all of these efforts together. We didn't want to slow drip this thing. When you have a leader like Jahan Gordon Booth and you've got Senator Sims leading criminal justice reform, we go big. This is a huge, transformative, omnibus bill. And when you think of how this bill was crafted, the various effective dates, I want to lift up the work of Chairman Sims. He was able to carefully craft this law to put down markers, catalysts for change to address our myriad of social justice issues. But it also cultivates a great, outstanding opportunity for ongoing dialogue. Speaker Pro Temp, Jahan Gordon Booth being at the forefront of those ongoing discussions. A lot of things that we will continue to highlight. First state to really legislate ending cash bail. 7th state in the country to provide for a statewide body cam program, something the Law Enforcement Coalition wants. By 2022, a statewide universal standard for use of force, something else the Law Enforcement Coalition definitely wants. Mr. Governor, still doing the research on this. I think we become one of the first 10 states to end prison gerrymandering. The other big thing, and we've talked about this, when it comes to victim advocates, victim survivors, this bill, this law is tremendously supported by victim rights, victim advocates, and victim survivors. Listen, we're proud of the work that we've done. We're proud that we answered the call for change. We thank everyone for their time, energy, and effort in being involved in putting forth this bill. Together, we will continue to march forward. Together, we will bring justice and public safety to all communities. Together, we go from protest to progress. It's my honor to now bring to the stage State Senator Kaler.
Thank you very much, Representative Slaughter. Governor, thank you for being here, for what you've done to help lead us to this moment. To my colleagues, thank you, especially to the Legislative Black Caucus, to my seatmate, LG Sims, all those phone calls, all those discussions we had. You took the time to really help me understand what an important piece of legislation this was. To my partner, Leader Jahan Gordon Booth, whom I'm privileged to be able to represent this area within the legislature. This is an important. Change is hard. You know, it wasn't too many years ago that we saw that criminal justice reform took the form of having a sweepstakes of building prisons, right? And we had communities that were vying for these, and so we'd build a prison, and when we built a prison, we'd fill a prison. This is a change from that direction. I want to quote somebody who's probably unusual for me to quote here. It's the former Department of Corrections Director, John Baldwin, former administration. But he had an insight on this that I thought was really inspiring. He talked about prisons as not being places where we punish people, but where we habilitate and rehabilitate, give people opportunities so they come back and become productive citizens within our society. Now, not all people can fit that category, we know that, but many can. And so that becomes our responsibility to make sure that that happens, and this bill helps to do that. I don't see this as being the end of any kind of a process. I see this as being the beginning, or maybe a better term would be a continuation, because in this country we've got a long history, decades and centuries of the struggle that it's taken to eliminate racism and to promote equality and fairness. I see us as being on that continuum to create a more perfect union, much like what Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. so eloquently talked about, it being on the moral arc. I see us as being that. So each generation has to take its place and do its duty to make sure that we continue to perfect this union. I know that I've gotten a lot of emails and phone calls. I know Leader Gordon Booth has as well. People upset, angry about this. And Representative Slaughter, I liked what you said about keeping the dialogue going. We need to reach out, because even though we've passed this piece of legislation, it means now that we have to continue to have those discussions so that we actually make this work. This is nothing but a piece of paper or a law on our books if it doesn't work. And we need it to work. And so I commit to all those who are critics, who are angry with me, that we need to have these conversations. I need to learn from you. You need to learn from me. And I think that, in a year from now, we can be in a better place, and we can hopefully let the rhetoric die down and actually see some real change taking place in our communities. I have the privilege now of introducing somebody that everybody in Peoria knows. Carl Cannon is an inspiration in what he does, because he walks the talk. Help me welcome Carl Cannon to the podium.
Have to have that ammunition. We understand that ammunition. There are students in the balcony above us who are doing some non-traditional classes courtesy of the Peoria Park District. Don't know if you realize it or not, but learning in a screen is hard. I mean, learning in a screen in a home, you can't get away, is hard, but not impossible. So what you have surrounding you are students who have been learning in and out of that screen. So rule number one for learning Pritzker style, what's rule number one? What's rule number one? What's rule number two? Show them. What's rule number two? And what's rule number three? So we're going to do safe, effective learning, because knowledge is power. Good afternoon. First, I want to thank the Pritzker administration, and in particular, Leader Gordon Booth, for providing through ACEJA, the Illinois Criminal Justice Information Authority, the ability for the Peoria Park District and Elite Youth Outreach to program through a pandemic. Children were forced all over the country to go to virtual learning formats. For many young people, it was not a successful option. We partnered with Peoria Public Schools and identified a group of youth 5th through 9th grade who were not connecting to their online learning. My team of men and women, they are known as game changers, made home, neighbor, anywhere visits, and spoke to every parent, guardian they could find, all of those parents and guardians who were willing to let us help support their child sign permission slips for their children to do virtual learning with us every day at the Peoria Park District Treewind Pavilion. For that, I have to thank our CEO, my CEO, Ms. Emily Cahill and her amazing administrative team, along with our park board president, Mr. Robert Johnson, and I see board member Aaron here as well. Thank you. Can we give them a round of applause, please? Game changing. I wonder where else in this country a park district is leading the way for those at the most disadvantaged. We not only monitored the students' online learning, making sure missing assignments were made up, but we also provided them with life skill instructions. Bradley basketball, men's team, has come on board as mentors to help our students. We also do chess, puzzles, board games, and books for them to help them with their cognitive skills. We also collaborated with friends of ours at Camp Dallas, which allows these students to experience fishing and other outdoor activities inner city children often aren't exposed to. I want to personally thank Mr. Kim Blickenstaff, Mr. Greg Birkland, and Mr. Dwayne and Patty Atherton for allowing us to program totally free. They stand back there, please. Large part of why it's working, it's different. And different means partnering. Standing in the balcony is the CEO of the Boys and Girls Club, Mr. Christian Lee. Thank you. Seated in the balcony is the CEO of Teen Challenge, Mr. Joe Rogers. Thank you. The amazing piece that is the game changers are mostly graduates of the Elite Reentry Program. They are now employees of the Peoria Park District paid through the ASEJA grant. We are preparing to start a new reentry cohort in March, training another group of men and women to become employable and productive community leaders. Our high school elite program will begin in 5 schools in the Peoria area. These students will go through a 2-day-a-week job preparation curriculum. The job is just the carrot. The goal is to help teach them the skills that will make them successful, that will allow them to stand behind me as those who do right now, as leaders in our future. Our teams that work in Peoria Public Schools also support our teachers, will also offer a junior elite component that uses the same concept that we use in high school and our reentry programs. All the programs are scheduled to participate in a joint graduation ceremony in May. May I be allowed to take advantage of this moment to make a formal invite to our governor, Mr. Pritzker, back as our elite graduation speaker. I have your invitation, sir. And the governor is super busy, so for backup, Leader Booth, this is his backup. Please, Governor, you will see something that is truly inspiring. You'll see people that some said couldn't live up to that. But I'm telling you, because there are game changers stand. Individuals who have been there, done that, regret that. I ask you, all of our leadership, who better to look for Boo Boo the Fool than who used to be the fool? Give them a round of applause. And lastly, I'd like to thank a dear friend of Elite who's been there for us, Dr. Karan Velpula. I know he's here somewhere. He's with the U of I School of Medicine, pouring into us. Thank you. God bless. Without further ado, I bring the boss back up, Governor Pritzker.
All right, guys, we're going to change up gears here for you. We are continuing to keep an eye here on some of this winter weather. Now, snow is going to continue across Denver and the Front Range from this evening into early Thursday before ending from north to south. And we're expecting slick roads, especially here in these night hours when the sun is down and before sunrise on Thursday. Snow is going to be deeper to the west in the foothills and south across the Palmer Divide. Best window for accumulating snow will be from 9 p.m. until 3 a.m. Some snow totals in the Denver area should be around 3 inches. Go a little bit north of that around Boulder, 5 inches. If you're looking around Georgetown, also 5 inches. Fort Collins, about 2 inches. Going a little bit south now, Castle Rock, 6 inches. Monument Hill, about 5 inches. So we are expecting just a few snow totals around the area. Now, roads should be improving by midday. Plenty of sunshine helping to dry out those main highways, making the evening drive a lot better. Other than flurry possible late on Saturday, to the rest of the forecast is looking pretty dry. Temperatures will be in the chilly 30s on Thursday, then in the 40s through the weekend. They're going to continue to warm and reach to the 50s for several days next week. You are watching News Now from Fox. We are getting about 10 minutes away from another live report, thanks to all of our sister stations who we have connections with across the country. Some of you, though, are going to head into a quick 2-minute break. All right, for those of you who are not in a break, just want to say thanks again for being here with us on News Now from Fox. What we're going to do is continue to give you more news stories across our country. Let's head into some coronavirus coverage thanks to our Fox 5 team out of Atlanta, Georgia.
It's 9:34. A new CDC study sheds light on how the coronavirus is spreading in our schools and the role teachers may play in transmitting the virus. The study focused on 8 elementary schools in the Cobb-Douglas Public Health District during December and January. And the researchers found small things like in-person teacher meetings and eating lunch in class may help spread the virus. Fox Medical Team's Beth Galvin joins us now to talk about this. Beth, good morning. What did researchers find about the role of educators?
And good morning, Elise. You know, the researchers found that teachers can play a role in the transmission of the virus within the school, especially if you don't have, ideal physical distancing going on, or you don't have absolutely complete mask usage all the time, that it can be problematic. They looked at 9 clusters of infections in the Cobb County school system. And Elise, this was at a time when we had very high rates in December and January of the virus circulating in the community. So keep that in mind. But they found that in 2 of the cases, in 2 of the clusters, which were linked to about half of the total number of cases, so that's 13 teachers and 32 students, the teachers were the ones who spread the virus at first from one to another. And then the teachers or the educators then took the virus into their classroom and it began to spread with the students. And they believe that the teachers, may have been exposed, as you mentioned, through things like in-person meetings for the staff or staff lunches. Those kind of things might have been kind of carrying the virus from one point in the school into, into the classroom. Elise?
So, Beth, physical distancing was a big challenge. It just is. And that's something that also fueled the spread of the virus. So why has that been such an issue?
Well, because, a lot of schools just they weren't physically arranged to be able to deal with a large number of kids and keep them 6 feet apart. So in this case, the Cobb County school systems did have plastic partitioning up. They did try to move students apart, but they were only able to get them, researchers found, about, 3 feet apart instead of the ideal 6 feet or more. And they found that when you did have lapses, like if you had someone take off their mask or, other situations where there was a possibility of exposure, that possibility was going to be higher, or the risk was going to be higher, because you weren't physically able to move these students apart. So they had too many students, interested in in-person, or many students interested in in-person classes, and then not the physical classroom space to be able to do that 6 feet of separation that the CDC recommends. And so that may have raised the risk of exposure and allowed the virus to move more easily between teacher and student, or student and student. There were cases where students infected their teachers or students infected each other, but those were less common than the ones where the teacher was the first infected and then infected the students.
Yeah, that is
Elise?
so interesting, Beth. So the school district, like so many others, had a mask mandate, but mask breaches also played a role in spreading the virus, right?
And it was interesting, Elise, because you don't think of these things like, the kids were wearing masks, and they were wearing them, the CDC says, pretty consistently, but there were some lapses, and the lack of physical space may have exacerbated the problem and allowed, when there were small lapses, allowed the virus to spread through those lapses of not wearing the mask appropriately or not wearing a mask at certain times. They did allow the children to take off their masks and sit at their desks and eat their lunch rather than go to the lunchroom or go out into the school, which a lot of schools are doing, but they found that may have raised the risk of spread, that when kids were taking off their masks and having lunch together, the virus, in some cases, was actually spreading, according to researchers. So that highlighted just another little area where, along with the staff meetings that you might not think are problematic, are kids sitting at their lunch and taking off their mask only for lunch at their desk, you wouldn't think it would be problematic. It was problematic in this case. It was linked to spread of the virus, they believe.
So this is a lot of information, Beth. What is the takeaway for schools and for parents?
I think, the takeaway is that the small lapses matter, that, we just have to, the CDC is saying we just have to really be consistent as much as possible in driving home the physical distancing, the consistently wearing the mask, the trying to abide by the mitigation strategies. Also pointing out that, the CDC does support vaccination of teachers, except for, when it is their time. The CDC is saying it should not be a prerequisite to returning to the classroom. But teachers should be a priority, the agency is saying. And it's also important, I think, Elise, to point out that, adults tend to show more symptoms than children. So there could be, in this cases, that in this situation and study, that they missed some of the virus that was coming in through children because they might not have been symptomatic and they couldn't test everybody.
All right, guys, as you can see, we are going to continue to move things along, taking a live look here at this winter weather. Some of you are going to go into a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we're talking about minimum wage. It's a hot debate happening not only in Washington, but across the states. So again, we'll be talking with a live report on that in just 2 minutes. And thanks again to everyone who's here with us on News Now from Fox. Washington continues to debate raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour. Is it too much? Is it not enough? Well, that's exactly what some people are questioning. We have Robert Sherman joining us live here reporting. It all depends on who you ask. So, Robert, what are people telling you?
Well, it's a balancing act, and we're hearing the concerns loud and clear from both sides. On the one hand, trying to allow Americans to afford a reasonable standard of living, but on the other hand, ensuring small businesses are not crippled.
First Baptist Church of Umatilla, Florida, has its own nonprofit child care facility.
Families need this to work. We live in a day and age where both parents typically are working just to make ends meet.
Mike Ellis is the church's executive pastor and says a $15 minimum wage will create a big problem.
This worries me a lot. We were $30,000 over breaking even, then we're going to be $170,000 on the hole.
Making $865, it really does nothing. I'm pretty much living paycheck to paycheck.
Meanwhile, there's Faith Booker, a fast food worker. She already has a big problem, trying to feed 5 children on less than $9 an hour.
It's very hard. I mean, you have to pick and choose whether you have to pay a bill this week or procrastinate, and buy food.
Millions around the country are calling for a $15 federal minimum wage, which would more than double the current benchmark of $7.25 an hour. But the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office says going to $15 nationwide by 2025 would yield a mixed bag. On the one hand, over 1 million jobs lost and an increase to the deficit. But on the other hand, 900,000 will be lifted from poverty. That's what Faith Booker hopes for, as she prays for better days.
We need the help. We deserve it. We work too hard.
Mike Ellis is hoping for moderation.
There has to be a middle ground that we can find to where it's better for those families, but also where it doesn't completely kill our small businesses as well.
But for a lot of folks, it may not matter what comes out of the Washington debate. Several states, including New Jersey, Massachusetts, Illinois, and Florida, have already moved to increase their state minimum wages to $15 over the next few years. Daytona?
Yeah, and it's something we're definitely going to be keeping our eyes on. And again, thank you, Robert, for joining us live here on News Now from Fox. And we're going to continue to bring you more news stories happening across the country. Coming up next, this one's coming from our sister station out in L.A. Obviously, one of the top stories yesterday was the breaking news of Tiger Woods being injured. Let's go in to listen to their interview with the deputy who was there first on scene.
L.A. Sheriff's Deputy Carlos Gonzalez was the very first responder to arrive and respond to the accident scene, and he joins us now. Deputy Gonzalez, first of all, real delight to meet you. And now that it's a day later, you hopefully have gotten a little bit of sleep. You got your feet back underneath you. You have a chance to sort of look back on the events of yesterday. And how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling fine. This is something that I deal with on a daily basis. Other than doing interviews, I'm handling this investigation like I would any other.
So then let's walk back through it if you don't mind. And I know, again, like you said, you have a job to do. You've trained for this. You see these kinds of accidents a lot of the time. You arrive on scene. Walk us through what happened in those next moments.
Sure. So I arrive on scene, and immediately I notice the vehicle rolled over off the side of the roadway. As soon as I got out of my patrol car, a neighbor came up and said, Deputy, I think the driver is still trapped inside. So I ran over to the vehicle, and I noticed that there was a large hole in the windshield, and I was able to kind of get my upper body inside to check on the well-being of the driver. And I see Tiger Woods sitting in the driver's seat. At that time, I don't recognize who he is in the moment, but I ask him, hey, what's your name? And he looks at me and he says, Tiger. And it took me about half a second, but I recognized him instantly, and I didn't say anything because I had a job to do. But I went into, my screening questions to kind of check his mental state. I'm asking him, if he knows where he's at, if he knows, what day it is, and he's answering me quickly. So to me, that tells me that he's lucid and he's aware of what's going on. And he seems calm. So I'm looking inside the cabin of the vehicle, and I notice that the cabin seems pretty much intact. And although he has some injuries, like I see some blood on his face, he doesn't look like he's in mortal danger. So I weigh the decision out of whether I'm going to try to pull him out myself, or if I'm going to, let the fire department do it. And I decide that because of his condition, the fact that he seems pretty safe in there, I didn't want to risk further injuring him, and I let the fire department do it since they have special tools and training to do that.
And they had been scrambled soon after you. How soon did they arrive on scene?
Yeah, so when we initially got the call, it came in as a vehicle off the road call, so our dispatch didn't know how serious it was. When I got there, and I noticed that the driver was inside, I got on my radio and I confirmed with dispatch, whether they had contacted the fire department. And, they told me, yeah, we called them. So I said, okay, well, can I get an ETA? Because, I have someone trapped in here. So, they got them, rolling as quickly as they could. And I don't know how many minutes it was from that time till the time they got there. It could have been 5 or 10, who knows? But, in situations like that, they're very dynamic. 5, 10 minutes could feel like half an hour.
I was just going to say, in those situations, time can kind of stand still and move very slowly, but then also speed up. It is funny how time is so fluid. When you were approaching it, were you surprised after seeing the damage to the car and how far it had seemingly traveled? Were you surprised that he was alert and conscious? Or were you not, because you've seen every kind of situation play out?
The human body is amazing, and also modern technology, because it was a horrific accident. The distance that it traveled and the speed it must have carried, I am actually amazed that he was not more injured, if not killed. So I think it's amazing that the vehicle's safety systems worked as intended, and the fact that he was wearing a seatbelt, it probably saved his life.
I understand you're a 3-year veteran. You've seen your share of things, but do you think this one is going to stick with you for some time?
They all kind of do in one way or another. This is just going to be one more memory from this, this type of career.
Now, I know a lot of you are working the scene, and I know that we have to go into sort of official speak at this point, and I understand there's only so much you can tell us. Early stages, we know that these things can take a lot of time. Any more indication into what caused all of this to happen? It was early in the morning.
So at this point, we don't have anything further in terms of what could have caused it. We haven't had any witnesses come forward. We don't have any video. So we're basing it off of the evidence at the scene. So we can tell from what we've seen so far that there must have been a pretty high speed involved. But in regards to, if there was under the influence or anything like that, we don't have any evidence to support that theory.
And you obviously work this area. Tell us a little bit more about Hawthorne Boulevard. Our colleague Araxia grew up in the area, and we've heard anecdotally that, people can get going pretty quickly on there. There's been a fair amount of accidents. Right. Some people even have gotten some speeding tickets along there over time. What's your experience with this section of the boulevard?
It's one of those streets. I think every city has one where people know that people like to speed there. It's wide, it's well paved, it's downhill, and it's curvy. So if you're not paying attention, your speed can climb very quickly. Or if you're purposely trying to speed, you can get up to some absurd speeds.
You make a very good point, and we heard it earlier about the importance of wearing a seatbelt. Likely that is probably why he was able to survive this accident. It could have been far worse.
Absolutely.
All right, Carlos Gonzalez, sheriff's deputy, first on scene, doing what the training tells you to do, kept calm and cool, and were able to get support to Tiger Woods in that very devastating accident. Thank you for making time for us today. I imagine you've got a few more interviews coming your way.
Yes.
You're getting pretty good at this. I'll tell you that, from one professional to another.
Well, thank you.
All right, guys. So once again, that was thanks to our friends at Good Day LA with that interview. I do see we do have a live event going on. We have our California LA County Mayor Eric Garcetti. So let's go head out to what he has to say about COVID-19 and the vaccine distribution.
In the state for a big city. This is progress, but we still have a long way to go. When vaccines do get to Los Angeles, we know how to get them into arms without delay. The fact is, we still don't have enough doses. I spoke to the White House today about that, asked for Los Angeles to get even more direct doses as long as it doesn't take any supply away from LA County at large. I talked to them about our ability to double our capacity in our mega sites right away, where we have people who are willing to not only help there, but in our mobile clinics that bring vaccine equity. Fortunately, vaccine production is ramping up significantly. So I said it once, and I'll say it again. Give us the supply, and we will vaccinate everyone by July. At every stage of this crisis, we've maintained our commitment to serving the needs of all Angelenos, including our most vulnerable residents. It's why we led with renter protections, the most aggressive in the country, in place in the first weeks of COVID-19. And those protections are still in place, guaranteeing you can't get kicked out of housing during this pandemic. If you're a tenant facing illegal eviction, you can access legal support at stayhousedla.org. That's stayhousedla.org. And in July, Los Angeles launched the largest renter and landlord assistance program in the country, $103 million of CARES Act money that we put aside to stand up for those who could not pay the rent, to be able to cancel their debts. And this program has been a lifeline to 49,000 low-income households across our city, more households than we've helped in the history of our city with rental assistance. Add to that the utility assistance that we did at $50 million. Now the city is set, thanks to our lobbying and the successful passage in December of one bill, and hopefully soon another one with American Rescue Plan. But just from December alone, we will be receiving $250 million in state and city money that here in Los Angeles will go to LA City residents for emergency rental assistance. This will more than triple the already biggest in country amount to help renters and landlords to cancel their rent debt and to help stabilize our neighborhoods. And if American Rescue Plan passes, we'll go back and do even more. We're working with our state and our city council partners to get this relief out to you as quickly as possible. We are here to help if you're struggling to pay the rent. Even if you've built up months of rent debt, this new program will help you not just pay for 1 month, but look backwards as well. To be notified when this rental assistance application opens, please visit our housing website. It's at HCIDLA. That's HCIDLA.lacity.org. But even as we pave new avenues of relief, we know too many of our neighbors remain unhoused on our streets, in tents, in cars. They still need a place to call home. Since last March, we've brought an unprecedented number of unhoused Angelenos inside. I know driving through the city, walking through the city, it still feels like it's barely a dent, but here are the actual numbers. From our 14 new Bridge Home shelters, to the Rec and Park shelters that we stood up, Project Room Key sites, and more, together with the county, more than 8,000 new housing outcomes for unhoused Angelenos have been provided in this past year alone. That's on top of the usual more than 10,000 that we provide each year, nearly doubling what we do. In the next 2 weeks, in the past 2 weeks, we've housed 200 more people in the expansion of Project Room Key. And as I've said, there's no limit to me. So if you are a hotel or motel owner, or somebody interested in getting more people inside, talk to a motel or hotel owner, and we won't say no. As many people as we can get indoors, we're going to continue to push forward. We opened also this past year 9 homeless housing projects. Those are permanent apartments and 838 beds so that people who get into shelter can move, especially those with the highest acuity who have the deepest needs, whether it's mental health or addiction, other things that they need in services. We now can move nearly 1,000 people into those apartments, but it's simply not enough. We can't put 2,000 or 3,000 people into hotel and motel rooms and shelters and expect that that is their permanent location. We need more apartments, more long-term housing solutions so that people who have gotten off the streets and into shelter can get out of shelter and into more long-term housing. That's why we're working with our county, and I'm proud to share with you tonight, expanding what's called the Lease Up program. If you're interested in helping with homelessness, listen close, especially if you're a landlord. This is an initiative that matches rental property owners, big and small, with tenants who need a home. and it guarantees your rent with government backing. This program works. Since last November, Lease Up has added 1,200 new homes for people and families who just need a little bit of runway and temporary assistance to find a job, get back on their feet, save some money, secure a safe and stable place to live. For property owners, it's a dream come true.
All right, guys, we've been listening in here with Garcetti as he's been giving a COVID-19 and vaccine update. We are going to go to a very fun story coming up here after the break. It's about a 105-year-old who has beat COVID-19, and it's a very unusual thing what she suggests you could also eat to try to help you. So we're going to have that right after a quick 2-minute break. All right, thanks again, guys, for being here with us on News Now from Fox. We're going to take a turn away from Garcetti. Going to keep our minds, though, on COVID-19. I am joined with Chris Williams because we have a very fun story, I'm going to call it. When I saw this, I just could not help but smile. It is all about a 105-year-old who beat COVID-19. You know, she's the oldest one here in the U.S. that we know of to beat COVID-19. So let's just kind of explain the story of this wonderful lady.
Yes, so Lucia DeClerc, she's in a nursing home in New Jersey, and she just turned 105 years old in late January. And on her birthday, she tested positive for the coronavirus, and she had gotten fully vaccinated the day before, so she still got the virus the next day. And she suffered mild symptoms from what we were told, and that she had a low-grade fever for about a day. And I spoke with her earlier today, and she puts much of the credit on her spiritual life. She said that she doesn't have a secret, only but to pray, pray, pray. But she also pointed out that she has a particular diet with raisins soaked in gin. And so she said that she has done this for most of her life. Her family has spoken to other media outlets, and they've said that this is not that unusual for her because all her life she's kind of done these unusual habits, like she drinks aloe juice and she also brushes her teeth with baking soda, and she had not gotten a cavity until she was 99 years old. But I had a great conversation with Ms. DeClerc, and she is sharp. And she told some jokes. She doesn't plan to live for another 105 years, but she is grateful to see today.
And let's just talk about her attitude, because you said you got to have that one-on-one conversation. We've been watching some of that video of you guys talking back and forth. It really does seem like, from what you've been putting in your story, that she's just this positive, upbeat person. That's what her not only children, but grandchildren have even been telling you.
Oh, absolutely. And I spoke with her administrator at the nursing home in New Jersey, and he says whenever people or visitors come into the building, they always ask for her. They always want to stop by her room, and they ask for a blessing because she is so positive and she is so spiritual. And I mean, you just can't help but to admire her, that living this long, and keeping her mind sharp is just a blessing. And I think that's what touched a lot of people about this story, and why the nation is kind of holding on to this story.
Did she give you any advice? You know, her 105 years, she has seen a whole lot, and now living through a pandemic. What advice does she have for all of us?
Well, she didn't give me any direct advice, but I would say that I picked up indirectly from just talking to her is just being grateful, you know, and just holding on to that higher power that's guiding her. And I think that was the big takeaway from our conversation. And so, you know, we couldn't talk too long because, you know, she is in a nursing center, and, you know, they do have to, we didn't want to interfere with her care. But in our brief few minutes that we talked, I just listened to her and just picked up things that way.
Now, let me ask you this. Has anyone else in her family taken on this raisin diet that is soaked in gin?
I don't think so. I haven't had a chance to speak directly with her family, but from the research that I did on this story, I haven't seen anything where her family members have picked up on this and kind of like taken, you know, done what she's done. But hopefully when I do speak with the family, because I did reach out to them, if they get back to me, I can ask them and then get back to you.
I just look at that face and you can't help but, as I said in the beginning, but smile. And again, for her to get that diagnosis on her 105th birthday and to then beat COVID-19, I mean, that's a story in itself to share with everyone.
Yes, it is. It is. And her administrator said that this is a lesson for people to get vaccinated. And it does offer hope that no matter your age, there is still a chance for you to beat COVID-19. So it doesn't have to be the death sentence that people fear. And that's what her administrator said is one of the lessons in all of this.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to try the gin-soaked raisins. I think I read in your story, she soaks them for 9 days, right?
Mm-hmm. She soaks them for 9 days in a mason jar, and then she eats them 9 at a time. And so I don't know what happens if she eats 10, you know, what happens after that, but she eats 9 at a time. But I've been looking at the comments on social media, and people are right along with you. They're like, you know, let me go stop by the grocery store and get some raisins and gin on the way home from work. So yeah, she may be onto something.
Maybe it's something we'll all just have to give a good try. And Chris, I want to just say thank you again for joining us here on News Now from Fox. What a fun story. I'm so glad that you were able to talk with her and share this with everyone.
No problem. Have a good night.
Yes, thank you. And just want to say thank you to all of our viewers as well for joining us here on News Now from Fox. We'll have more to come after a quick 2-minute break. All right, we're going to continue on with some more interesting stories that have been brought to our attention here at News Now from Fox. Who would have known gin-soaked raisins? We've all now been talking about it here in our newsroom, and I can't say I have raisins stocked in my house. I do have some gin in my cupboard, I think, so I'll have to probably go and get some raisins at the grocery store. As you heard, that's what everyone else has been commenting on social media. They're all like, what? I need to run to the grocery store and get these items and give it a go. I mean, the worst that I can do is just, I guess, give you a little bit of influence from the gin. I'm not sure if even 9 raisins would do that. So we're going to continue to give you more fun stories here. I want to jump out to our Fox 11 station, KTTV. We do have Good Day LA, who had talked with someone who is very close with one of the most influential women around the world. This is the assistant for Michelle Obama.
List of the most famous influential women in the world would have to include Michelle Obama, either at the very top or really close to it. Imagine the demands on her time, the incredibly complex, complicated dance of trying to make sure that every event she participates in comes off without a hitch. Now imagine it's your job to make all of that happen. China Clayton's title is Director of Travel and Event Operations for Michelle Obama, but she is, in her words, Mrs. Obama's assistant.
They will arrive first.
But they're not here yet.
They're not here yet.
I was thinking about your job, and I was thinking about all of our jobs. They contribute to our story, right? They affect who we are. How has this job affected or changed you?
It's just inspired me in a way that I hadn't been inspired before, to be on the front row of history and to be a part of that. It's just unbelievable. It's quite remarkable, because who would have ever thought we'd see the day?
I'm sure there was disparity between the perception and the reality for you.
You know, the perception, you know, it's all the glitz and the glam of, like, you know, being right next to her everywhere she goes. But it's quite a demanding job. And I think part of that comes from the weight of it all. You know, part of that comes from the weight of being the first. Anytime you're the first, there's a lot of pressure there. A lot of pressure to perform, right? A lot of pressure to not make mistakes. And
then that pressure transfers to you.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Hence that bag that I carry around.
You mean a 5-pound bag?
Exactly. Exactly. It was my way of being prepared. It was my way of making sure that on my watch there would be as few mistakes as possible, because I never wanted anything to distract from what that administration was doing and, you know, what their messages were.
Because you realized that you're a representative of her, and you needed her to have her best foot forward. You need to make sure those edges lay down. You need to make sure that every need was met, and you had to anticipate them. I imagine, I don't think I'm just making this up, I imagine you had to anticipate things several steps ahead of them.
Oh, of course. That's what this job is all about. You know, when you are someone's assistant, you are constantly thinking, you know, 10 steps ahead of them, figuring out what their needs will be, you know, in any given situation. It's a lot. It's hard, always thinking of others before yourself.
But all that hard work, clearly it's paid off. There's a lot of people working hard. They don't get to be the assistant to the First Lady of the United States of America. So fill in the blank for me. What was the defining moment that led you to be the personal assistant of former First Lady Michelle Obama?
So I actually started out as an intern in the White House the fall of 2010. I was an intern in the Office of Scheduling and Advance. And going into the internship, I had no idea what Advance was. And Advance are those folks behind the scenes who are putting together all of the principals' movements and all the event logistics on the road. So I got into this field. I did that for about 2 years, left and went to Disney in their government relations office here in DC for about 2 years. And lo and behold, in 2015, I received a call from the Office of the First Lady asking if I would be interested in being her body person. Now, I do want to caveat that by saying, ever since I left the internship, I literally had applied to numerous positions in the Office of the First Lady, and I was denied.
Denied. She was denied, people, which is a good lesson. If at first you don't succeed, what do they say?
There you go.
Try again.
Try again. Absolutely. And that just goes back to what my mom taught me of perseverance and just always having a plan A through Z, because sometimes plan A doesn't work out the way you hoped it would.
Say that one more time, girl, because that is, look, if we have learned something in this pandemic, it's that right there, because you can have the best laid plans and then life happens. And I know that your mom has been such an influential point in your life. Talk about that relationship with mom.
My mom is my best friend, honestly. I would not be who I am today without her. I just truly do credit her for sticking it out. She's a single parent. My father went to prison when I was 3 years old. And my mom kind of, sat me down as a 3-year-old, and she said, she looked into my eyes and she said, I have to do this for you. I have to pull myself together and get through this for you. I really do credit her for having the strength to continue on and figure it out and create a career for herself that was able to keep us stable throughout the time.
How much did that motivate you to do well so your mama could have some bragging points?
Oh, it did.
I know it did.
It's like at the end of the day, my goal was to put my best foot forward, and it motivated me to always work hard. That was one thing that my mom always taught me through and through, the value in working hard and doing your best and putting your best foot forward, because life isn't always fair, and it definitely isn't as fair to people who look like me and you. So she taught me very early on, that I would have to build up some resilience, to make it through this life.
I think about the fact that you were well suited. You were raised by a strong Black woman, and now you're working next to a strong Black woman. Did you see parallels, in fact?
Oh, absolutely. It's one of those things. My mom laid the foundation, and Mrs. Obama saw that good foundation. She believed in me enough to just help polish it. She took a chance on me, and I appreciate her for it, because she's given me the strength to truly find my voice, speak up for myself, be proud of who I am, where I come from, and my story, because it is my story, in essence, that makes me who I am. It's my story that makes me so unique. So to be proud of that.
Our stories matter, right? All of them, all of our stories. Last week, China got approval to start her own assistance development company. Her goal is to change the narrative on how administrative staff view themselves and how the world views administrative assistants. She says they are really often the driving force behind successful executives and VIPs. She wants to help them learn the skills they need and feel empowered to excel. I think it's phenomenal. Congratulations to you, China, and thanks for making time for us.
And thanks again to everyone who's here with us on News Now from Fox. Just a heads up, some of you are going to head into a quick 2-minute break before we bring even more content your way. Don't forget, you can always go and stay tuned with the latest news that's happening across our country on our Twitter page. We continue to keep you updated on stories that are breaking from all of our sister stations. Some of the most recent stories that we've tweeted out about charges being dropped for Bruce Springsteen after his last year DUI. We also have a 14-year-old who has been charged as an adult for killing her 19-year-old sister. And a miracle puppy, a pup born with 6 legs and 2 tails, is the first of its kind to be born alive. We have those stories and much more on our Twitter page. All you have to do is go and hit that follow button. News Now Fox is our handle. All right, thanks again for being here with us on News Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the News Now desk in these evening hours as we continue to bring you more news stories that are happening all across our country. And I do want to go out to something that just came up on our News Now from Fox desk. Police say that they had a person in custody, and unfortunately that person lost his life after being tased. They have given an update to the death investigation of this person since he was in custody at the time with police, and this is coming out of California. So we're going to be playing that investigation out for you right here on News Now from Fox.
All right, so my name is Rolando Boni. I'm the Public Information Officer for the City of Antioch. So as far as speaking order, the Mayor of Antioch, Mr. Lamar Thorpe, will begin, followed by our Chief of Police, Mr. Tammany Brooks. I know some of you had some questions and concerns regarding an earlier shooting at a nearby target. Unfortunately, that's an ongoing investigation and we don't have any facts to share at the moment. As they become available, perhaps later throughout the day, we can share that via email, phone call, follow-up. But as of right now, we are specifically focusing on the death in custody that occurred this morning within the City of Antioch. So with that, I yield the floor to Mayor Thorpe.
Okay. Well, I will share that I do, while we have no information about the shooting at Target, I do want to thank our men and women who are out there patrolling our streets and making sure our community is safe. We certainly appreciate them for the work that they're doing. This is dangerous work, and we recognize that as a community. Late last night, I was informed by the Chief of Police that an individual they were seeking to detain passed away. Although the facts are still being gathered per our procedures, the Chief of Police requested that the Contra Costa County District Attorney's Office lead all criminal investigatory efforts regarding this matter. In addition, a separate independent investigation is underway to determine if any of our policies were violated during this encounter. As mayor, I want to express my deepest condolences to the family of the deceased and pray that they have some level of comfort during this loss and extreme pain. I recognize that they will not be able to achieve any comfort and peace until they have the answers that they need as it relates to their loved one. I want the residents of Antioch to know that they will be provided answers because of the thorough investigation by the District Attorney's Office. Furthermore, in the event the investigation concludes that there is any negligence, we will seek the fullest effort to ensure that there is accountability. As a former member of the United States Navy, I have always had a deep respect for the vocation of law enforcement and do believe officers entered the profession with a desire to serve. However, we also can't ignore the fact that there are critical reforms that are needed in the profession as a whole, nationwide. And so, for that reason, I am going to expedite the police reform measures that I talked about earlier in the week, and I will be calling for a special meeting this Friday at 5 o'clock, where we will go through all of those reforms and start deciding whether or not the council is going to move forward with those efforts. With that, I'll hand it over to the Chief of Police.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. This morning, just after midnight, the Antioch Police Department received a call from a man rambling incoherently. During the course of the 911 call, another man could be heard in the background with the caller arguing over the possession of a phone. At one point during the call, there were sounds of a physical struggle as well. Around the same time, our dispatch center received a call that a Lyft driver activated a mobile alert and needed police assistance with a subject who attempted to steal his cell phone and who had fled from his vehicle. 2 officers were sent to the area of Lone Tree Way and Ridge Rock Drive with very limited information after the man called a second time and gave his location. When officers arrived, the man appeared paranoid, yelling that they were not really police officers, despite the fact they were in fully marked APD police cars and in full uniform. The officers attempted to employ crisis negotiation tactics while attempting to de-escalate the situation. After a short time, the man ran into oncoming traffic on Lone Tree Way. He attempted to enter a car that was stopped at a red light by pulling on the door handle and banging on the window, yelling for the driver to let him inside. After nearly being struck by several vehicles, officers believe the man was putting himself, the public, and the officers in imminent danger and moved in an effort to try and detain him. The man ran onto James Donlin Boulevard, where officers caught up with him. He lost his footing and fell to the ground. A struggle ensued as officers tried to gain control of the man and get him out of the roadway as vehicles continued to pass by them. According to the officers, the man exhibited extraordinary strength and they were unable to gain control of his arms. A third officer arrived on scene and deployed his taser, which allowed them to overcome the man's resistance. Almost immediately, after being able to get the subject in handcuffs, he appeared to lose consciousness, and the officers recognized this as a medical emergency. Officers immediately began CPR. applied an automated external defibrillator, and administered 2 doses of Narcan, a medication used to counteract the effects of opioid drugs. Based on the knowledge of facts as reported to me through the investigation thus far, I will share with you that no knee or other limb was ever applied to the man's neck during this incident. There was no use of pepper spray or impact weapons. No hand or leg strikes were used, and the carotid restraint hold was never attempted. Medical personnel arrived and took over medical intervention and transported the man to a local area hospital where he was later pronounced deceased. On behalf of the Antioch Police Department, I would like to convey my deepest sympathies to the man's friends and family. At this time, we are unable to disclose the man's name, pending identification and notification of his next of kin. I can share with you that our officers are completely devastated by what occurred last night. For that reason, we are making counselors available to our officers in order to help them navigate through the emotions this tragedy has created. The involved officers have been placed on paid administrative leave at this time, as is customary in these types of situations. I do recognize that as devastated as we may feel, it does not compare to the pain felt by the family of the deceased. To ensure transparency, impartiality, and public confidence in the investigatory process, the Contra Costa County District Attorney's Office is leading this investigation, and they will have the full cooperation of my staff. In the event the District Attorney's investigation determines that our officers acted unlawfully, I want the public to know that I would request and expect the involved officers to be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law. Additionally and separately, there will be an independent third-party administrative investigation into this incident. Should there be any violation of Antioch Police Department policies, I can assure the community I will hold these officers accountable for their actions. Regardless of the outcome, these investigations will be available for public review once completed. It is important that our community understand and have the opportunity to review the facts and circumstances surrounding this incident. We are committed to being open and transparent in this process. Our department has always been and will always be focused on the safety and well-being of our community, and I will do everything I can to continue earning your trust. Providing exceptional service to everyone is vitally important to me, as well as my officers. This is preliminary information, and additional facts and circumstances may come to light as the investigation continues. If we have additional information at a later date, we will share that with the community. Thank you.
So we can open it up now to questions. We have about 10 minutes of questions, and then we do have to keep moving. So,
Chief, this is the second person who's died in custody having a psychiatric emergency in the last 2 months, I believe. Are you comfortable with the tactics that your office is using at this point? Is it just happenstance? I mean, can you explain kind of your role in those kinds of emergencies, psychiatric episodes?
Right now, both of those incidents are currently under investigation, so it's too early to speculate, and when we get the facts, when the reports are done, we will be able to reach a conclusion and talk about it then.
What about body cameras?
Currently, the Antioch Police Department does not have body cameras, but that is one of the platforms of the mayor's reform project that he has brought forward.
Do you support that?
Absolutely.
I want to make sure I understand the struggle part of it. Were they currently in traffic when the taser was applied? Were they on the side of the road? Are there any more details about that part of it so I can understand what it looked like?
To my knowledge, they were in traffic when the struggle occurred.
Are you releasing anything about the age or where the person was from who passed away?
I could tell you he was a 33-year-old Hispanic male.
Did he live here?
We don't know yet.
Chief, how long does an investigation like this typically take?
Each investigation is unique and it varies from circumstance to circumstance.
Or, I mean, we're talking 6 months, a year, 2 years?
I'm not sure. Alan.
This one, the mayor said you had informed him last night after it happened. Did
That is correct.
Occur also on December 23rd with the other incident?
It did not occur that night. I was on vacation at that point, but he was informed later, but not that night.
By someone in the department?
Yes.
I'm sorry, who is he?
He asked if you were notified of the previous
By someone in the
incident.
department? No, I was not notified by somebody in the department.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, can we get the prepared remarks email, please?
Thank you.
Mr. T.
For any follow-up questions, I can give you the email address.
All right, so once again, we were listening into that press conference there, but they did also mention something that we did cover here not too long ago, that shooting at Target. They did say they don't have any update for us at that time. So if we do get something here at our News Now from Fox Desk, we'll of course bring it to you. Just taking a live look here as our chopper flies above the Los Angeles area. It looks like the sun is setting, the lights are twinkling, and that means it is getting closer to evening time, but we continue to roll on here, giving you more news stories. We'll be talking about mental health when we come back after a quick break. And thanks again to everyone who's here with us on News Now from Fox. We're taking a live look as our chopper flies back to their station at this beautiful sunset across the Los Angeles area. But unfortunately, the winter blues have some people down, and if that's you are not alone. Psychologists say the pandemic is making seasonal depression a lot worse this year. Fox's Karen Cruz Orduna has the story.
Many are feeling down this winter, and it's being made worse by the pandemic. Psychologists say COVID-19 is impacting mental health for people dealing with seasonal affective disorder.
Seasonal affective disorder is a type of depression with a seasonal pattern. It usually occur during the fall and winter months, where their days are much shorter and we don't have as much sunlight.
Symptoms may be similar to depression.
Feelings of worthlessness and helplessness or hopelessness, low energy, loss of interest in previously enjoyable activities, difficulty sleeping or sleeping too much, changes in appetite, especially overeating.
According to Psychology Today, approximately 10 million Americans experience symptoms of the disorder, and professionals say this number is likely higher this year due to the pandemic.
You can't just go out and have dinner with your friends. You can't just go out and have a get together with your friends and your family. So you're feeling a lot more isolated.
To cope, experts recommend talking to friends, family, or a therapist. and keeping yourself busy.
Start a hobby, start a project, do something enjoyable that helps get your mind off of COVID, and it has nothing to do something that has nothing to do with this virus.
In San Luis Obispo County, Karen Cruz Orduña.
And mental health, definitely a topic that we all need to be focused on, not during just this pandemic, not during just this season, but always. It's an open conversation that is necessary to have, and that's exactly what we're going to hear from Fox 6 Milwaukee.
Bayview Barbershop offering more than trims and fades.
As Fox 6's Aaron Maben explains, it has become a space where young people can freely open up about their mental health.
There is a buzz at flashy faded barbershop in Bayview.
Sky's the limit to the point where you can impact lives.
Owner Jose Perez has been cutting hair since he was 14 years old. He knows the power a barbershop has on a community.
If they're coming in with a bad day, they walk out smiling.
Perez is now using his passion and this space to help Milwaukee youth of color open up about their mental health.
Kids don't want to open up to teachers. They don't want to open up to parents. So who can actually make them feel comfortable and make it okay to open up? And that's where we came into play.
Along with friends Sebas Fuentes, Ambrose Wilson Brown, and Sam Ergani, Perez recently hosted a series of conversations with youth on mental health.
It's overwhelming, especially with this whole quarantine, the COVID thing, not being able to just walk and go to the park and play.
Portraits of those who attended were posted on the wall. They tackled tough topics while offering advice, support, positive communication, and haircuts.
We hear so much about pressure about school, social media, bullying.
The group hopes to continue to help Milwaukee's youth discuss mental health.
Every people of color, it doesn't matter what it is. If you need help, we're gonna be here, we can listen.
A barbershop chat, building a strong dialogue and breaking down a stigma. In Milwaukee, Aaron Maben, Fox 6 News.
So nice to see that many people are joining in on that important conversation of mental health. And speaking of that, we do have a press conference about mental health, how to help those with it, from our Richland County Sheriff's Department. And just a reminder, NewsNOW from Fox likes to give you some of that raw, unedited versions of footage. So again, this press conference is talking all about mental health. We're going to be trying to skip forward here a little bit until we do see our deputies stepping out here. Again, this is coming to us from South Carolina, an important topic not only through the pandemic, but also, of course, in these darker winter months. I know many people have been sick of that cold, and they are ready for the sun to come out, not only on this season, but also on the pandemic. And if you're wondering what he's doing there, helping hold up that white balance for our cameras so that we can get a nice color for everyone to continue to watch this press conference.
We're going to talk about something today that a lot of people don't talk about, and I think that's one of the problems that contributes to this growing concern we have over mental health. People just don't want to talk about mental illness, and I'm going to tell you right now, being mentally ill does not mean that you're a criminal. It's not a crime to have a mental illness. And unfortunately, for too long, it's been treated that way. My father had mental illness. He lived with it his whole life. I grew up with it, and my father wasn't a criminal. But with us not talking, when I say us, that's the community at large. That's everybody. By not talking about it, we're not able to come up with solutions. And unfortunately, with law enforcement, we tend to be the ones that get called to come in when someone is having a mental crisis. And if you can just imagine, if you're having a mental crisis and a law enforcement officer pulls up in a full uniform in a marked police car, what does that do to the stress level that you've already had? That already escalates it. But for too long, we've been the ones who got the call. When you don't have anybody else to call, who do you call? You call law enforcement. And so we've been addressing a lot of mental health issues that are not crimes, that we shouldn't even be there. Just last year, in 2020, over 2,700 calls for someone in mental health crisis. Over 2,700 times we had to respond when someone had a mental health crisis. So we've set some goals for the last few years to address this. We've had over 70 deputies go to a 40-hour crisis intervention training. In 2019, we had every deputy go through a 4-hour training. We wanted all of our deputies to have training on how to recognize someone that's in a mental crisis and then how to talk to them and how to address that situation. But we also wanted to take it a step further. We wanted to take us out of the equation. When I say us, someone wearing a uniform, but still be able to help that someone that's in a mental health crisis. For over the last year, we've been working with the Department of Mental Health to create a crisis intervention team where we have someone from the Sheriff's Department, that's law enforcement, that's trained in crisis intervention to be partnered up with a mental health professional, someone who knows a lot more than us and who knows how to deal with someone that's in a mental health crisis, how to get them the help that they need. So this past couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, February 3rd, we started our program. We have Captain David Soto, who's leading our program. We have someone from the Department of Mental Health now who's assigned to us full time. These two individuals will go out now, and instead of our deputies going out, we're hoping the plan is where when someone's in a mental health crisis that we'll have this team to go out and take care of it. Since February 3rd, they've already responded to 64 calls that they've went on and helped. So I see progress being made. I see us moving forward and addressing the situation. We haven't had it in Richland County where we've responded to someone in a mental crisis and then we ended up having to shoot someone. We haven't seen that in Richland County, but we've seen it across the United States that unfortunately that's escalated to that point. We don't want that to happen in Richland County and Columbia. So our goal of creating this team now is here. I know it's going to be successful. We've already seen it. I'm going to bring Allison Farrell up in just a minute. She is a fireball, I will tell you that already. She's got a lot of ideas. We've been talking. I think we've got some other programs that we can work jointly, and that's what we need to do. You know, addressing mental health should not be a law enforcement issue. It should be an issue that we work with the professionals like the Department of Mental Health, with our hospitals, but also with us too. We're trained individuals who can respond and help these people who are having a mental crisis, and that's what it is. And so I'm going to ask Allison to come up and talk a little bit about the program and her ideas and goals about it.
Sure. I'm Allison Farrell. I'm the director of the Office of Emergency Services at the South Carolina Department of Health, Mental Health at the state office. This is a really exciting program, the Crisis Intervention Team is. It's an opportunity for two different agencies to come together, DMH and the Richland County Sheriff's Department, and really be very forward thinking about how we provide support to our communities. So this kind of a deputy and a mental health clinician, a licensed mental health clinician that's master's prepared, going out in our community allows us to not only respond in a very best practice and evidence-based way, but also to provide some prevention so that things don't escalate. We don't want people to end up in jails. We don't want them to end up in emergency rooms unless that's where they need to be. It also allows us to do some collaborative follow-up on the back end where that deputy and that clinician can go back out and really support these people with mental illness and their families and their neighbors and make sure that we're providing them the best care possible. So we're really excited about it. Thank you.
and Allison touched on something. Jail's not where they need to be, but unfortunately, too often that's the only place that they end up being is in jail, and that doesn't address the problems that they're having. So again, I think this program, we're excited about this program. I think it's innovative. It's something that nobody else has done. So I think it's going to be very successful because we both care. The Sheriff's Department cares about it. The Department of Mental Health definitely cares about it. So bringing us together, I think is going to make it very successful. Questions?
So what are the teams going to do? Are they going to, when they get on scene, then they're going to try to correct the problem, or is it going to be before something like that happens?
Well, and we were talking about that early. It might end up being all the way from the very beginning when a call comes into dispatch and having someone there to maybe address the needs over the phone and then be able to send a proper team out. But as we get these calls with someone that's in a mental health crisis, that team with the Department of Mental Health and our person can respond. And again, they're not going to be in a marked car. They're not going to have a uniform on, but they're going to be trained on how to address that person's situation. If they may need medication, they may need to be evaluated somewhere else and taken to the hospital. They will determine that. But what it takes us out of it takes a uniformed deputy out of that equation that would probably have to end up putting someone in handcuffs in the back of a car. Now, you're already in a mental health crisis. What is that going to do to you? That's just going to push you even further. So we want to de-escalate that situation and bring it down to where we can find a solution for that person who is in that mental health crisis.
Sure. Well, could you clarify mental health crisis? I think you can make the argument that anytime Richland County says that, there's a mental health crisis involved.
Not really. I mean, there's a difference between someone who's committing a crime and someone who's having a mental health breakdown, mental health crisis, who's in stress over something. And I think, with the pandemic that we're still experiencing, I think last year these numbers showed that, our call volume was very high. Just someone who is having an issue, and it may be all the way someone who's contemplating committing suicide. Do we really need to send a uniformed deputy there to talk to someone about that when we have a mental health professional and the deputy's been trained to how to de-escalate and talk that person down and then get them the help that they need?
I know you said so far you guys have already helped out at least 60 people. What has the response been to the new team and the new protocol?
Well, I think it's been great. Our deputies we're rolling it out to our deputies. They understand what's going on. So they're excited because now they don't have to go on these calls and have to address someone with a mental illness. Because they're not trained. They have the basic training to do it, but we need that advanced training. And we see some of the same people over and over and over. We have people in our community who have issues, and they tend to call us, or they call dispatch. From hearing noises in the ceiling to somebody's moving stuff around in their house, just things like that. These people think it's for real. Now, should a deputy go there and have to address that, or is someone who's trained to recognize that, this is some type of mental condition they have? Let's address that. And so, the deputies have embraced it, and I think the community is going to embrace it too, as they see us more doing things like this. And you look nationwide, this is one of the big pushes I think you're going to see in the next few years, is to get us out of the mental health profession. And that's a police officer. That's not what we should be doing. We should be there to assist, but we should not be doing the lead. The lead should be Department of Mental Health. Yes, ma'am.
What were some of the aspects of trainings that your deputies had to undergo to prepare them for a situation like this?
Well, one of the first things is recognize when someone is having mental issues and mental stress, and that it's not a criminal. They're trained how to recognize that. They're trained how to talk with someone. Someone who's having an issue, you just can't come in and be all macho and screaming and hollering at them. You just can't do that. You got to learn how to talk. So we teach our deputies how to de-escalate situations, but first recognize what's going on, that it is a mental health issue and not a criminal issue. Well, thank y'all so much.
Could you spell your name?
Sure, it's
All right, guys, and here is a live look at the beautiful San Francisco area. You can see all the lights starting to come on as the sun continues to dip down here on the West Coast. Just want to say thanks again for being here with us on News Now from Fox. Going to take you out to another story brought to you by one of our sister stations. This one from the Midwest. Our Fox 32 Chicago team is talking about those N95 masks, how to know if they're real versus fake.
When it comes to masks, health experts agree we should all be wearing them. But is the protective mask you purchased really that protective after all? Since the pandemic began in 2020 ended, U.S. Customs and Border Protection says it has seized more than 14.6 million counterfeit masks entering the U.S. So how do you know you have the real thing? We're joined by our Good Day Chicago friend and MIT neuroscientist, Jill Crittenden, who studies masks for healthcare workers, and she works with the N95 Decon Consortium. Thanks again for joining us. It's always a pleasure to see you. I have so many questions for you this morning, so let's go over the different masks that people should look for maximum protection. And of course, we're all familiar with the KN95 and the N95, and then the one that you recommended the last time we talked is the KF94. So let's start with the first two. What are the differences between the first two?
So this is the KN95 in black. It's usually just in black or white, and it has ear loops. It's made in China. And this is the N95, which is usually white, and it has around the head connector. So it has a much tighter fit, which is much safer than ear loop and have gaps. These are typically manufactured in the United States and what are used by medical workers and provide the most protection.
Okay, now you have recommended, the last time around you recommended the KF94. You say you like these because they're less likely to be counterfeit, but show us what they look like and why you think you prefer them for the general public.
Yeah, so the KN95s come from China, and they're often not the quality when we test them that they should be. They're not actually 95%. Some of them are. For example, the Powacom is a very reliable company, but they also come bulk packaged, so there will be several in a package. And so it's hard to be sure that what you got is really what it says on the outside of the package.
Okay.
The KF94 are almost always individually wrapped, and they have FDA approval on them from the Korean FDA, and each package comes with a date on it so that you can be sure that the mask that you're getting has been made recently.
Okay.
They degrade, the filtration efficiency degrades over time, so you want to know the expiration date for each individual mask. And that's what makes these so great.
Interesting, expiration
is that it's
dates.
harder to counterfeit.
Okay,
This is an example of them.
Okay.
And they also have, many have adjustable ear loops, whereas the KN95s don't, so you can make them fit to your face better.
So I was so proud of myself because after I talked to you the last time, I ordered one of these KF94s, and I'm gonna put this on to show you. And I liked it because it has the nose. I like how there's no gap here, and then I like how it covers here. But then you know what? Then you and I talked some more, and I think I have a counterfeit because you said you shouldn't order from Amazon or eBay because you can't always trust, right? And there's no markings on this. I got them. They were not individually wrapped. I got a big bag full of them. So what are your thoughts on ordering from Amazon and eBay?
Yeah, I don't advise it exactly for that reason, because it's not a brick and mortar store that's a one source. And so that's why I advise going to known sources, and in particular ones where we've tested the masks and they come directly from the manufacturer in Korea.
Okay, so I want to talk about what we look for when buying a mask to make sure we have a legitimate mask. And so the CDC says the most important thing is this NIOSH approval, which stands for the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health. In fact, it says if there are no markings on your mask, that means there's no approval. And we have a picture here of a CDC picture of what your mask markings should look like when you do get one. Give me your thoughts on that.
Yes, this is the case for the N95. So the KN95 and the KF94 are not NIOSH approved because they can't get the super tight seal because they don't have the around the head bands.
Okay,
But-
so Finally then, there are a few places that you have recommended people that want to order masks should go to, and here's the website recommendations. I want to put those up, and as you and I talk, I want to continue to leave those up for our viewers. Maybe we can go full screen here as we talk about these. So these are the places you recommend. We have the brands on here as well. But I kind of want you to bottom line this for all of us and my viewers who are at home watching. Should I not be wearing this mask that I feel like is protecting me? Should I only be doing this? Or is double masking the way to go? I just want you to bottom line.
I think it depends on what your activity is. So if you're in a high risk position, like a firefighter, then an N95 is really the safest way to go. And many people can wear them comfortably and they reduce glasses fogging. So N95 is your safest bet. For some people, they're not very comfortable and they have to be comfortable in order for you to wear them all day. So if you're working in an office, KF94 is an excellent option, or a KN95 from a reliable supplier. If you're just going out for a walk outside by yourself, cloth mask is completely fine.
Okay, very good. And for those who like to be fashionable, I want to let everybody know that Dr. Crittenden also did include masklab.us, which is a fashion mask, and you have one there. Because, you know, sometimes you like to be cute when you're wearing your mask, right? Show us that one more time.
Yeah, these are beautiful, and they have many, many options like this. They don't have the adjustable ear loop, so I put an ear saver on this one to go around the back of my head. But these are about, 95 to 99% filtration efficiency and very easy to breathe through, and many, many colors and styles.
Okay, I'll be ordering from there. Always great to have you on. Thank you so much. You straightened this out. We now know what to do. It's a pleasure. Good to see you again.
Great. Have a good day, Sylvia.
You too.
Great information right there about counterfeit masks. Be sure that you're checking your labels and just being smart about what you're buying. I'm Daytona Everett. I'm going to be carrying you through the rest of the evening here on News Now from Fox. I've got a nice, beautiful live look of the Bay Area right there in San Francisco. We'll bring that full for you. Coming up after the break, we're going to head to Southern California, though, with Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti. He had a coronavirus update, and we'll see if he mentions Tiger Woods and that tragic accident just yesterday. Again, that's coming up after the break here in 2 minutes. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. As mentioned before, we'll be going out to Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti's press conference from just about an hour ago, and then we've got our eyes on some other stories here. If you've been tuning in for the whole night, we did a
kind of little talk back conversation with Chris Williams, who was the digital writer for this story about this 105-year-old woman who beat COVID-19, and she said, you can do it too just by eating gin-soaked raisins. We're gonna play out that entire interview for you. This woman, Lucia de Klerk, you really can't beat it. This is what you need to see on this Wednesday night. So after we play out Garcetti, we'll be going out to that as well.
Lloyd Austin is a great American, and he came to see other great Americans in action, working across jurisdictions, from City Department of Transportation traffic officers directing cars in, to great state and federal employees, including many men and women who wear the uniform, guardsmen and guardswomen, and active service military who have stood up the testing and vaccination site at Cal State LA. Together with other sites across Los Angeles and Los Angeles County, Americans are answering the call of this moment. We have seen a crisis, though, that has reached unimaginable heights. And 500,000 Americans, 500,000 American souls, have now been lost due to COVID-19. 2 days ago, and in coordination with President Biden and Vice President Harris's candlelight ceremony at the White House, I ordered flags at our city buildings to be lowered to half-mast, to mark this moment and to remember those who are not here. This figure, 500,000, is almost too big to wrap our heads around. But we can't forget that behind the number are names. Behind the statistics are stories. Beautiful ones of lives lived and tragic ones of lives cut short. Behind these figures, families are missing a loved one. For Angelenos who have lost someone, we keep seeing them, thinking they just went out for a walk, or they might show up and wake us up from this nightmare. But each day reminds us that they are gone, and that they have left a world behind for us that is now incomplete. The scars across our city are not just the scars of families who have lost loved ones. They're the mental and emotional scars of our health workers who have watched too many lives slip away, of families who are forever altered as long haulers have symptoms that still persist, of business owners who no longer own a business, of workers who are underemployed or unemployed, folks struggling just to get through this horrible moment. They're the open wounds of families still praying for recovery. And while we don't know the full physical and emotional and psychological toll of this tragedy, and we won't for some time, we do know that too many Americans have been left alone with their pain, and so I wanted to mark that today. As I've shared with you so many times here, sharing the stories, your stories, of the people we've lost, make sure that you're looking out for yourself and reaching out to mental health professionals, to your pastors and imams and rabbis, to faith leaders and friends, to family members, and talking about that pain you carry, whether it's somebody lost or just the simple isolation of a year spent alone. Our living rooms and kitchen tables have become cathedrals of grief. And in the months ahead, I promise you, we will mark the loss collectively and as a community. But right now, our mission as a city and as a nation is to do everything possible to keep that number as low as we can, to not let more souls slip away, and for us to be able to be together when we emerge from this once again. The path to recovery is clearer now than it has been at any point in this pandemic. Hope is literally on the horizon. Infections in Los Angeles County continue to drop, and this is welcome news. 19% just since last week. Hospitalizations, 28% since last week. And intensive care units are at their lowest numbers since the beginning of December. All of this is very welcome news. But it doesn't mean the threat of COVID-19 is past. It doesn't mean our vulnerability and the potential loss of our own lives and the lives of loved ones isn't still there. The virus is still spreading each day and is still at dangerous levels. So we need to keep up our precautions and keep up our physical distancing and keep on wearing those masks and keep on washing our hands and keep on staying at home whenever we can, because it's been proven to work. Today, the Secretary of Defense said to a young service member, I want you to know every single time a needle goes into someone's arm, there's a good chance you're saving someone's life. I want you to know that you might not be on the vaccine line, as some of us have been, but every time you put on your mask, it has the same effect. You may be saving someone's life. Each time you keep that distance, you may be saving that person or your own life as well. As you know, last week's storms delayed our vaccine delivery, not just for Los Angeles, but throughout California and across our nation. And it forced us to postpone many vaccination appointments at our large city sites. Those vaccines arrived in Los Angeles County on Monday. And yesterday, we administered 17,572 doses, our second busiest day ever. And while we still don't have clarity on the supply chain in the next week or two, simple math indicates we should only see more and more supply in the weeks ahead. So get ready. We certainly are. The city is providing primarily second dose appointments, which we guarantee, and a limited number of first dose appointments throughout the course of this week. And we hope that as early as next week, the beginning of March, we'll be able to accelerate once again first dose appointments for more people. Everyone who had a dose that was scheduled for those dates that were delayed because of those shipments between January 24th and January 30th has had their second dose appointment rescheduled already and received their appointment details by last night.
It looks like our sister station, KTVU in Bay Area, is doing an update on Tiger Woods. We'll listen into that real quick here.
The extent of Woods' injuries raising new questions about the future of his playing career. He's been recovering from his 5th back surgery and earlier this week said he hoped to play in the Masters in April.
This is another really big wall to climb, and we'll see if he even wants to try to make that climb, because I would be very surprised right now if he's even thinking about golf.
Emergency crews on the scene are emphasizing that Tiger Woods might have escaped death and wearing his seatbelt could have helped. In Torrance, California, Matt Finn, Fox News.
A wind advisory in effect tonight.
And we'll head back to that press conference with Eric Garcetti. We'll bring you that story from Matt Finn a little bit later here on NewsNOW.
Los Angeles has now administered 367,206 doses at our vaccination sites, including at our new site in Pierce College in Woodland Hills. As of last week, we've gotten more than 90% of our city's vaccine supply into the arms of Angelenos. We are proud that when vaccines get here, they are distributed and distributed quickly. And we've also ramped up our efforts to make sure that life-saving shots are going to some of our most vulnerable communities as well. At our mobile outreach for vaccine equity, or MOVE teams, we've partnered with trusted community organizations like CORE to administer 5,351 shots in vulnerable neighborhoods in South, Central, and East Los Angeles, as well as in the San Fernando Valley. 96% of the people who've received vaccines at these clinics are people of color, who were grossly underrepresented in the county at large. Though through efforts of the county, the city, we've seen those numbers also dramatically begin to close that gap just in the last week. Today, I visited one of those MOVE clinics in Chinatown, where we saw a need and we filled it. We're in the shadow of Dodger Stadium for too many Chinese-speaking and Vietnamese-speaking seniors who were isolated without a ride or a connection. We weren't getting the vaccines to them that they needed. So we set up shop there in Chinatown at a parking lot. Together with Councilmember Gil Cedillo, we saw that work in action with organizations from the community and translators bringing vaccine equity to the Chinese and Southeast Asian communities in and around Chinatown. These efforts throughout our city reflect our determination to get this right and to get the right doses to everybody. Whether it was the neighborhood walk I took last week to encourage people to go to the site in Boyle Heights that we had, or whether it was today in Chinatown. We're trying to tear down those structural, economic, cultural, and historic barriers that keep people from getting a vaccine or wanting a vaccine as well. And tonight I can announce another critical step forward in that mission. Beginning next week, our mobile vaccination teams will keep Saturday hours as well. This change will provide additional flexibility to essential workers who work Monday through Friday, who have known there's a vaccine clinic in their community, but simply couldn't get to it because they were at work. There are so many amazing organizations that are supporting this vaccination effort, and I want to thank them. They are the ones who are finding the people who are isolated. But there's also been reports of people impersonating vaccination workers, wearing scrubs, setting up fraudulent sites to try to take people's personal information and money. Don't fall for these tricks, and please report them if they happen to you. No one legitimate will ever ask you to pay money for a COVID vaccine. Nobody. Remember, stick with trusted sources of information when it comes to the vaccine, like our Vax Facts newsletter, which you can sign up for at coronavirus.lacity.org. Today, the County Department of Public Health updated their eligibility guidelines, and exciting news is coming this next week. Starting Monday.
Let's head into our Fox 2 in Bay Area's sister stations coverage here. They're talking about a series of topics, and then we'll head into some other headlines making waves today.
Department. A timeline for doing so, though, has not yet been set.
San Francisco Police Chief Bill Scott is offering a personal perspective on Black History Month. In a message posted on Twitter, he talks about growing up in Birmingham, Alabama during the 1960s civil rights movement and about being a young Black police officer in Los Angeles during the Rodney King riots.
Some aspects of Black history aren't just what we learned about in school or watched on TV. They're what we grew up hearing about at the dinner table. Images and films we see today of Birmingham police in the 1960s spraying fire hoses, sicking dogs on protesters, and worse, many of those protesters were my family members and my family's friends. It was real for us growing up. When I decided to pursue a law enforcement career after graduating from the University of Alabama, I couldn't have guessed my path would again cross an arc of history. I was a rookie cop with the Los Angeles Police Department.
Chief Scott said being in Los Angeles during the Rodney King riots was a front row seat to history that he wouldn't wish on anyone. And you can watch Chief Scott's complete message on our website. You can find it under the web links section.
And a nice day today. It was cooler by 5 to 10 degrees. Beautiful day, plenty of sunshine. The wind is up, though. You might have noticed it today. Tomorrow, winds will be dying down. Well, tonight they'll be dying down rapidly. The wind advisory gets dropped tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. There's a live picture of San Francisco. And you can see no fog. Can't really see much wind out there. But the higher elevations are getting the wind. That's why the wind advisory is in effect and stays in effect through 4 a.m. And we've already seen some gusts up over 50 miles an hour on the peaks. And that's sort of this wind event is basically about the peaks. You can see some of the higher elevations down Mount Diablo up over around, above 39.
And as Fox 2 goes into some of their coverage there, when it comes to weather, it's looking a lot different in Colorado. Look at those roadways there. This is amazing to think from one coast to other parts of the country. It's just starkly different. Well, I'm going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we have a few stories for you. Trisha Yearwood testing positive for COVID-19. That plus a 105-year-old woman says that she survived COVID-19 for some pretty interesting reasons. That and more coming up after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to News Now from Fox. You're taking a look at some road conditions coming out of Colorado. Snow falling down and the highways completely blanketed with a nice fresh coat of powder there. We're going to be following these images all night, but I want to bring you some breaking news that we just got in here. Country singer Trisha Yearwood has tested positive for COVID-19, according to her husband, Garth Brooks' Facebook page. He said, quote, "The Queen and I have now tested twice. Officially, she's diagnosed as on her way out of the tunnel now, though, which I'm extremely thankful for." 2 weeks prior to today's announcement, the couple had been quarantining due to one of their team members testing positive for the virus. So just another celebrity, another public figure testing positive for COVID-19. But you know who has not tested positive for COVID-19 is one of our good friends. Her name is Lucia DeClercq. She's 105 years old, and she did not test positive for COVID. And she has a few reasons for that, but I'm not going to say it. I'm just going to go ahead and let her say it. Chris Williams, who works on the Fox Digital team, actually zoomed in with her, and I believe they spoke to her doctor as well. This is a very, very special conversation. We'll listen in.
Can I get your age?
How old are you? 105.
How do you feel about being 105 years old?
No different than when I was 100 or 50 years old.
And what is your secret?
I don't have any secret other than pray, pray, pray.
And what else? Not to eat any?
And not to eat any junk food.
And I also hear you do something with raisins and gin. Can you tell us about that?
What do you do with the raisins and gin?
You do put them in a jar, golden raisins. Put them in a jar and keep them for 9 days. After 9 days, eat 9 a day. Please.
Okay. Did you hear that?
She eats 9 a day. She puts them in a jar. And
she keeps them in a mason jar for 9 days. The gin and the raisin, she lets it ferment. And then after 9 days, she eats 9 raisins a day.
That's right.
Is that good? Does that taste good?
What?
Does it taste good?
Yes. It tastes like candy.
It also brings fruit flies, but don't tell anyone.
It tastes like candy.
It tastes like candy, she said.
And did I read that you had COVID-19?
Did you have the virus? Did you have the COVID virus? Yes, she did. On her 105th birthday, she tested positive for COVID-19.
When was that, Michael?
January 25th. Which came 1 day later than she had the second vaccine on the 24th of January.
Wow. We're almost done. I promise. Are you now fully recovered?
Are you fully recovered now?
I'm supposed to be. I don't know.
How do you feel?
I feel wonderful.
All right, you can get it out. We can wait. And so, how much longer would you like to? Did you ever think you would be 105 years old?
Did you ever think you'd live to 105 years old?
Hell no.
By the way, that was the first time someone asked her that question. You heard the answer, so
yes.
You're good. Use that line.
Oh man. And I'm trying to find a good way to answer this, but do you see yourself being?
Ask it so it's your voice, and I'll rephrase it.
Okay. Do you plan on sticking around for another 105 years?
Would you like to live for another 105 years?
Hell no. Hell no.
All right, Michael, can I ask you a few questions?
You sure can, sir.
Sure. So can I get your first and last name? Could you say it and spell it?
Michael, Michael, Neiman, Neiman.
And your position here?
I'm the administrator here.
So tell us, I mean, you must be, having a good time with all this national attention. Why do you think people are so fascinated by her story?
I think people are fascinated by her story because they see that you could be 105 years old and still recover from this dreaded virus. You can get vaccinated at this age as well. Oh, 1 second. Give me 1 second. 1 second.
Sure.
Hershey, can I call you back in a minute or 2 minutes? I'll call you right back.
Yeah, we're almost done. We're almost done.
I'm sorry. That you can both recover from this virus and you can get your vaccine even at such an old age and still be fine. I think a lot of people get sick more from the anxiety of catching it than actually catching it itself. Personally, I've had the flu a couple of times in previous years, and I felt worse with the flu than I did with the COVID virus this time when I had it.
And is she your oldest patient, Mr. Clerk?
She is the oldest patient in the building, correct.
Gotcha. Did you read the New York Times article, by the way?
I did.
And is all the stuff about her family correct, about her living in Los Angeles and, okay.
She was born in Hawaii, then she moved to Los Angeles, took care of her parents there till her mom died when her mom was 97 years old.
Okay.
And then at 78, she moved to New Jersey.
Gotcha. Is there anything else I need to know that you think would be helpful?
She's just a very positive person. Anytime we have visitors in the building, they all stop by her room to get a blessing from her. She's just an amazing person. I feel that the building here has been blessed having her here.
Yeah, and I enjoyed talking with her. Thank you, Michael. I know you have to go. Thank Mr. Clerk for me, and I will send you the article later today when we get it all wrapped up.
Thank you so much. Other questions?
This is my favorite story ever of all time. So there you have it. No junk food. Ferment your raisins in gin, specifically for 9 days, and then eat 9 raisins a day. This is all coming from the expert. So she says it tastes like candy. It tastes good. It's all a part of the process. She got COVID on her birthday, all right? And this woman survives it, January 25th. She's now vaccinated, so she's good to go. They asked her if she ever thought she would make it to 105. She says, quote, hell no. And answered the same exact thing for if she would like to live another 105 years. But I think she's going to be around a while. Amazing story from Chris Williams, again, with the Fox Digital team. We had him on a little bit earlier. You can head over to our Twitter page at NewsNOW Fox and find all of these stories on there for you. That made my night there. All right, I'm going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, we're heading into some other stories. I'll leave you with this nice live look of San Francisco. Beautiful night out there in California. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
Program will help you not just pay for 1 month, but look backwards as well. To be notified when this rental assistance application opens, please visit our housing website It's at HCIDLA. That's HCIDLA.lacity.org. But even as we pave new avenues of relief, we know too many of our neighbors remain unhoused on our streets, in tents, in cars. They still need a place to call home. Since last March, we've brought an unprecedented number of unhoused Angelenos inside. I know driving through the city, walking through the city, it still feels like it's barely a dent, but here are the actual numbers. From our 14 new Bridge Home shelters, to the Rec and Park shelters that we stood up, Project Room Key sites, and more, together with the county, more than 8,000 new housing outcomes for unhoused Angelenos have been provided in this past year alone. That's on top of the usual more than 10,000 that we provide each year, nearly doubling what we do. In the past 2 weeks, we've housed 200 more people in the expansion of Project Room Key. And as I've said, there's no limit to me. So if you are a hotel or motel owner, or somebody interested in getting more people inside, talk to a motel or hotel owner, and we won't say no. As many people as we can get indoors, we're going to continue to push forward. We opened also this past year 9 homeless housing projects. Those are permanent apartments and 838 beds so that people who get into shelter can move, especially those with the highest acuity who have the deepest needs, whether it's mental health or addiction, other things that they need in services. We now can move nearly 1,000 people into those apartments, but it's simply not enough. We can't put 2,000 or 3,000 people into hotel and motel rooms and shelters and expect that that is their permanent location. We need more apartments, more long-term housing solutions so that people who have gotten off the streets and into shelter can get out of shelter and into more long-term housing. That's why we're working with our county, and I'm proud to share with you tonight, expanding what's called the Lease Up program. If you're interested in helping with homelessness, listen close, especially if you're a landlord. This is an initiative that matches rental property owners, big and small, with tenants who need a home. And it guarantees your rent with government backing. This program works. Since last November, Lease Up has added 1,200 new homes for people and families who just need a little bit of runway and temporary assistance to find a job, get back on their feet, save some money, secure a safe and stable place to live. For property owners, it's a dream come true. That rent is guaranteed to come to you each month without having to hit anybody up for it, without anybody missing a month. That's 1,200 units that are earning market rate rents, receiving 24/7 property owner support, and all connected to dedicated housing specialists and case managers for every tenant enrolled. So if you're a property owner in Los Angeles, we need you. We need your help. And if you want steady rental income, while helping us to end the scourge of homelessness and save lives, sign up by going to leaseupla.org. That's leaseupla.org and click on Get Started. COVID-19 has shined a bright, bright light on inequity at every level, from health to housing to the workplace. And this year, we've witnessed the unique struggles parents face to balance work and childcare, the disproportionate impact on women who've been pushed out of the workforce. All of this has magnified the deep gender inequities that exist within our workforce and economy. No parent should have to rely on his or her sick or vacation days to bond with their child. Not during this pandemic, but not ever. So today, I've signed into law the first ever paid parental leave policy for the City of LA's municipal employees. We're the third largest employer in Los Angeles County. And this pilot program, which we hope will be an example for other employers, especially in the private sector, to provide 6 weeks of fully paid parental time for our city government workforce unable to work due to pregnancy or following the birth, adoption, or long-term foster care placement of a child. It will ensure that thousands of city workers who are our fellow neighbors, who are ineligible for employee parental benefits from the state, can keep their jobs and their paychecks and never have to worry about their economic well-being just for doing right by their families. And I want to thank Council President Nury Martinez, and I want to thank Councilmember Paul Krikorian for their leadership in getting this done and for helping bring our city into harmony with our core values of equity, of justice, and equal opportunity for all. Yesterday, we got a critical boost in our COVID-19 relief efforts when Governor Newsom signed a state COVID-19 relief package that includes direct $600 payments to California residents who are in the greatest need, as well as cash bonuses for undocumented Californians who were working hard but cut out of federal relief. The state package also delivers critical resources for childcare, for food and diaper banks, for fee waivers for restaurants and bars to help them get back up, assistance for community college students directly, and relief for cultural institutions and museums who have been shut down. It extends $25,000 emergency grants to hard-hit small businesses. And I'm very grateful to Governor Newsom, to Assembly Speaker Anthony Rendon, and to State Senate President.
And we do have some of the coverage from our Fox 11 Los Angeles sister station. I believe they're talking about Tiger Woods, so we'll listen in here.
That we all reported on last night at 10 o'clock. Alex, Marla?
Yeah, and then we bring back in Dr. Smith into the conversation as well. We're all obviously grateful that Tiger Woods is alive and is going to be able to recover. But doctor, there's a lot of golf fans that love Tiger Woods that would love to see him come back. How likely is that? Is that even possible?
Well, first of all, I am a big golfer myself, and I want him to break the record, so I want him to recover like anybody else. But let's be clear. We have limited information from his doctors, so we got to be careful of over-speculating. What they've told us is that the surgery was long. They told us that they put a rod into his lower part of his leg, his tibia. His tibia, which is the big bone in the lower part, and the fibula, the one on the side, they both were fractured. He had what's called a comminuted fracture, which means more than 2 fragments. It was also a compound fracture, which means it was open. It means that the bone pierced the skin and was sticking out. The reason why that matters is because that means a higher rate of infection. So the primary issue is making sure he doesn't get infected. The second thing is you want to make sure that he heals right by his own. Sometimes these bones don't heal on their own. It's called primary intention. You want to make sure his bones heals right, but also that the alignment is right, that the rotation is right. In some cases, they require multiple surgeries to make sure that the bones don't lose their length, that they come together correctly. So it is going to be an arduous process. Unfortunately, these surgeries and these kind of breaks happen all the time, so it's not uncommon. And I think the thing Tiger has going for him is that he's resilient, he's tough, he's come back before. There's no reason why we should not think that he should be able to come back from this. Will he play golf? Who knows if he's going to play golf again? We're happy he's even alive, but the good news is that it's his right leg and not his left leg. When you're a right-hand golfer, most of the pressure on your downward part of your swing is put on your left side, your left leg. So far, we've heard that there's nothing wrong with the left leg. And so that could be a good sign for him also.
And let's not forget that he's recovering from his 5th back surgery as well, just 2 months ago. And Phil, something you said earlier that struck me, you said it's not about if he can play golf ever again. Let's see if he can walk again.
Yeah, I mean, he will walk again, but there are a lot of people who have trouble walking years after this type of injury and this type of surgery. Once again, we don't know how many fractures. They told us multiple fractures. His ankles now have pins in them to hold his ankle together. So, you know, we don't know the extent, but it's going to be some work. I mean, is he going to bounce back in the next 2 or 3 months? No, he's got to be off his leg for at least 3 months to allow the bone to heal before he starts bearing weight.
Phil Schuman, I know you have a question.
Well, it's not so much a question as an observation, Alex and Marla and Doctor. The Dr. Tennant that I spoke with earlier today had very graphic analogy, and perhaps you can comment on this, Doctor. He said that what they did with the shin bone is essentially like assembling pieces of shish kebab and using the metal skewer through the center, and then the pieces of the bone would then heal around that. And because there are multiple pieces, and we don't know how many, as you said, the likelihood of complete healing is very much uncertain at this point.
Yes, so the missing element that we need is how many fractures were there. The rod goes in to form a stabilizing force, and the bone will then grow around the rod and hopefully go back in the proper alignment. And a lot of people, millions of people right now are walking around with rods in their tibias. Now, that being said, the key is going to be how well he heals. Some people heal very well, They heal nicely and quickly. Some others, unfortunately, don't heal as well, and they need help. All of this we will not know until a month or two down the road when his doctors give us an update on how he's healing.
Well, Phil Schuman, thank you for that analogy. I will never eat Middle Eastern food quite the same after that.
Thank Dr. Tennant for that.
Yeah. Phil, great to see you. We
Phil.
appreciate it. Doctor, we're going to continue on with you and talk about a big story tonight, which is the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. And today, FDA researchers declaring that vaccine is safe. Remember, this is one shot and you are done. It's a more traditional vaccine, don't have a lot of the same cold storage issues that we've seen. What does this mean? How does this change our world now?
You know, Alex, this is a great thing that we have this new vaccine. First of all, from just a numeric standpoint, we need more vaccines available. Obviously, we've been having problems getting enough vaccine manufactured and distributed. This will definitely help the case. The fact that it's a one-shot vaccine because it's more durable, it's a DNA vaccine. It's not a messenger RNA or an mRNA like the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines. So the one shot is a good thing. Now, there are some differences in efficacy. So this is about 66% efficacy against moderate to severe disease. It's about 85% effective against severe disease. So those numbers are good, by the way, when you look at vaccines in general. Usually you want a 50% threshold. These numbers are above that. But when you compare them to the Pfizer and the Moderna, those numbers are smaller. That being said, people should not be concerned if they show up and the place they go to has the Johnson & Johnson. They still are going to get very good protection. They're going to get reasonable amount of side effects, no more side effects than any other vaccines. So this is a good sign. And what you said, Alex, is very important. This does not need to be stored in really cold temperatures, which means it's easier to get them to different parts of the country that don't have those storage facilities that you need for Moderna or Pfizer.
Yeah, this will certainly help with the distribution process to the most vulnerable communities that really need it the most, right?
100%. You talk about communities of color, people who are impoverished, they need these vaccines. Let me explain something to people. The idea that this is a case that only the wealthy should have it, and once you get it, you don't care if anyone else has it, is the wrong way of looking at it. We are in a race against the clock. The longer this virus is out there, the more variants and mutations occur, the more likely our vaccines will not protect us against it. So you should be just as concerned about your neighbor and those you don't know also getting the vaccine, because them getting it helps you and you getting it helps them. This is a case where we need to be concerned about each other because it directly impacts our health and our family's health.
Yeah, and that brings us to, there is a new strain of the coronavirus, first identified and now spreading here in California. In fact, we learned today from LA County health officials that since December, 50% of the cases make up this California variant. It's more contagious. We also have the UK variant. So where does the vaccine play into, all of the vaccines play into these new variants that are not just more contagious, but deadlier as well?
Well, this is case in point of what I was saying, which is why we're in a race against the clock to get these vaccines out, because the homegrown California variant or strain is extremely contagious compared to the others. So far, early data shows that the vaccines will be effective, largely effective against the California strain, but it's not just going to be one strain. That strain will mutate into a different type of strain, and sooner or later, unfortunately, these strains are going to become less affected by or more resistant to the vaccination. So we need to be careful, and Californians for sure need to get these vaccines as fast as possible.
And we have heard about access issues in low-income neighborhoods. We know there's now a push on all sorts of levels to try to get the message out in terms of vaccinations. As somebody who is an African-American man hosting a national show every day talking about medical issues, what's your advice in terms of communicating this?
Well, first of all, I think that, and on my Instagram page, at Dr. Ian Smith, spell the doctor out, I actually show a video of what the virus, how the virus and the vaccine work. I actually show myself getting my second dose and my first dose. I got my second dose yesterday. I'm feeling great. But I try to show people that it's safe, that it's effective. But understand something. People of color have a long mistrust in the medical establishment based on a very bad history in this country of the Tuskegee experiment, where there was syphilis given to men and they were not treated properly. So the mistrust is well understood and well respected. But in this particular case, we have to effectively communicate that this is extremely important. This is a life or death situation for millions of people. I think the government needs to do a better job of getting vaccines into these communities, making them more accessible, and they need to have more high-profile people publicly take the vaccination and show it and say, listen, I'm taking it, it's okay, you got to take it also.
Like you don't just talk the talk, you walk the walk. So we're glad that you're feeling good after your second dose, Doctor.
Yeah, and thanks so much for being with us. Really appreciate the perspective.
Nice talking to you guys. Thanks for having me.
Again, The Doctors airing every day at 2 o'clock on our sister station, Channel 13, where you can watch Dr. Ian Smith every single day. Still to come here at 7 o'clock, members of the union representing LAUSD teachers will be casting a big vote that will affect your kids returning to in-person learning. Some counties in California also now out of the most...
And we'll bring that to you here on News Now from Fox when they come back from their commercial break. But we're going to go to a commercial break. We'll see you in 2 minutes here on News Now. Welcome back here to News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We have been showing you a lot of California news. We're going to stick on some of this because I promised to give you a full update here. But it looks like we do have Fox 11 in Los Angeles with the very latest out there. They're talking about reopening of schools, and we'll be recapping what's going on with Tiger Woods in just a moment here.
Staff are vaccinated or given access to shots. That vote set for Monday through Friday is in response to increasing pressure from Governor Newsom to resume in-person classes for a pre-K through 6th grade students in counties that have reached an average daily case rate of 25 or less per 100,000 residents. We are seeing other school districts, Long Beach, Las Virgenes Unified, other districts that have a plan for reopening, but not at LAUSD.
Right, it's all, they say that they want all the teachers vaccinated, at least to have access to it. They want more PPE in the classrooms better prepared for the students. Right. And the case rate, but LA County making significant progress because now we're at 12 cases per 100,000.
Right.
We were at 40 a few weeks ago.
Right. It's pretty remarkable. And,
right.
and news today about the future as coronavirus cases continue to decline slowly but surely. California itself, Marla, is beginning to reopen.
Right. So today, 5 more counties got the green light to move out of the state's most restrictive purple tier. None is here in Southern California yet, but up north, San Mateo, Marin, Yolo, Shasta, and Humboldt counties are now officially in the red tier, the second most restrictive. Now, if declining COVID trends continue, 7 other counties could also move to the red tier next week. They include San Luis Obispo, Santa Clara, and San Francisco counties. And locally, well, right now, let's talk more about what this means. Red tier, this means substantial transmission. Indoor restaurant dining rooms and gyms can open at limited capacity. Restaurant dining rooms and movie theaters can reopen at 25% capacity or up to 100 people, whichever is fewer. Gyms and dance and yoga studios can open at 10% capacity.
Yeah, the purple tier, which is widespread transmission, that's where we are. Officials require that the following types of indoor settings be closed to the public: restaurant, dining rooms, wineries, gyms, saunas, steam. That's what we've all gotten pretty used to. Let's talk about the orange tier now. This is moderate transmission. We hope we're going to get there. Bars can open outdoors. Fans can return to outdoor professional sports venues at limited capacity. By the way, Orange County is on the cusp of red, right?
Yeah, they've met, there's 5 metrics to meet. They've met at least 2 of those metrics thus far. It's still, their case rate is still too high, but I just said 12 per 100,000 LA County. They're at 11. They're 1 case fewer than we are in Orange County.
So we're really close to having indoor dining returning to Orange County.
Yeah.
Still to come? Are you feeling lonely? I'm not. Now I finally have somebody at this desk with me. Well, just need this one thing.
And there you go. That's Alex Michelson coming out of Fox 11 in Los Angeles. We'll probably dip back and forth between their newscast, but let's play out for you the latest about Tiger Woods. He is awake in an LA area hospital following yesterday's serious car accident. As he recovers, more questions are surfacing about what the crash means for his playing career. They were just talking about that right there in their newscast. But Fox News correspondent Matt Finn has the very latest from Los Angeles.
Tiger Woods is recovering and lucky to be alive after Tuesday's horrific car crash. But in a career marked by incredible comebacks, the golfing great is now facing what could be his toughest recovery.
His recovery may take a long time, months to years, and it may not be complete.
Woods suffered shattered bones in multiple places in his lower leg. Some of his fractures went through the skin. Those injuries were stabilized by a rod, while screws and pins were used to set his ankle and foot, according to the chief medical officer at Harbor UCLA. Woods has won 15 major championships and has a record-tying 82 victories on the PGA Tour. Because of the extent of his injuries, this orthopedic trauma surgery chief, who is not treating Woods, says it's doubtful the 45-year-old athlete will ever return to his previous level of golfing.
Unfortunately, it's very, very unlikely that he returns to be a professional golfer after these injuries. It really would be difficult for any golfer.
As Woods recovers, the investigation into the rollover accident continues. Officials maintain there is no evidence drugs and alcohol were a factor in the crash and say at this time Woods will not be facing criminal charges.
We don't contemplate any charges whatsoever in this crash. This remains an accident. Accident is not a crime.
And the very first sheriff's deputy on the scene says his body-worn camera was on and recording when interacting with Tiger Woods. The LA County Sheriff says his office will be as legally transparent as possible regarding that video. In Los Angeles, Matt Finn, Fox News.
And speaking of that first deputy on scene, Fox 11 in Los Angeles actually spoke with him earlier this morning, Deputy Gonzalez. We'll listen to that conversation also.
Well, LA Sheriff's Deputy Carlos Gonzalez was the very first responder to arrive and respond to the accident scene, and he joins us now. Deputy Gonzalez, first of all, real delight to meet you. And now that it's a day later, you hopefully have gotten a little bit of sleep. You got your feet back underneath you. You have a chance to sort of look back on the events of yesterday. And how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling fine. You know, this is something that I deal with on a daily basis. Other than doing interviews, I'm handling this investigation like I would any other.
So then let's walk back through it if you don't mind. And I know, again, like you said, you have a job to do. You've trained for this. You see these kinds of accidents a lot of the time. You arrive on scene. Walk us through what happened in those next moments.
Sure. So I arrive on scene and immediately I notice the vehicle rolled over off the side of the roadway. As soon as I got out of my patrol car, a neighbor came up and said, you know, Deputy, I think the driver is still trapped inside. So I ran over to the vehicle and I noticed that there was a large hole in the windshield, and I was able to kind of get my upper body inside to check on the well-being of the driver. And I see Tiger Woods sitting in the driver's seat. At that time, I don't recognize who he is in the moment, but you know, I ask him, you know, hey, what's your name? And he looks at me and he says, Tiger. And it took me about half a second, but I recognized him instantly, and I didn't say anything because I had a job to do. But I went into, you know, my screening questions to kind of check his mental state. You know, I'm asking him, you know, if he knows where he's at, if he knows, you know, what day it is, and he's answering me quickly. So to me, that tells me that he's lucid and he's aware of what's going on, and he seems calm. So I'm looking inside the cabin of the vehicle, and I notice that the cabin seems pretty much intact. And although he has some injuries, like I see some blood on his face, he doesn't look like he's in mortal danger. So I weigh the decision out of whether I'm going to try to pull him out myself, or if I'm going to, you know, let the fire department do it. And I decide that because of his condition, the fact that he seems pretty safe in there, I didn't want to risk further injuring him, and I let the fire department do it since they have special tools and training to do that.
And they had been scrambled soon after you. How soon did they arrive on scene?
Yeah, so when we initially got the call, it came in as a vehicle off the road call. So our dispatch didn't know how serious it was. When I got there, you know, and I noticed that the driver was inside, I got on my radio and I confirmed with dispatch, you know, whether they had contacted the fire department. And, you know, they told me, yeah, we called them. So I said, okay, well, you know, can I get an ETA? Because, you know, I have someone trapped in here. So, you know, they got them, you know, rolling as quickly as they could. And I don't know how many minutes it was from that time till the time they got there. It could have been 5 or 10, who knows? But, you know, in situations like that, they're very dynamic. You know, 5-10 minutes could feel like half an hour.
I was just going to say, in those situations, time can kind of stand still and move very slowly, but then also speed up. It is funny how time is so fluid. When you were approaching it, were you surprised after seeing the damage to the car and how far it had seemingly traveled? Were you surprised that he was alert and conscious? Or were you not, because you've seen every kind of situation play out?
You know, the human body is amazing, and also modern technology, because it was a horrific accident. The distance that it traveled and the speed it must have carried, I am actually amazed that he was not more injured, if not killed. So I think it's amazing that the vehicle's safety systems worked as intended, and the fact that he was wearing a seatbelt, it probably saved his life.
I understand you're a 3-year veteran. You've seen your share of things, but do you think this one is going to stick with you for some time?
You know, they all kind of do in one way or another. This is just going to be one more memory from this, you know, this type of career.
Now, I know a lot of you are working the scene, and I know that you know, we have to go into sort of official speak at this point, and I understand there's only so much you can tell us. Early stages, we know that these things can take a lot of time. Any more indication into what caused all of this to happen? It was early in the morning.
So at this point, we don't have anything further in terms of what could have caused it. We haven't had any witnesses come forward. We don't have any video. So we're basing it off of the evidence at the scene. So we can tell from what we've seen so far that there must have been a pretty high speed involved. But in regards to, you know, if there was under the influence or anything like that, we don't have any evidence to support that theory.
And you obviously work this area. Tell us a little bit more about Hawthorne Boulevard. Our colleague Araxia grew up in the area, and we've heard anecdotally that, yeah, people can get going pretty quickly on there. There's been a fair amount of accidents. Some people even have gotten some speeding tickets along there over time. What's your experience with this section of the boulevard?
You know, it's one of those streets, I think every city has one where, you know, people know that people like to speed there. It's wide, it's well paved, it's downhill, and it's curvy. So if you're not paying attention, you know, your speed can climb very quickly. Or if you're purposely trying to speed, you can get up to some absurd speeds.
You know, you make a very good point, and we heard it earlier about the importance of wearing a seatbelt. Likely that is probably why he was able to survive this accident. It could have been far worse.
Absolutely.
All right, Carlos Gonzalez, sheriff's deputy, first on scene, doing what the training tells you to do, kept calm and cool, and were able to get support to Tiger Woods in that very devastating accident. Thank you for making time for us today. I imagine you've got a few more interviews coming your way.
Yes.
You're getting pretty good at this. I'll tell you that, from one professional to another.
Well, thank you.
All right. Well, LA Sheriff's Deputy.
And again, Deputy Gonzalez there, the first at the scene. We're happy to give you all these updates on the recovery and surgery of Tiger Woods. We'll continue to do that throughout the night. But our producer, Brittany Zek, put together kind of a fun segment here coming up after the break. We're talking about what animals are up to today, and they are just too cute. You don't want to miss it. 2 minutes. Welcome back here to News Now from Fox. For those of you who were in that commercial break, we're talking about animals here. Sydney Zoo announced to the public the arrival of an 8-month-old koala Joey. That was today. This video was sent to Storyful by Taronga Zoo in Sydney. It shows Humphrey the koala snuggling up to his mother among the foliage of a eucalyptus tree. Look at that. So sweet. According to the zoo, Humphrey and Mum, Willow, are reported to be doing incredibly well, with senior koala keeper Laura Jones revealing that the Joey is already beginning to attempt to eat eucalyptus trees. All those koala lovers out there are definitely saying, "Aw." Moving on to this next story here. Dozens of sea turtles that were left cold stunned by a winter storm in Texas were released back into the ocean just a few days ago here. The Amos Rehabilitation Keep at the University of Texas Marine Science Institute was among several organizations caring for about 3,000 of the marine creatures after the storm brought record cold temperatures to the Lone Star State. This video shows several turtles being released into the Gulf of Mexico down a slide here. Definitely excited to be getting back into that warmer water there. This again coming from UT Marine Science Institute. Look at that, all the turtles happy. If you were joining us during our coverage during all that Texas winter weather, we showed you the hundreds and hundreds of turtles that had to be rescued because of the deep freeze out there. It's not sustainable for all those little guys. Okay, moving into the next one here. Last but not least, a baby chimpanzee was all smiles at the Maryland Zoo in Baltimore as she happily played with an older chimp. Footage taken by the zoo shows the baby chimp, Macy, playing with a larger chimp identified as Bunny. Bunny leads Macy from place to place and seems to oversee which chimps socialize with her. That's according to the zoo. They posted this on their Facebook page. Playing with Lola and Violet, napping and eating from a bottle provided by keepers through the habitat barrier continue to be Macy's main activities as her troop integration continues. Macy and Bunny having a good old time out there. Well, we were talking about those Texas storms. Let's go out to Governor Greg Abbott from earlier today, talking to Texas residents about what relief is going to look like moving forward for them.
My fellow Texans, good evening from the State Emergency Operations Center. Tragic does not even begin to describe the devastation and the suffering that you have endured over the past week. Too many of you were shivering in your own homes. No power, no heat, no water. I want to thank the countless Texans who stepped up to help those in need. As is often the case, the worst of events brings out the best in Texans. For those of you still hurting, I want you to know the state is using every possible resource to fix this problem. Many of you are angry, and you have a right to be. I'm angry too. At a time when essential services were needed the most, the system broke. You deserve answers. You will get those answers. The Electric Reliability Council of Texas, known as ERCOT, manages the flow of power in Texas. Before the storm hit, ERCOT repeatedly assured the state and the public that ERCOT was prepared. Those assurances turned out to be false. We now know that power generators of all sources were not prepared for this severe winter weather. We have also learned that ERCOT operators should have acted quicker to stabilize the grid and to prevent power generators from being knocked offline. Our task now is to take the lessons learned from the past week, as well as the anger that we all feel, and channel them into immediate action. I made responding to this storm an emergency item this legislative session. I am already working on solutions with the Lieutenant Governor, the Speaker of the House, and the state legislature. First is protecting you. It is outrageous for residents to be saddled with skyrocketing power bills. The state is already investigating multiple electric providers about these spikes. Also, we have ordered that Texans will not have their power shut off because of unpaid bills until the legislature has time to act on this. Second, ERCOT must be overhauled. 5 ERCOT board members have already resigned, including the chair and the vice chair. But more must be done. Tomorrow, the state legislature begins comprehensive investigations of ERCOT. And I am already working with the legislature on reforms to add more power to the grid and to ensure that we never run out of power again. Also, the Office of Attorney General has launched a formal investigation into ERCOT. Third, the fact is, power generation from all sources buckled under the harsh, freezing winter weather. That includes natural gas, coal, nuclear, as well as wind and solar. Each of these power sources failed to fully produce because of inadequate safeguards. That is why I have made it a legislative priority to mandate and to fund the winterization and stabilization of the Texas power infrastructure. This will protect our power grid from future winter weather events. No words can fix what happened or ease the pain that you have endured. But I assure you of this legislative session will not end until we fix these problems. And we will ensure that the tragic events of the past week are never repeated. Your safety is my top concern. And I pray that God continues to bless you all.
And as you heard right there, Texas Governor Greg Abbott saying that a formal investigation into ERCOT has been launched. Well, really interesting conversation coming from last night. Our very own Andrew Kraft spoke with a Texas reporter about the resignation letters now of some state board members who said that they've noted recent concerns about out-of-state board leadership at ERCOT. And some people are now stepping down again, resigning from ERCOT, the major energy provider. Let's play out that conversation for you. This just coming from last night here.
Reliability Council of Texas. Several board members resigning today. He said in the resignation letter, the out-of-state board members said, quote, "We have noticed and noted recent concerns about out-of-state board leadership at ERCOT to allow state leaders a free hand with future direction and to eliminate distractions. We are resigning from the board effective after our urgent board teleconference meeting adjourns tomorrow." This is all coming in the aftermath of the terrible weather event that's not even a full week ago that just wrought havoc on most of the state of Texas. We also learned today President Biden, First Lady Dr. Jill Biden will head to Houston on Friday to meet with those impacted by the winter weather. But right now we are being joined by Fox 26 Houston's Rashi Vats. She's going to break this whole story down for us today. You know, Rashi, my first question, though, why were these members on the board from out of state? Why aren't they Texas-based?
Well, that's a good question. So today I did speak with someone who used to work with the Public Utilities Commission, and they're sort of over ERCOT, and they're the ones that go over our grid, and they're the ones that regulate everything in terms of the electricity when that's concerned. So she was giving me some unique perspective, and the fact that these other people who are part of the board, and there are 4 members, another one that is resigning was going to fill a vacant position but decided not to do that. So when you hear that number 5, that's where that total is coming from. So they basically live out of state, and they bring a different perspective because their backgrounds are all very different. And there's a total of 16 board members. Now, currently, with these 5 resigning, not coming back, there will be 9 members that are voting members, meaning they can vote. Now, there's also the CEO, which might recuse himself from voting on anything. So when it comes to a different perspective and what the rest of the nation is doing, what the goals are, how to do things differently, it is good, according to her, and if you kind of think outside of Texas, it's a good idea to be able to consult with people like that from all over the nation.
And Rashi, we just want to note to our viewers as well that ERCOT service is fully back to normal operations. It's no longer in this emergency scenario and with these emergency conditions. One of the other questions I had for you, though, is there's been increasing talk of mounting possible civil litigation, criminal investigations that ERCOT could be facing in the wake of this disastrous weather event. Do you have any information on that, too?
We've actually, Andrew, reported on some of those lawsuits that have already started popping up. And of course, we do centralize all of the stories right now in the Houston area, being based in Houston. But I can tell you that there are a lot that have come about, civil and criminal, and there will probably continue to be so. But the timeline that ERCOT is currently focusing on is the fact that these 5 members will be resigning tomorrow. And then Thursday, the Texas legislation will start their hearing on what exactly happened. And this perspective that I got with this energy expert also about how this investigation is going to last a long time. And what is very interesting is the fact that something like this happened back in 2011. In Texas, they were mandated, and also there were some laws suggesting winterization techniques, things to basically not have something like what happened last week happen, and none of that was really done. So you have to go back and look at what exactly happened and where the loopholes are. And to answer your question directly, there is litigation, there will continue to be, and it's just really, quite frankly, been very hard to get any information and any straight information really from ERCOT.
And Rashi, while I have you, I just wanted to, we were playing out a press conference before we spoke to you from Dallas County officials there, kind of walking residents through how they can address some of these outrageous electricity bills that they've gotten in the wake of this. Can you kind of comment on that, why Texans are seeing that on their energy bills, and kind of what they can do about that, if there's any remedy? I don't know what you can speak to that.
So this has been a huge concern for so many people, and actually today I was looking at how some of the people have started GoFundMe accounts because their bills are just outrageous. So one of the reasons why that's the case is because these energy companies, when they are not able to get their own power, they in their contract have said at some times that they can get power from other places. Now, that power is probably going to be, and electricity is going to be way more expensive than what they would be offering themselves. So that's why they're seeing that huge spike. Also seeing companies that have said, look, we'll put you on a 10-year plan to pay all of this off, but really it is just outrageous, the thousands and thousands of dollars that people are being charged. Now, CenterPoint, they provide electricity locally here to us. And they said, I mean, you might have seen this yourself, $202,000 for 1 month versus, obviously like a few $100s, which is normally the case. And they said that is not the case, and you do not have to pay that. But in terms of relief and help statewide or help that's coming from FEMA, that is still trickling in. And right now, when it comes to these people who have these outrageous electricity bills, their only option is to report it and make sure, which we've been telling all of our viewers, get out of the auto pay so you don't accidentally end up paying a big amount all of a sudden.
Yeah, Rashi, I was just reading before speaking to you that the price per megawatt went from about $50,000 to $9,000 in some cases, which is just insane. Just kind of staying with this story, lastly for you, I know you have to go, but give us a sense of what the feeling's like on the ground. We're almost a full week out of this extreme weather event that's just devastated many small businesses, many families there across Texas. How are, especially people there in Houston, how are they feeling? Are they still kind of anxious about this? Has life kind of gotten back to normal a little bit?
You know, we kind of sort of joke around because today the weather has been just gorgeous. It's like 75 degrees outside, and a week ago we were 13 degrees. So that's kind of like the smiling moment we have here. But I have to tell you that Houstonians are really, really anxious and also just kind of frustrated, really, with having to deal with all of this unexpectedly and for so long. I mean, we had so many people die because of the lack of heat and the temperatures inside of a home. And this is another point that I'd want to bring about to the audience, is that when you heat your home, it takes more energy to cool your home down, because if you think about it, a comfortable temperature inside of our home would be maybe 70 degrees. And if it's outside 13 degrees, well, you're having to warm it up to that differential right there, versus the heat, which we're used to here. If it's, say, 100 degrees outside on a Houston summer day in the middle of the summer, and you're trying to get it down to 70 degrees, that takes a less amount of energy. So we were putting a lot of pressure on the grid because so many people needed that energy and power all together, and so much of it. So that's kind of where everything just collapsed. And, you know, here in Houston, we are not very familiar and able to deal with such cool temperatures. Just talking about in general, we usually talk about it being extremely cold when it's just 60 degrees. But when you go down to those single-digit temperatures or in the teens, it's awful. And also make note, in 2017, which was just 3-4 years ago, we were hit by Hurricane Harvey. So people are still waiting for that relief money from Hurricane Harvey, also Imelda. So I know recently the city said that they are putting together a relief fund for the winter storm. And there were some people that were just skeptical, as you can imagine, on when and how much money they would be getting for any relief they need.
Yeah, Rashid, we also learned earlier today the IRS is extending the tax filing deadline for Texans, I believe, until the middle of June. You should be expecting President Biden for a Friday visit to meet with those affected. We want to thank you for taking the time here on News Now. We'll speak to you again. Thanks for joining us, Rashid.
You bet.
And there you go. A really great conversation between Andrew Kraft and one of our Houston reporters out there. Like he said, President Biden will be traveling to Houston to address a lot of these issues, and there's still a ton of resounding issues following that long week of winter weather for Texas residents, Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, Austin, all the above. I'm going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break, but when you come back, lawmakers are debating another round of economic stimulus relief. But there's one sticking point that's creating a lot of debate. We'll answer that question after the break. A live look from Capitol Hill at Washington, D.C. We brought you some of those hearings earlier today for the confirmation hearings for the new CIA director. We'll talk about that in a little bit here, but lawmakers are debating yet another round of coronavirus relief. But there's one sticking point that's causing quite a bit of debate on both sides of the aisle. Fox News correspondent Ray Bogan has more on what it is and when a final vote can be expected.
To raise or not to raise the minimum wage? That is just part of the question. Top Democrats made their case for keeping the proposed increase to $15 an hour in the next coronavirus relief bill.
According to the Congressional Budget Office, raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour has a significant budgetary impact, which should make it permissible under the Senate's reconciliation rules.
But Republicans urge against a minimum wage hike and also cite the Congressional Budget Office report that states raising the wage would lift 900,000 people out of poverty, but 1.4 million people would lose their job.
In the middle of a pandemic where nearly 11 million Americans who have already lost their jobs, the last thing you do is increase the cost on businesses.
At the center of the debate is Elizabeth McDonough, whose bipartisan role is rarely in the national spotlight. As the Senate parliamentarian, she serves as a sort of referee on whether the minimum wage can be included in a budget reconciliation bill or if it's considered unrelated and must be taken out. Both Republicans and Democrats have met with McDonough.
Well, we think we had a good meeting with her today. Look, I think from a policy point of view, it is very hard to defend a federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour. That is a starvation wage.
Should absolutely, one, not be in this bill because it's not COVID related, but two, it absolutely destroys states and our small businesses.
The House will vote on the new coronavirus relief bill Friday. Ray Bogan, Fox News.
And to continue the conversation on this coronavirus relief deal, we have Fox 13's Tampa team with Craig Patrick. He's talking about those sticking points and more on what's involved in this coronavirus relief package as well.
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill are continuing to negotiate President Biden's COVID relief bill. It is expected to pass by this weekend, but not without opposition from Republicans, who claim the bill is full of wasteful spending. Our political editor Craig Patrick here to take a closer look at what the controversies are and what do you think we can ultimately expect, Craig?
Well, Cynthia, in terms of changes, I think we can expect to see either the provision requiring the federal minimum wage to be raised to $15 an hour, either to be removed or perhaps dialed back to $10 or $11 an hour, which is in the works right now as a potential point of compromise. But beyond that, there are several other provisions, specifically as they relate to spending, that Republicans do oppose, but will likely remain in the bill.
There's that old bad joke, I'm from the federal government, I'm here to help. But we are from the federal government and we want to help.
The president's COVID relief plan does commit a fortune to fighting the virus and propping up the economy. More than $470 billion would go to another round of relief payments, with many taxpayers set to receive another $1,400 check. It also commits $75 billion to stepping up vaccine shots, and it provides nearly $50 billion more for companies and small businesses reeling from the pandemic. And these programs are polling very well with voters across the aisle.
A majority of Republican citizens are for the bill.
But it also includes other spending projects Republicans in Congress strongly oppose. The biggest is $350 billion to help states recover. Republicans have two concerns here. First, they say some states have managed their money better than others, and they say taxpayers should not have to bail out some that made poor financial decisions. Second, the formula for giving out this money is based on each state's unemployment rate from the end of last year. States with higher unemployment rates at that time would get more money. And Republicans say that would punish states that reopen to some degree of success, like Florida.
I am all for spending additional monies to combat the coronavirus. But this bill isn't it.
The bill also includes more than $128 billion to help some schools reopen and others add protections against COVID-19. That has strong bipartisan support in concept, but some Republicans are pushing back on this because they say the spending on schools is backloaded. In other words, schools will not receive much of that money until next year and beyond, when we hope and expect the virus to have run its course. And there are a range of other expenses critics have flagged. For example, the bill funds work on a bridge from Canada to the Senate Majority Leader's home state of New York. There's $1.5 billion for Amtrak and $30 billion for public transit in general, plus nearly $500 million to support arts and museums.
This is dramatically more money than is required at this particular juncture. It also includes a number of things that have absolutely nothing to do with COVID relief.
And that's the line of argument that Republicans are presenting. Democrats are responding by saying they're investing in this bill in the arts and museums because they absolutely were hit very hard by the pandemic and need support to recover. They say the same holds true for public transit, particularly with efforts to try to mitigate and make sure that travel is safe as we get past the pandemic. And with that, you get this tit for tat back and forth in terms of what relates to the pandemic and what doesn't. But we know which way the story is going, Cynthia, toward House passage this weekend and some questions, but likely passage in the Senate the week after.
So what is the actual deadline? What are they trying to meet?
Well, there's no hard deadline, but the goal that Senate and House leadership is aiming for is to get this on the president's desk and signed by March 14th. They have a specific date in mind there because they say that's when the extended federal unemployment benefits would lapse and they don't want interruptions. Now, there will be some interruptions. There have been each and every step of the way, but they're trying to condense that as much as they possibly can.
All right. Just stay tuned, as they say. Thank you, Craig.
And it's about 9 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm Daytona Everett, going to carry you on for the next 2 hours of live coverage here. One really great thing about News Now from Fox, if you've never watched us before, is that we can play out some of these events in their entirety, whereas in certain, broadcast networks, they're just showing you those sound bites there. So Chuck Schumer, as you just saw in that, in both of those stories, you heard a little bit from him, but we're going to play out for you both briefings from Senate Democrats and from Senate Republicans talking about this coronavirus relief bill. This has been a huge, huge topic with a lot of debate, a lot of controversy going back and forth, and we want you to hear it for yourself. So I'm going to play that out for you, and then we have some other stories that we want to get to as well. Be sure to give us a follow on our social media accounts at NewsNow Fox. That's our Twitter handle. You can find a lot of the breaking news headlines and interviews that we do on there. I spoke with Fox Business this morning with Jerry Willis. She did a really great job talking about student debt. I also have all my social media accounts at Daytona News Now. Say hi, befriend me on there. I did a little poll on my Instagram feed asking people if they have student debt. I'm sure a lot of you who are watching right now are in that population that is dealing with a lot of student loan debt, and you can find out what the Biden administration is doing, how they're handling it on our Twitter page at NewsNow Fox again. So first we'll go out to these remarks from Senate Democrats, move over to Republicans because we want to show both sides of the aisle. That's how we do it here on News Now, and then move into a little bit of consumer news. So good stuff coming up here.
Morning, everyone. Earlier today, we held our weekly caucus meeting where we discussed the progress of the American Rescue Plan. The Budget Committee acted on Monday to favorably report out the $1.9 trillion bill, and we're looking forward to the legislation being taken up by the House of Representatives in the next few days. The American Rescue Plan has bipartisan support across the nation from Democrats and Republicans, as well as considerable support amongst independents. American Rescue Plan is the right response to a once-in-a-century pandemic that has brought a lot of pain and suffering and death to the American people. More than 500,000 Americans dead, more than 25 million Americans infected by the coronavirus, over 100,000 small businesses permanently closed, tens of millions of Americans who have been unemployed at different points in time, many confronting food insecurity, and the prospect of homelessness. The COVID-19 pandemic is a once-in-a-century tragedy. It requires a once-in-a-century continuing, comprehensive, and compassionate congressional response. That is what the American Rescue Plan represents. And it's our hope that some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will stop playing politics and support the effort to meaningfully support the American people. We will also take up later on today the Equality Act put forth by Congressman David Cicilline. It has the support of every single House Democrat as a co-sponsor. And we expect that it will receive bipartisan support on the floor of the House of Representatives because it's the right thing to do. This is a country that prides itself on equal protection under the law and liberty and justice for all. But in the absence of federal civil rights protection, there are members of the LGBTQ community who are fair game in the eyes of the law to be targeted based on sexual orientation. That is not America. And today, House Democrats will take an important step in continuing our long, necessary, and majestic march toward a more perfect union. I now yield to our distinguished Vice Chair, Pete Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yesterday, we started our week by noting and remembering the 500,000 lives lost to the COVID virus. It's a staggering number, and when our hearts go out to the millions of Americans who have been touched as loved ones. Right now, it's more important than ever that we do everything that we can to crush the virus, rebuilding our economy for working people and families that need the support to get back on their feet. This week, we're considering legislation to do just that. The American Rescue Plan, as the chairman mentioned, has the support, the bipartisan support of the American people. It meets the moment and is decisive and should have bipartisan support. The American people deserve relief, and House Democrats are acting on that. And we hope that our Republican colleagues will join us. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Pete. Questions?
So on the 9/11 style commission, Republicans are complaining that Pelosi's proposal was not bipartisan, that it was a 7-4 split on members. Why not just make it equally bipartisan with equal number of Republicans and Democratic appointees?
Well, that's a question that I think will need to continue to be discussed. I haven't seen those particular Republican complaints. The Speaker has made it clear, as have other Democrats in both the House and the Senate, that we want to make sure that this is bipartisan in nature in terms of the quality of the people who are part of the commission. They should be impeccably credentialed Americans who are both Republican and Democratic former officials or individuals connected to their affiliation. In terms of what the ultimate split looks like, we'll see where that discussion goes, but I think the overall commitment to making it clear that the 9/11 style commission connected to the January 6th violent insurrection incited by the former twice impeached President of the United States of America should be bipartisan in nature, or perhaps better said, nonpartisan in nature, because we should approach figuring out what happened, why it happened, and how do we prevent this type of violent attack on our democracy from ever happening again in a way that simply seeks the truth, not through a partisan lens.
Does it undercut the legitimacy, though, if there's more Democrats on the commission than Republicans?
I'm not prepared to say that it undercuts the legitimacy. I'd be interested in taking a look at the actual 9/11 commission. I believe
that the original commission had a Republican-appointed chair and a Democratic vice chair, not two co-chairs. That's my understanding. And if that in fact is the case, okay, let's explore the possibilities of the Constitution and makeup of this commission, but let's have some intellectual consistency, because Republicans are always complaining just for the sake of complaining about things that they themselves do. We see that now with the American Rescue Plan as they're complaining about the reconciliation process, the one that they used to pass the GOP tax scam.
To follow up on Leon's question, if you say the Republicans complain about everything, why don't you just stop the complaint that it does look unfair by doing a 7-4 split? The 9/11 Commission was actually evenly split. So why don't you just eliminate that complaint they have and eliminate the idea that it could look partisan because it's got more members on one side than the other, to stop that argument?
I'm not involved in the drafting of the legislation, but I'm not prepared to say that a 7-4 split is unfair based on who actually is part of the commission. That ultimately should be the determination. But I'm sure the committees of jurisdiction will weigh in as appropriate in moving this legislation through a process that is going to exist, that will necessarily involve negotiation. It's going to involve committee markups. It's going to involve taking suggestions from both Democratic and Republican members. Presumably, it's going to involve amendments that can be submitted during the markup process to improve upon the initial legislation. And ultimately, people will presumably have an opportunity to make their case before the Rules Committee in connection with any amendments. And so to start out the process now by complaining when we just have an initial framework that has been presented and in fact was shared by Speaker Pelosi with Leader McCarthy, who doesn't always operate in good faith. And he set a bad tone on January 3rd by delivering, an egregious speech on the floor of the House, and then, of course, has continued to provide aid and comfort to the insurrectionists, including by voting with those objections. All of that said, Speaker Pelosi still presented the framework to the Republicans, which then, of course, instead of leading to some kind of good faith conversation from them, they immediately launched into a partisan political attack.
Sure. What I'd offer too is the speaker's been, very clear that this was the initial outreach. This was the opening discussion about the commission style. As the chairman mentioned, what's important here are that the individuals who were chosen, which I understand the question about who appoints them. That doesn't necessarily mean that the president wouldn't appoint someone who has a different voter registration than our party. So I think that's important to note, but the composition of the commission is what's important. Keeping in mind, the 9/11 commission had one woman, no people of color. So let's have a commission that looks like the country, that looks like our Congress, guide this discussion. And it's important that it be bipartisan and bicameral. I know that the Democratic caucus strongly believes that, and will continue to have these discussions to make sure that we get this right.
Senator Mitt Romney has proposed a Family Security Act. He says it would cut child poverty by up to 1/3 and provide low-income households in the U.S. with $350 a month for every child they are raising younger than 5 and $250 a month for every child between the ages of 6 and 17. What do you think of his proposal, and will Democrats support it?
Well, is this a proposal that's being introduced in the context of the American Rescue Plan?
You can compare it. You can weigh the two if you like, but just the proposal itself, just his ideas to,
I haven't looked at the specifics of the proposal, but certainly I think the effort to try to end child poverty in America is one that hopefully Democrats and Republicans, House members, senators share. I know certainly the president and the vice president are strongly behind this effort. We have a mechanism for doing it by increasing the child tax credit in the American Rescue Plan. That's the provision that I support. That's the provision that will be part of the legislation taken up by the House. But the Senate has its own process. And as part of that process, I assume that Mitt Romney's proposal will be considered in some way, shape, or form. I look forward to seeing that discussion. And if it makes it into the final product that the Senate undertakes, then we'll have an opportunity to consider it in the House.
Mr. Jeffries, there are clearly some tensions that are still out there between Democrats and the Republicans who voted to decertify on January 6th. We saw some of that last night with the vote on the post office, not normally something we have a roll call vote on. What is your advice to Democrats who ask about whether they should feel comfortable voting, supporting bills with Republicans on them, supporting Republican bills if those members have indeed taken part in that decertification vote, or if there's other sympathies Democrats believe they have with some of the insurrectionists?
Well, the Speaker made a very important observation in the caucus call today, and that is that every single member of the House on the Democratic side, as always, our best advice is in making decisions about how you conduct yourself here in the Congress. We simply ask that you follow your conscience, the Constitution, and do what's in the best interest of your constituents. As the Speaker pointed out, the 3 C's, not the 4 C's, which is the caucus being the 4th one. Your conscience, the Constitution, and your constituents. And so in the context of interacting with those who continue to provide aid and comfort to a violent insurrection, everyone's going to have to make individual decisions guided by those 3 principles as to what is the appropriate thing to do on behalf of the people you are privileged to represent. Pete, you want to?
Just to go back to the 9/11 Commission for a second, it sounds and appears like yourself and Democrats don't trust Republicans to take this seriously. It seems like you're concerned about the makeup, you're concerned about the speeches still about that. Is that true?
I don't think that's true. Certainly, there are some members of House Republican leadership, some, as well as some members of the House Republican Conference, who have given us no reason to be trustful of them with respect to approaching this in a manner that simply allows for the Commission to follow the facts, apply the governing law and the Constitution, and let the truth emerge wherever that falls. But notwithstanding whatever skepticism that some may have, as Vice Chair Aguilar pointed out, the Speaker presented an initial framework to Leader McCarthy to get his take on how we should approach it. This is the beginning of a dialogue that ultimately will turn into a legislative product that goes through an extensive process where Democrats and Republicans will have an opportunity. But the guiding principle remains. This should be done in a bipartisan fashion. That is our intention, and that is, I believe, what will ultimately occur. Go to the left, and then we'll go to the back row.
Senator Durbin yesterday kind of made an announcement on the House schedule, expecting you guys to pass the Agreement Promise Act and the farm-related immigration bill, in the name of. Do you guys expect to start moving some immigration bills here soon in pieces like that, and would you want to do that before breaking the March?
I have great, I have great respect for Senator Durbin, but I think that the Senate Majority Whip is probably not necessarily the one in position to lay out what the House schedule is going to be on these issues I'm going to yield to Vice Chair Aguilar because he's been working extensively and has been one of the leaders of the caucus on immigration. Of course, Linda Sanchez as well, and she's doing a tremendous job. But I think we haven't had that conversation. We had an initial presentation from Congresswoman Linda Sanchez during last week's caucus meeting on the immigration bill that she introduced. And, we'll see where it goes from there, but we're at the very early stages of making decisions. Pete.
We have, as the chairman mentioned, we have great respect for Senator Durbin and his contributions and his continued work on these issues. I believe later today, the Majority Whip Clyburn will send out a whip question to the House Democratic Caucus about the United States Citizenship Act carried by Linda Sanchez, carrying the Biden White House proposal, which mirrors the Senator Menendez proposal as well. That will be the question in front of House Democrats, and we are beginning the process, as the chairman mentioned, to educate our colleagues and to talk with them about the importance of this piece of legislation. This is a reform bill. This is acknowledging the White House, the Senate, and the House all acknowledging that we have a broken immigration system that desperately needs to be fixed. It includes components that would protect Dreamers, TPS holders, DED, as well as the components within the agriculture worker community. Previously, the Dream and Promise Act and the Ag Worker Modernization Act both passed with strong bipartisan support. If those came up on the House floor, I would imagine a similar result. But the question before us is whether we are ready to vote for and advocate for the U.S. Citizenship Act, which would transform the system, make key important decisions. And so we're going to continue to have those conversations, colleague to colleague, to better understand what's in the Biden White House Menendez Sanchez bill, and to ensure that we have strong support. But always keeping in mind that we do have strong bipartisan options available as well. Thanks.
Thanks, sir. What are you telling members about the security posture on Capitol Hill? How much longer the fencing in particular will remain up? That's the topic in one of the hearings this week. What are you learning from the security leadership, from your own leadership, and then what are you hearing from members on the question of the posture up here?
Well, it's my understanding that at this point we're waiting for General Honore to complete his survey of the situation that currently exists in terms of the posture, the needs moving forward, as well as perhaps some understanding as to what the gaps and vulnerabilities were that led to the violent mob attack on the Capitol on January 6th. Once that report is ready, there'll be some mechanism to brief the caucus, and then some decisions are going to have to be made in partnership with the Senate. And this, of course, should be done in a bipartisan way. The police board, of course, is a structure that currently exists. And so there are a variety of different stakeholders that will have to be involved in this discussion. But the safety and security of staff and members is paramount for the Speaker, for every single member of House Democratic leadership, because we saw how close we came to an even greater tragedy and the loss of life as part of the effort to halt the peaceful transfer of power. Never again can we allow that to take place. So clearly improvements are going to have to be made, but I agree that the most appropriate step at this moment is to wait until General Honore completes his report. Second row, and then last question in the back.
On the COVID relief bill, right now it looks like the minimum wage is under discussion, the parliamentarian meeting, I think, today. If that is not able to be included in the vote the House takes on Friday, do you expect the support from the Democratic caucus to be as strong as it would be if it was in there? Will that be an issue if it's taken out?
Yeah, I expect that the House Democratic caucus is going to strongly support the American Rescue Plan. We remain hopeful that the $15 minimum wage increase, which takes place gradually over a period of 4 years, will be made in order in terms of the Byrd Rule and reconciliation. America is the wealthiest country in the history of the world. The notion that we have people working for $7.25 an hour, which is the current federal minimum wage, is egregious in the context of all the wealth that exists in this country. The basic American contract is that if you work hard and play by the rules, you should be able to provide a comfortable living for yourself and for your family. That contract is broken when a minimum wage is at $7.25 per hour. That is not America. And the pandemic has exposed significant disparities that exist across many different communities, including communities of color. Joe Biden promised not a return to normalcy, but to build back better in the context of the public health and economic challenges that we face related to the pandemic. In my humble opinion, building back better includes a $15 per hour minimum wage. It's my hope that the Senate parliamentarian will see fit to authorize its inclusion. Last question, thanks.
To follow up on the security question, we're going to see more hearings this week and next week, not just about January 6th, but also about domestic terrorism and extremism. So I'm wondering if you think that the existential threat to members and to this building still warrants the type of security that we have outside and today.
Well, I don't want to get out ahead of the expert analysis and exploration that is underway from a variety of different stakeholders, including but not limited to General Honore and his report. And so I'm thankful for the sacrifice and the service of the Capitol Police. Those women and men who did battle.
I'm going to be sending some of you off to a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, we'll be hearing from the other side, from Republicans, Senate Republicans. What do they have to say about this COVID-19 stimulus relief package? We'll have that here on NewsNOW from Fox.
We're under-prepared and under-resourced for that type of cataclysmic, violent event. And we want to make sure that we put them in the best possible position moving forward to defend the Capitol. And it's my expectation that that's exactly what we are going to do. One final point that I'd mention in the context of the American Rescue Plan, and we'll see what comes back from the Senate. In addition to having bipartisan support across the country, as Vice Chair Aguilar pointed out, the American Rescue Plan has the support of the Chamber of Commerce. That's a right-leaning organization. The American Rescue Plan has the support of the Business Roundtable. That's a right-leaning organization. The American Rescue Plan now has the support of more than 150 of the nation's leading CEOs, including Steve Schwarzman, one of the biggest Republican donors in the nation. They all recognize that the American Rescue Plan is the right thing to do to crush the virus, provide direct assistance to everyday Americans who are struggling, and lay the groundwork to supercharge our economy. It's my hope that my Republican colleagues in the House will stop playing politics and join everybody else in supporting the American Rescue Plan so we can do the right thing for the American people. Thank you.
As promised, let's listen in to Senate Republicans as they respond to not only the coronavirus relief package, but also that $15 minimum wage proposal that is a part of the $1.9 trillion package in its entirety. And we're going to listen to this in its entirety here on News Now. Thanks for being with us on this Wednesday evening. It's about 9:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona.
And I think real caring about what's happening across the country with respect to COVID. Unfortunately, that compassion and that caring, which, and I say again, we honor and recognize, and many of us have family members that we've lost to COVID, and we appreciate that very much. But that compassion that the president has shown in his remarks, unfortunately, you cannot in any way, there's no consistency between that and between the policies that we're seeing so far. And so when you look at things like the executive orders, and in particular, the cancellation of the Keystone Pipeline, the executive orders banning oil and gas drilling on federal lands, those executive orders are nothing short of heartless. And it is really important, we want to make sure, particularly for a state like mine, that the administration understands the impact of those kinds of orders. The extent to which when you ban new permits for fossil fuel exploration on public lands, it kills economies, it kills jobs, it means that we don't have funding for our schools. And it is important for the American people to understand and recognize that no matter what you're hearing from this administration, what they are doing is a war on the West, and it is a war on the American worker. People are losing their jobs, they're losing their livelihoods, and we as Republicans are committed to turning that around. We are committed to standing against those policies, to making sure that we are able to get access to our fossil fuels, and making sure that we're able to bring jobs back and get our economy growing as we come back from the devastation of COVID. I want to say just one more thing before I turn things over to Mr. Smith. Today is the 30th anniversary of the beginning of the ground war in Desert Storm. Began on February 24th, 1991. And I want everybody today to take a minute to remember those brave Americans who fought in Desert Shield and Desert Storm, the brave Americans who led us then, and just commemorate the fact that was 30 years ago today. It was a 100-hour ground war, and my colleague, Ms. Stefanik's, got a resolution. I hope we will have bipartisan support for that resolution to commemorate the victory and the sacrifice of those people who fought in Desert Shield and Desert Storm. With that, I will turn things over to my colleague from the Budget Committee, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Liz. It's very simple. We're here today because Pelosi, Schumer, and Biden decided to use a pandemic to push forward a progressive wish list items to reward political allies, friends, and donors at the expense of the American working class. If this package was clearly about crushing the virus, then why is less than 9% of all total spending actually used to put shots in people's arms? If this package was clearly about making sure that schools opened, why is it that less than 5% of all spending for schools will only be spent this year? If this package was about creating more jobs, why is it that this package spends more than 25%, according to the Congressional Budget Office, on items that kills millions of jobs? If this package was not a progressive wish list, why does it spend hundreds of millions of dollars on pet projects in New York City and in San Francisco, like bridges and trailways? If this package was truly about helping all Americans, why did they change the bipartisan budget formula used in all the other COVID packages to reward the blue state governors? One governor that's being recalled and another governor that hid disclosure of how many deaths that were in nursing homes. They're clearly rewarding their friends, their donors, and their partisan agenda. This is the wrong plan at the wrong time for all the wrong reasons. I yield back.
Well done. Now I'd like to yield to our whip, Mr. Scalise.
House Republicans have consistently fought to help those hardworking families that are struggling, whether they're trying to get back to work, trying to have their businesses reopened, or whether they're demanding that their kids be taught in the classroom. Those are the things that we've been fighting for, as well as to fight to get more vaccines in the arms of people. Unfortunately, that's not what we're going to be voting on this week. That's not what this $1.9 trillion liberal wish list giveaway bill does. And that's why we're strongly opposing it. And we're also pushing to expose just what is really in this bill. You know, back during Obamacare, Speaker Pelosi famously said, you've got to pass the bill to find out what's in it. You know, people are starting to find out what's in this bill. And they're also finding out what's not in this bill. They know that this bill does not dedicate real money to reopen schools. In fact, the press secretary for President Biden admitted that over the weekend, that the $130+ billion going to school doesn't even have to be used to safely reopen schools. Even the CBO pointed out more than 95% of that money won't even be spent this year. Parents don't want to wait another year to have their kids safely in the classroom. In fact, the science strongly says that schools need to be reopened, can safely be reopened, and points out the damage, long-term damage being done to our nation's children if they're not in the classroom. Estimates are that only about 40% of America's students are learning in the classroom every day. That means tens of millions of students are not getting the same educational opportunities. That's not something that's just going to last within these next few weeks. That's something that could last and hold them back the rest of their lives. We owe it to those children to open schools, and this bill ought to be focused on opening schools. And unfortunately, Democrats have pushed against those measures to do it. You know, we had amendments in committee to do things like ensure that we can reopen schools. Ensure that, by the way, we had an amendment to say let's go not to 100 million vaccinations in the first 100 days of Biden's presidency, but to go to 200 million vaccinations. Every Democrat voted against that amendment. How can you call it COVID relief when you oppose the measures to actually increase vaccinations against COVID? Just the other day, President Biden challenged Republicans to show him the waste. What would you cut, President Biden said. My response to President Biden would be, how much time do you have, Mr. President, to go through the litany of things in this bill that have nothing to do with COVID? Who said a subway to Silicon Valley has anything to do with COVID? Who said a $15 minimum wage that estimates show would kill over $50 billion in economic activity and jobs in America has anything to do with COVID? Who says a state bailout of $350 billion to blue states like California? California in this bill would get over $40 billion in bailout money when they just announced they have a $10 billion surplus. So why, Mr. President, would you want to borrow money from our children and grandchildren to bail out failed states and to keep schools closed for another year when the science says open schools today? So my challenge to President Biden would be work with Republicans to actually help families who are struggling, to reopen small businesses, to get kids back in the classroom, not one day a week in 6 months, but today. The science says they can do it. The will is there. And by the way, there are tens of billions of dollars already passed in previous bipartisan bills to safely reopen schools. That's where the focus should be. Unfortunately, this bill falls far flat of those objectives, and that's why we strongly oppose it. Let's fight for those families. Let's help those kids get back in school, and let's defeat this virus working together. And with that, now I'll bring up our leader, Kevin McCarthy.
Thank you, Steve. I want to thank the Republican leader of the budget, Jason Smith, for his work and his committee's work on this. You've watched us in the last year 5 times come together in a bipartisan way for the American public. It is now all changed. There's now a partisan route. I think all Americans agree exactly what Republicans wanted to have happen. We want to go back to work, back to school, back to health. Unfortunately, this bill is too costly, too corrupt, and too liberal. Only 9% goes to COVID. We watched the swamp come back to Washington. $100 million for a tunnel in Silicon Valley just outside of Speaker Pelosi's district. Or a bridge for Schumer. Our money for schools, the 2/3 of it cannot be spent until 2023. This is the wrong path, and this is not what President Biden said he would do at the inaugural. Republicans want to work together as we have before, but unfortunately the times have changed here. We believe in accountability. We believe in spending money when it comes to COVID. I've watched what they do here. This seems like a payout for those who agree with them politically. That's a corrupt system, and that's wrong. The American public deserve better, and that's exactly what Republicans will propose. With that, let's take questions. Yes, ma'am.
What are your concerns with Speaker Pelosi's setup of the January 6th commission as it's been proposed to you?
Well, it'll be the same concerns that those who were on the 9/11 commission who led it with Hamilton and Kane. If you listen to their own words, Speaker Pelosi is doing it all wrong. First, it's not bipartisan, 7-4. Secondly, they don't allow subpoena power for the minority and the majority to work together. I mean, I would take those two leaders who I hold in high esteem, a Democrat and a Republican, who carried out a 9/11 commission, who did it in a manner that people trusted coming out. I mean, when I look at the first actions the Speaker has taken with their own general to look at what has went on, and you look at his tweets and others, it seems most of this is politically driven, and it seems like she's setting up a system to fail. And that's not from my words. Those are from those who headed up the 9/11 commission. Mine was very clear, 3 simple things. It has to be equal, 50-50, Republican, Democrat appointed. It has to be equal, just like on 9/11, the power of subpoenas, of which way we go.
Congresswoman Haney said yesterday that she believes that the 9/11 Commission, the 9/11 style commission, should investigate the extent to which the president and others pushed this idea that the election was stolen. Do you agree with her on that?
I wouldn't predetermine what to do. I've been very clear about after January 6th that we came out first with the 9/11 Commission, just as Hamilton and Kane has said in a clear way. It's only Speaker Pelosi who's trying to make this thing partisan and others.
House Democrats want to bring back earmarks. I wonder your thoughts on that, and can you get your conference to support it since House Republicans right now don't?
I know the Democrats have said that in the last Congress as well. I haven't seen anything new. Anytime when someone would approach that, they'd have to bring new accountability to it. We'd look at it that nature, but until that time, we wouldn't take anything up till we see what they're proposing. Yes.
Equality Act, I just wanted to ask you about. Democrats want it passed. Senate Republicans say that it's only an attack. It's not only an attack on girls and women's sports, but also attack on churches, opening them up for possible lawsuits of discrimination.
Very clear. I mean, if you look at Biden's appointments to cabinet members, suing nuns and others, this really seems like an onslaught against freedom of religion, for girls' sports as well and others. And now the Democrats have even taken it further. Can you imagine being an elected member of Congress, putting your name on a letter to a cable industry telling them what they should have on their shows? Or sending it to Amazon that created a company based upon selling books, telling them not to sell books in America, and that you're a member of Congress. Interesting to me of how far they have gone and how much further they want to go.
Last question. Back to the
Yes, sir. How are you today?
Does your state need money?
Does my state need money? Well, I see California just came out with a $10 billion surplus. I see how California has been shut down. If California needs money, I'd like to see what is actually requested instead of changing the flow of the system here to reward states who stayed shut down instead of those who are working. I think a more surgical way of getting all the data to see what is needed and who needs it is a better way to do it than throwing blankets monies out.
No, yes, sir. You don't think so?
No, I think California could need money. But if we're dealing with a $10 billion surplus, I would like to sit down with California and actually see where money is needed. I will tell you what California needs. They need to bring in who's ever doing West Virginia's vaccination, because Gavin Newsom is not doing it well. In my Central Valley, where we are today, we're set up where we could provide 5,000 a day. He was just in there. He cannot provide us the vaccine. So what California needs is probably a new governor. The management is poor. The schools are shut down. I'm glad you brought this point up, because in my own school district in Kern County, the D's and F's for this year have increased by 14%. I just read, was it in Virginia, the Academy of Pediatricians. The increase for children, anxiety, depression, obesity, all in higher than a 90%. So this governor continues to keep us shut down. So before money would be provided to this governor, as we provided before, he withheld the money to go to the rural areas. He used it as a political ploy. So before I would send money to California, I'd rather send money directly to the counties that are needed.
What do you think about how they're distributing that money?
Oh, good point.
I'm from California, so I was like, that's what
I love the assertiveness, but she is correct. Did you have a question?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
In addition to the 9/11 Commission, Democrats have said there'll be a need for
You're kind of
security.
smiling under there, huh?
Well, I do have to serve myself.
Yes.
In addition to the 9/11 Commission, Democrats have said they'll need a security supplemental. Have they been negotiating with you guys on that? What would need to be in the
They have done as much negotiation on that as they have done on the COVID or anything else. No, not at all. And they've done the same amount that President Biden has done as well. Nothing. Yes.
Certainly impeachment proceedings on the Senate side. Councilmember Barbara Butler cited the conversation that she had with you, the president, kind of going after you, saying that the writers cared more about certification of the election. Would you agree with her characterization of that conversation?
Look, I've talked about that phone call on the day of on national news. I'm not talking about it anymore.
Are there going to be any Republican defections on the president's conflict or something?
Look, the whip's working it. I haven't seen a Republican yet that found something in there that they would agree at. I think all Republicans believe in three simple things. They want a bill that puts us back to work, back to school, and back to health. This bill is too costly, too corrupt, and too liberal.
And there was a Democrat defection in the Budget Committee, so Democrats are already voting against this bill.
That was an accident.
It's like our kids learn in school, like virtual
Just
learning.
very briefly, for you and the leadership, especially Congresswoman Cheney, do you believe President Trump should be speaking, or former President Trump should be speaking at CPAC this weekend?
Yes, he should.
Congresswoman Cheney?
That's up to CPAC. I've been clear in my views about President Trump and the extent to which following January 6th, I don't believe that he should be playing a role in the future of the party or the country.
On that high note, thank you all very much.
Well, Senate Republicans right there, this is going to be an ongoing conversation. And like you heard right there, former President Donald Trump is going to be speaking on Sunday. We'll have full coverage for you here on News Now from Fox. But when we come back after the break, Fox 5 New York had an exclusive, Fox 5 in Washington, D.C. had an exclusive with former Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein. This is his first TV interview since he resigned as Deputy Attorney General under former President Trump. That's coming up after the break. Welcome back here to News Now from Fox. We're coming up on the 10 o'clock hour here in Phoenix, Arizona. We're going to hit some politics real quick here. In his first TV interview since he resigned as Deputy Attorney General under President Trump, former Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein actually spoke with Fox 5's Lindsay Watts. She spoke to him during her podcast, Siege on Democracy. She asked about the prosecution of rioters. Could President Trump be criminally liable? And what really happened behind the scenes during the Trump presidency. So a really interesting conversation right here that hasn't been heard before. This is an exclusive interview. So we'll play out this conversation and move forward with some other consumer topics.
It's a question on many minds. Could people who stormed the Capitol avoid any time behind bars?
I think a lot of them will avoid jail time, assuming that they're all charged.
Former Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein is talking about those cases where people are facing federal misdemeanor charges for entering the Capitol with no accusations of violence.
Many of these people were first offenders, and for nonviolent first offenders, often there is a pretty good argument by the defense for limited jail time. That doesn't mean they get no punishment. They have a criminal conviction. They may be under probation supervision for a period of time.
How do you view the former president's role in this? Did he incite this crowd?
I think as a factual matter, clearly the president's words up to and including January 6th had an influence on the rioters. As a legal matter, the government would face challenges in prosecuting him.
He says Trump could use the First Amendment as a defense. He says if he was investigating the case,
I want to know what the president said and did privately. That is, what was going on between the president and his staff immediately before and during the riots.
A lot has happened since Rosenstein was #2 at the Justice Department. A huge story a few years ago was that he allegedly wanted to wear a wire to record President Trump and that he discussed removing him from office.
Did you question at times whether or not he was fit to be president of the United States?
Well, it depends on what you mean by the word fit. There's a lot of talk about whether the president should have been removed under the 25th Amendment. I don't believe that.
Rosenstein says people he worked with often leaked stories that weren't true.
Do you feel that there were people that had it in for you?
Well, I know people had it in for me, including people at very high levels of the administration.
Who was it?
Well, I don't think it was just any one person, but one of the things that I experienced, Lindsay, was obviously you expect to get criticized in these jobs, but there were some stories that people started that were 100% fabricated.
He got it from both sides. President Trump called him totally conflicted and once retweeted a meme of him in jail for treason. There was also backlash from Democrats, specifically over the Trump administration's family separation policy that separated migrants from their kids at the border.
There are tremendous problems in sorting out what to do with immigration. I don't believe we got it right. I hope the Biden administration gets it right.
Rosenstein says he has regrets from his time at DOJ. And separating families?
Yeah, that would be at or near the top of the list.
And going back to that COVID-19 stimulus package, some small businesses are running into problems with the Paycheck Protection Program from that first one. The Fox 13 Tampa team takes a look at what's causing some loans to be delayed and what's being done to fix it.
Now 6 weeks into the second round of the Paycheck Protection Program. This is the federal program meant to help businesses stay afloat during the pandemic, but the help is slow going. And you can thank scammers for that. Our consumer reporter, Subhani Banerjee, joins us now to explain how the fight against fraud is causing problems for legit loan applicants. Hey, Subhani.
Hey everyone, yeah, such a catch-22 here. This week, the Biden administration unveiled a number of changes to address the problems that they're seeing within the Paycheck Protection Program and to better prioritize small businesses. So here's what's going on. For 2 weeks, starting today, only businesses with fewer than 20 employees will be able to apply for the loans. Now, under the general rules, normally businesses with up to 500 employees are eligible. The SBA is also revising the way that loans are calculated, so sole proprietors and self-employed individuals can now tap into more funds. This comes after fraud and other problems steered money away from those who needed it most in the first round. And in the rush to get money out last time, some businesses actually got away with inflating their expenses or even applying when they weren't eligible in the first place.
Federal law enforcement is going to be paying close attention to the second round of stimulus money. They are looking at who received funds in the first round of PPP money. And I think both the IRS and the FBI will be looking at individuals and companies who received funds over a certain amount. They will want to make sure that the individual or the company has adequate documentation.
I mean, this hurts us all as taxpayers, right? But the big problem right now is all these added layers of caution is actually slowing things down for those in need.
And it also hurts those businesses who are trying to do things the right way.
Exactly. All this increased scrutiny has led to all sorts of delays for everyone. I mean, they're trying to make it fair. They're trying to keep the scammers away. But when the PPP began last year, the Trump administration, they eliminated a lot of the safeguards that normally accompany business loans. That way they could get the money out more quickly. That was the important thing to do. But now the Small Business Administration is cracking down, and it's doing some automated vetting. So the banks have to format and reformat applications in ways that pass. They also have to keep updating their technology to keep up with that. So that's another reason for the slowdown.
The SBA will be auditing individuals or companies who receive funds over a certain threshold amount, and they may want additional documentation before dispersing those funds.
There is some good news here. The agency is now allowing lenders to override a lot of those automatic error flags if they're not actually accurate or appropriate. And remember, again, right now, the business focus is on those with fewer than 20 employees. So if that is you, you want to get on it now while you are in the spotlight, while you're getting that little advantage.
That's right. All right. Thank you, Sorbani. We are now.
And I have a story coming up here just momentarily about vaccine insurance fraud. That's something you're going to want to keep an eye on. Scams coming out of there. But before we do that, want to stay on some of the debate that's going on right now, not for the coronavirus relief package as much as student loan forgiveness. What is the very latest on that? I talked to Fox Business's Jerry Willis this morning. She gave me some really good insight into how the Biden administration is going to handle student loan debt forgiveness, what the debate is right now between Democrats and Republicans, and Democrats and even President Biden as we speak right now. So this was a conversation from earlier today, but in case you missed it, here it is again. Carry you through this next hour here, and we have a conversation, a live report coming up with Fox Business Jerry Willis. She's here to talk about student loans and that debt forgiveness, but it's not being met without any controversy. Democrats actually coming up against President Biden on this right here. Jerry, thanks for being with us on News Now from Fox. We appreciate you taking the time out of your day.
Thank you.
So let's get started.
Yeah, this is a fascinating story, right? Yeah, so $1.56 trillion in outstanding student loan debt. The left wants to have this debt forgiven as much as $50,000 on an individual basis. I mean, imagine that. Pretty dramatic. It appears that the president is not going to do that. He doesn't want to do that. But he may end up forgiving $10,000, which would still be, a very large amount of money in student loan debts. But we talk to people who have student loan debt, who are having a hard time paying it, and people who have paid it off to find out what's going on out there. Matthew Burr is the author of the book, Slay the Student Debt Dragon. And he told us, hey, it is possible to pay off this debt. He had, get this, $191,000 worth of student loan debt from 2 different degrees, and he paid it off in less than 5 years. I believe we have the sound from him. Listen to this.
Jerry, unfortunately, we don't have that sound from that, but can you explain kind of what he said? This is an issue that tons of college students who couldn't even go to school this year are dealing with, right?
That's absolutely right. And Matthew told me that he cut his monthly costs to the bone. He didn't have cable. He didn't have Wi-Fi. He was carrying a BlackBerry around until it was practically a museum piece. And then what he did was he used what he called a snowflake method for paying off the debt, which is to say he made multiple payments every single week. He would send out 10, 20, $50, $100 to his creditors, trying to drive down those numbers and make sure that he kept his interest rates lower and what he was paying in interest very, very low. So he made extreme sacrifices. And then on top of that, he started a business. He got 5 jobs and put all that money towards paying off his bills. By the way, he's gotten one more degree, this one an advanced degree. He still owes $17,000, but he says, hey, I'll have that behind me in just a few more months.
It's so amazing to hear that there is some light at the end of the tunnel. But as far as debt forgiveness, what's next for President Biden and his administration?
Well, it's a great question, and it is a huge debate. And we still hear people like Senator Chuck Schumer pressuring the president to forgive as much as $50,000 for individuals in student loan debt. I think it's more likely that he might forgive a smaller amount of money, and he's looking very seriously at making some degrees free. So if you make $125,000 as a family and your child goes to a state school, you might be able to do that with no debt whatsoever. So there's going to be some big changes coming, and it's going to have to be hammered out. I'm sure it will be a very contentious conversation in Washington, but then what isn't these days?
Yeah, totally. You emphasize the word public universities. So what about private, all those students who are there?
That's where the big debts really are. We talked to another young man who had gotten a doctoral degree at a private school and run up $600,000 worth of debt. He's a doctor, and he is unable to pay it back. And now he's so angry, he's joined this movement called the Debt Collective. And together, all these folks are not paying their college debt because they say it's unfair. So you're going to have to watch out here. There's going to be some interesting protests going on as we get into this big public debate over what is really, a difficult problem for so many Americans right now.
Yeah, and an unfortunate story right there, as we really need those medical providers right now, those doctors and nurses and everything along those lines. Anything that you're going to be watching, Jerry, moving forward?
So I will be watching to find out if the universities are going to step up and do anything. Look, the universities have been raising prices for quite some time, right? Do you see tuitions come down? Not very often.
Yeah.
And I think there's a certain amount of responsibility that falls to these colleges, these universities. They really need to pick up the pace on what they're willing to do now. And so we'll see if they make some kind of offer, if they try to make things easier for students out there.
Yeah. Honestly, it'll be interesting to see what happens with attendance in general. I mean, a lot of people are just saying, you know what, I'm going to go into my first job instead of going to school, having to reap all of that debt. Attendance will be interesting too, and then how universities respond to that if it looks different going into these next few years here, right?
And why not do it all remotely? Because you can do it at a fraction of the cost at a number of different players. So I think they're getting more practical about this. You used to think of college as this thing that you had to have that was super special and you had to do it in a certain kind of way, be on campus. People are reevaluating all of that right now, and it's only partly because of COVID.
Yeah, I know. Look at us right now, virtually next to each other on the screen. Well, I'm happy that we could touch on like 20 different topics here. Jerry, thanks for joining us here on NewsNOW from Fox. We hope to speak to you again soon.
Thank you.
A great conversation earlier today with Jerry Willis. She is fantastic, giving us a little more insight into what's going on with student loan relief. Hopefully we'll be hearing from her again soon as well. Well, I want to bring you to some breaking news coming out of Los Angeles today. This is our Fox 11 chopper up there in the air. It looks like a completely black space, but they just had some lights on. Pretty terrible crash up on the hillside right there. We do want to warn you, these are live, raw, unfiltered feeds. But that car up on the side, completely destroyed. As we try to get an idea of what's going on out there, I'm going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, following these breaking news headlines and also following some other consumer stories, talking about a few scams that are going on right now concerning vaccines. Also, what's the latest on the Johnson & Johnson vaccine? Our Fox 13 Tampa team has the latest. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
In both directions between Newhall Avenue and the 5 freeway for this investigation of this horrible crash. Live in Sky 9 overhead, I'm Desmond Shaw. Pat and Juan, back to you in the studio. Okay.
And if you were listening in right there, looks like one person has been killed in this crash right here. A really tragic, horrible crash. Still trying to figure out some of the other details, but we know this is from our Fox 11 Los Angeles chopper right here. We're going to stay on this for just a moment and see if we can't get any more information from above. And welcome back here to News Now from Fox. For those of you who were on a commercial break, we got some new details out of this shot right here from our sister station, Fox 11 in Los Angeles. It looks like an investigation is underway and one person has been killed in this crash here. We showed you a bit of the wreckage on the side, on the hillside there. Unfortunately, it's a really, really dark shot here, but just want to give you all of these shots as we have them. Heading over to Colorado now, where there's definitely some winter weather that is really keeping residents at home at this point in time. It's getting into the evening hours there after 10 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona. So people trying to stay safe. We've had this shot and gone back to it every now and then throughout the night. Well, we're going to step away from these live feeds and take you out to some more coronavirus news. We could have a third COVID-19 vaccine approved by the end of this week. The Fox 13 Tampa team tells you what you need to know about the Johnson & Johnson shot and when everyone should be able to get a vaccine.
Well, scientists are making another big leap in the fight against COVID-19. FDA staff just confirmed that the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is effective and safe. This is big. This means we'll have 3 weapons now in our war against this virus. Craig Patrick joining us now to tell us when the Johnson & Johnson vaccine will be approved and how this really compares to the other vaccines.
Well, hi there, Chris. Yeah, Johnson & Johnson just cleared a very important, critical hurdle with this, with the approval of FDA staff. That means this now goes before the advisory committee on this Friday, and that advisory committee will likely approve what will become the 3rd official vaccine in fighting COVID-19 in this country, perhaps by Saturday of this week. The Pfizer and Moderna vaccines use RNA to encode proteins. In layman's terms, they make a body think it's been invaded by the virus, so it triggers the immune response to fight off the real virus. The Johnson & Johnson vaccine works in a different way. It modifies a virus that causes common colds, and specifically it adds a gene to the virus to make our body think it's COVID, and it's modified in such a way that it can't replicate in our cells and make us ill. In other words, the virus is deactivated and manipulated to resemble COVID, and our immune systems build protection against COVID-19. The studies show the J&J vaccine is 66% effective in studies around the world and 72% effective within the United States. Now, that is lower than the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines. They tested in the 90% range. But the J&J vaccine tested 100% effective at preventing COVID-induced hospitalizations and deaths.
So the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, the data was very, very good.
Dr. Dan Baruch led the team that developed the Johnson & Johnson vaccine.
It showed very good protection against moderate disease, but outstanding protection against severe disease and complete protection against hospitalizations and death, which is really the primary goal of the vaccine.
The J&J vaccine is also a one-shot vaccine instead of two, and it can help in reaching rural communities in Florida and across the nation.
And medically underserved populations where it's harder to store the vaccines that have the 2-dose series, but also we don't have to follow up with them to get their second dose on board.
With approval expected by this weekend, Johnson & Johnson plans to deliver 100 million doses by June. Now, where does that take us in terms of the numbers? Well, Pfizer has vowed to deliver, just in testimony before Congress, 300 million doses, a total of 300 million doses by the end of July. Moderna, a total of 300 million doses by the end of July. Now, Johnson & Johnson is vowing to deliver 100 million doses by the end of June. Collectively, that would be enough in terms of numbers to vaccinate 400 million people in a nation with a total population of 330 million people, and fewer of those are vaccine eligible at this point until more studies are produced. And that's why the Biden administration is expecting and pledging that this will be widely available to the public by the end of July this year.
Yeah, it seems like we're going to just have a surge in the amount of vaccine available by this summer. Craig, do we know why the studies, though, show that the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is less effective than the Moderna or Pfizer vaccines?
Well, there may be a number of reasons for it, but one particular reason may in fact be the timing of the trials. The studies, Johnson & Johnson went later than Moderna and Pfizer, and with that you had the emergence of variants in that trial period that you did not have with mutations of the virus in the initial trials with Pfizer and with Moderna. That could naturally have brought down the number somewhat, but to put it in context, keep in mind that our federal government set goals for vaccines that are right in line with what Johnson & Johnson has delivered in its studies, thereby meeting the federal goals. It just so happens that Moderna and Pfizer significantly exceeded them.
Also, we can't get too hung up on the word effective, because effective measures preventing any virus at all, but this Johnson & Johnson vaccine has shown to be highly effective at preventing severe cases, the most severe cases of COVID, and that's why they say this is another very valuable weapon that should make a difference in getting back on the side of tamping the virus down this summer.
Yes, that's a key point.
Thank you, Craig.
Fox 13's Craig Patrick right there. As vaccines become more and more available, officials are sounding the alarm in an effort to make sure everybody knows those shots shouldn't cost you a dime. Fox 5's Josh Rosenthal explains why.
Now, guys, there are just so many things that'll make you think of COVID vaccines. We're all eating outside in the winter. A lot of schools still shut down. Businesses like the one behind me are closing. And masks are required pretty much everywhere you go. So here's the thing, with so much riding on this vaccine, officials fear that it could give people with bad intentions the opening they may seek.
There have been increased reports of fraud connected to COVID-19 vaccines. I want to make this very clear. No one can sell you a vaccine. No one can charge you for a vaccine.
And Governor Larry Hogan isn't the only one pushing out that message. Tuesday, the Maryland Insurance Administration tweeted this, saying you cannot be charged, and if you are asked to pay money, to let them know. Here's why. Basically, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. A spokesperson said while they haven't had many complaints about this so far, as the vaccine becomes more readily available, they do expect the issue to rise. So they're spreading the word, explaining that if you are asked for money, first say no.
And then they should contact us with the information about who made that request so that we can make sure that A, they're not a scammer, and that if there is a misunderstanding, that we correct that misunderstanding. And if it's something worse than that, that we shut it down.
If you need the contact info, we've posted it on fox5dc.com. Guys.
And police in Northern Virginia are working to track down a new reported puppy scam. Fox 5's Evan Lambert shares one woman's warning about that.
For so many people, a pet is part of the family. So when Tracy Austin's miniature pinscher Molly died recently, she knew she would eventually look for another dog.
We were so looking forward to getting this new puppy and the new addition to our family that I kind of wasn't thinking clearly.
It led her to nationalbeaglehome.com. After some texts and emails and prepaying $850, Austin thought her new puppy was on the way.
They sent me a tracking number to the dog that the flight was going to be on. I was going to get the dog the very next morning. And then an hour later, I get another email from the same company saying that now I have to pay an additional $4,000 to have a heated crate due to weather.
Then she realized she likely wasn't getting her money back. The Better Business Bureau has gotten 3 other scam reports for the website since November. People from California to New Jersey dropping hundreds, even thousands of dollars for a beagle puppy, but getting nothing. In communications with potential buyers, National Beagle Home uses the name of a supposed breeder, Patty Donald, and an address off Guinea Road in Fairfax County. Except that Patty Donald doesn't live there. We went by the homeowner telling us off camera it appears whoever runs the website picked his address at random. He is likely an innocent victim. As recently as Tuesday, the National Beagle Home sent us this video showing a cute puppy named Greg playing and telling us he was available. When we asked about the scam reports and if Austin would get her money back, someone working with the site emailed only, quote, "I'll take care of it."
Well, there you have it. When it comes to anything, just be careful of what you're doing, especially with social media and transactions online. It's just better to be safe and ask those questions rather than be sorry and lose out on a lot of money. We're taking a live look out in Colorado. Winter weather right here. These live looks are just incredible to be seeing when it's sunny in Phoenix, Arizona. Well, after the break, I want to bring to you my favorite story of the day. It's my live pick of the day. This is a 105-year-old woman who survived COVID-19. Her words of advice coming up after this 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, a live look from the roads out there in Colorado. The snow falling down, and you can barely see the highway there. We'll be keeping our eyes on this shot as they experience winter weather, and we'll be covering that going into Thursday and Friday here on News Now. Weather, breaking news, politics, we got it all for you. But I want to bring you out to my favorite story of the entire day. A 105-year-old woman survives COVID-19 on her birthday, but she has a very strict regimen that she sticks to, and she's attributing that to staying healthy and making it to 105. Listen to this interview.
What other question did you have, Chris?
Okay, and can I get your age?
How old are you?
105.
How do you feel about being 105 years old?
No different than when I was 100 or 50 years old.
And what is your secret?
I don't have any secret other than pray.
And what else? Not to eat any?
And not to eat any junk food.
And I also hear you do something with raisins and gin. Can you tell us about that?
What do you do with the raisins and gin?
You do put them in a jar, golden raisins. Put them in a jar and keep them for 9 days. After 9 days, eat 9 a day. Please.
Okay. Did you hear that?
She eats 9 a day. She puts them in a jar.
She keeps them in a mason jar for 9 days. The gin and the raisins, she lets it ferment. And then after 9 days, she eats 9 raisins a day.
That's right.
Is that good? Does that taste good?
What?
Does it taste good?
Yes. Tastes like candy.
It also brings fruit flies, but don't tell anyone.
It tastes like candy.
It tastes like candy, she said.
And did I read that you had COVID-19?
Did you have the virus? Did you have the COVID virus? Yes, she did. On her 105th birthday, she tested positive for COVID-19.
When was that, Michael?
January 25th. Which came 1 day later than she had the second vaccine on the 24th of January.
Wow. We're almost done. I promise. So are you now fully recovered?
Are you fully recovered now?
I'm supposed to be. I don't know.
How do you feel?
I feel wonderful.
All right, you can get it out. We can wait. And so, how much longer would you like to? Did you ever think you would be 105 years old?
Did you ever think you'd live to 105 years old?
Hell no.
By the way, that was the first time someone asked her that question. And you heard the answer, so
Yes.
you're good. Use that
Oh
line.
man. And I'm trying to find a good way to answer this, but do you see yourself being?
Ask it so it's your voice, and I'll rephrase it.
Okay. Do you plan on sticking around for another 105 years?
Would you like to live for another 105 years?
Hell no. Hell no.
All right, Michael, can I ask you a few questions?
You sure can, sir.
Sure. So can I get your first and last name? Could you say it and spell it?
Michael, Michael, Neiman, Neiman.
And your position here?
I'm the administrator here.
So tell us, you must be, having a good time with all this national attention. Why do you think people are so fascinated by her story?
I think people are fascinated by her story because they see that you could be 105 years old and still recover from this dreaded virus. You can get vaccinated at this age as well. Oh, 1 second. Give me 1 second. 1 second.
Sure.
Hershey, can I call you back in a minute or 2 minutes? I'll call you right back.
Yeah, we're almost done. We're almost done.
I'm sorry. That you can both recover from this virus and you can get your vaccine even at such an old age and still be fine. I think a lot of people get sick more from the anxiety of catching it than actually catching it itself. Personally, I've had the flu a couple of times in previous years, and I felt worse with the flu than I did with the COVID virus this time when I had it.
And is she your oldest patient, Mr. Clerk?
She is the oldest patient in the building, correct.
Gotcha. Did you read the New York Times article, by the way?
I did.
And is all the stuff about her family correct, about her living in Los Angeles and, you know, okay.
She was born in Hawaii, then she moved to Los Angeles, took care of her parents there till her mom died when her mom was 97 years old.
Okay.
And then at 78, she moved to New Jersey.
Gotcha, gotcha. Is there anything else I need to know that you think would be helpful?
She's just a very positive person. Anytime we have visitors in the building, they all stop by her room to get a blessing from her. She's just an amazing person. I feel that the building here has been blessed having her here.
Yeah, and I enjoyed talking with her. Thank you, Michael. I know you have to go. Thank Mr. Clerk for me, and I will send you the article later today when we get it all wrapped up.
Thank you.
Such a great story right there. If you want to watch that or watch our interview earlier today with Chris, who is the writer of the article, you can head over to our Twitter page at NewsNOW Fox. I'm keeping my eyes on this live look here. There was a couple police officers next to a car that had slid off the road, so I just wanted to be sure I was bringing everything to you as soon as I got it. I'm going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, we have more coronavirus coverage here on News Now from Fox. Welcome back here to News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. I'm going to send things into some of our overnight coverage here. We like to give you all of these briefings in their entirety through the evening hours. And the first one is going to be talking about New York nursing home families. They held kind of a press conference today. Then we're going to move into the latest remarks from Mayor Bill de Blasio of New York City. And then go to some of these other coronavirus press conferences from throughout the day that we just couldn't really hit on. And then, of course, for The CIA director, we have a hearing for William Burns as he kind of got grilled on a lot of questions from that hearing, and we couldn't obviously show you those full remarks either because they're a little over an hour, almost 2 hours, I think. But great information there as he is going to be stepping into this massive, massive role. I want to thank you for being with us here today. We're going to do it all again tomorrow. We have Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then Sunday. Former President Donald Trump is going to be speaking, and our weekend coverage team is going to give you everything you need on that beginning, show it in its entirety, and then recap it at the end as well. Thanks again for being here. We'll go into this coverage, and as we always do at the end of the night, you can follow us on our social media pages at NewsNow Fox. You can find out how to stream us on all of your different platforms at newsnowfox.com. You can follow me on all social media accounts at Daytona News Now. I post a lot of my interviews and things that are happening as soon as I get them on there. So we'll start out in New York. Everyone stay safe, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Knowing that no lawmaker would have a chance to see it, Senator Ramos, myself, and many others voted against that budget. But if more had a chance to review, it would not have been passed. Cuomo did not need to put this poison bill into the budget. He could have just used his emergency powers to shield his corporate interests. But why did he do that? Because he wanted to implicate the Senate and the Assembly and as many people as possible. So now he gets